purposes then. And then a couple hours later, they come back and they have a different goal. And okay, there they want to figure out who has domain admin, who has enterprise admin. So this is a way you can think about, right, what real adversaries have done, inspiring the timing of purple teamers or testers. When you decide, does timing really matter, right? Think about your goals. I realize this is at the end, but it's sort of foundational to any kind of testing or purple teaming. Right? Maybe your key goal is figuring out, do you have visibility into the data that would even let us see this thing? If that's your goal, cool, knock it out, right? Run all of your commands at once just to see if you see them. But if your goal is realistic detection, right? If an adversary did this exactly as performed with the timing, would we detect this? Well, realize that timing might change that. And as a defender, if I'm looking and I see a bunch of noisy commands, I'm going to say, yep, this is probably bad, versus if those are spread out over days or weeks, I might not catch that. So think about your goals and think about, does it make sense to mimic real adversary timing here? Again, all about collaborating, right? Maybe the threat intel tells you the adversary took months and months, low and slow compromise, but the red team has a week. Got to compromise, got to figure out, are there ways we could be a little more like real adversaries while still kind of compromising and meeting everyone's objectives? And of course, agreeing on your goals, kind of a key starting point for any of this. Wrapping things up here, right? Key takeaways I hope you'll go away with. Collaboration, a theme for the day. Collaboration is not always easy. Sometimes you're going to get frustrated, but right, as George said, empathy, thinking about, what is the other person's approach? What is their background? What are they trying to achieve? Compromise is part of collaboration, but it's always worth it. And hopefully you've also seen how threat intelligence, right? Knowing what real adversaries do, actionable knowledge about that can help inform decisions for purple teaming across threats used, TTPs, tools, as well as timing. So in other words, you have to stop, collaborate, and listen. Did you really think I was going to make it through the talk without having a GIF of Vanilla Ice? With that, that's all I've got. So George, Chris, I think we have a couple minutes to just chat about things. I'd love to hear your thoughts. What did I get right? What did I get wrong? What do you disagree on?
That was awesome. What do I disagree on? I don't know. I mean, Mishta. Yeah, I mean, you did it. It's called Mishta. We
Excellent. I'm glad we can still be friends on that one.
But I don't know how I'm feeling about Verkelsid.
Verkelsid. It rolls right off the tongue.
Verkelsid.
Of course. Yeah, maybe not. Not so much.
I don't know. That's probably the only part I'm not disagreeing. I am going to sleep on it and see if it does really roll off the tongue. But
I'll take that.
But no, that was awesome. And yeah, I think we have Chris on. Chris, are you there?
Yeah, man, I'm here. Awesome talk, Katie. Yeah, it was great. One of the things that I would kind of dive into a little bit, we talked about like detections and stuff, but how important is analyzing the response to those detections? Because I've seen before where it's like Mimikatz on a domain controller and someone will be like, we removed Mimikatz and we're closing the case now, but we didn't actually go into why Mimikatz was on a DC. So how important is the response and how do we audit that?
Absolutely. We didn't even touch on that, but in talking about goals, I think starting with the knowledge of, are you testing response as well? Because as you noted, that's a little bit different. I've talked to red teams who are very, very stealthy. And I've heard of times where people have gotten, called back from their kids' soccer games to respond to an incident that turns out it was a red team. And so I think it all goes back to, what are your goals, right? Are you trying to test response, or are you just trying to test visibility or detection? I think those are different things, but yeah, response, such a key part of this. And I would argue that if you're trying to really make a difference in your org, you should be testing response as well, realizing though that's sometimes a little painful for the defenders who get called in the middle of the night, or maybe that's just not where your organization is, right? So again, compromising collaboration. Ideally, you test response to figure out, would we actually remediate? How would we clean this up to make sure they're not actually hanging around our network just because we removed the malware, right? So all going
Right.
back to that compromise on your goals.
Yeah, and you actually just reminded me of one of the times that we were doing a stealth threat team engagement, and we had to make the decision of, do we keep telling the team this because it's now Friday afternoon and they're going to keep working, 24/7 throughout the weekend, lots of people coming in that normally wouldn't, that if it was a real incident, of course you would. And, again, empathy, like, why would you do that? Or have you met your goals? And should you keep going or, not, right? It ties back. So that just reminded me of that. And Chris, we haven't even introduced you. You just like jumped straight into questions. So this is Chris Peacock, everyone. If you do not know him, he is our detection engineer in the purple team we have built here at Scythe, because we're not all experts. So we hire people that are much smarter than us, and Chris definitely is in detection engineering. He's on Twitter and one of the top contributors to Sigma. Actually, I think you're top 10 now, which is pretty cool. And we have a few others that'll jump in throughout the day. So thanks for being here, Chris, and jumping on to Fireside Chat. I believe you do know Katie already. If not, well, now's a good time to say hi.
Everyone's friends on Twitter.
We are all friends on Twitter, but see, we are, because we all share this empathy thing. There's some people on Twitter that aren't very friendly, right?
The mute button is your friend.
The mute button is definitely. So that was awesome. Great first question to dive in there, Chris, on the detection engineering side, and of course leveraging CTI and procedure level CTI, right? And I think it all comes down to actionable cyber threat intelligence, right? I loved the quote. It was like the first one I got. Pew pew maps are not cyber threat intel, right? So wanted to ask you, Katie, I mean, you've been doing cyber threat intel for a while. Where do you see this going, right? MITRE ATT&CK, obviously, now the common language and standard, little bit misused by some vendors, as we always see after the evals come out. Is procedure level the actionable area, or where do you see that going?
Yeah, I think procedure level definitely is the actionable area. And what I've seen over, right, since the attack was released, I think, was it 2015 it was publicly released? Someone will fact check me on that. I think that it's been sort of a gradual zoning in on the detail and how to kind of mature use of attack. I still definitely will see, but it's rarer and rarer, public reporting that just mentions attack techniques. It kind of hurts my heart a little bit. And I try to kind of respectfully push back or provide feedback like, hey, knowing that an adversary used command and scripting interpreter, there are a lot of procedures and sub techniques under that. And so adding that procedure level detail, I think more and more people are realizing it. But I also acknowledge, right, it's easy for me to be like, yeah, add the procedure level detail because I have visibility into that. And I'm intimately familiar with attack. It's tough, right? Just keeping track of all the attack techniques and sub techniques is overwhelming, much less keeping track of all the procedures. And I do think that at some level, it's sort of a communication challenge of how do we communicate that in a clear way. I'm always a fan of tables, spreadsheets, whatever you have that can communicate that procedure level detail. But collecting that, storing that, sharing that, it's not easy. And so I'm hoping the community will continue going to the procedure level of detail, but also recognizing it's hard. It's hard to do. And so, having empathy for people who aren't there yet.
We all just stopped right when you said that. And Chris just wrote it here. It's the number one most used tool across all of InfoSec is spreadsheets, right? Excel or Google or whatever you use. But
love them.
Yeah, definitely tracking it, right? And we all started there, right? And to this day, there's still stuff that we just, it's easier to put it on a spreadsheet than, figure out how to implement it onto some GRC tool that was built for open and closed vulnerabilities and not TTPs.
And one of the things too, you're talking about, y'all have such great collections at Red Canary at the procedure level, getting that host-based data. It's one of those things, knowing those procedures that ransomware actors do, does it enable you to catch them, at the beginning stages and kick them out of networks before they actually have that exfiltration and that impact?
Yeah, I swear I didn't ask you to ask me this. This is one of my favorite topics, thinking about ransomware and TTPs. Right? We didn't dive into too much this concept of stages, but I think that's a really key part to add on to TTPs in that discussion. And that could even be something where threat intel kind of can help purple teamers plan out their emulations, right? What are the stages we're going to accomplish? Because, right, that initial access so often happens via common malware like iced ID, et cetera, moves on to kind of some of the discovery reconnaissance we talked about, often a dual use tool. Cobalt Strike is the most common one. But I think that's tying it back to purple teaming, especially if you're purple teaming a ransomware intrusion, right? You definitely want to think about dividing those TTPs into appropriate stages or kill chain phases for initial access, for reconnaissance, for lateral movement, for execution, and exfiltration before encryption. And I think that's key as you're thinking about testing ransomware, because as you know, Chris, right, if they can shut down the testers during initial access, if they catch iced ID before it moves to the recon and Cobalt Strike, that's awesome. And maybe that's kind of a good outcome for that test. Of course, if you're not testing response, like George kind of queued up, if you're just testing detection, you'd have sort of a different approach. But I think testing with that ransomware chain is always going to be a good way to kind of have your purple teaming inspired by real adversaries. Because ransomware, we talked about choosing relevant threats. Like, I know advanced persistent threats are cool and all, but ransomware, I would argue, is one of the threats that's likely to affect every single organization.
Yeah, it's like we always get asked, right? Because of course we build emulation plans
Yeah.
for all sorts of things, from very sophisticated threat actors to an attack chain like the one that we built from the Red Canary report, right? Like those are great just getting started. You don't have to start with the most sophisticated adversary emulation when you haven't done any of this, right? Like start with these, because if you don't even have a CTI team, these are the top ones seen by a reputable company with a lot of good data. So start there. And obviously ransomware has no bounds and goes after every single industry. So definitely another place to start. And on the adversary emulation side, it's actually quite interesting, right? Because that is actually harder for a red team to do than just, their own TTPs. And I know we've talked about this a little, that some people just know how to do their attack chain, and that's what they just want to keep on doing. Push yourself, learn some of the other ones, obviously, when the organization is there and ready for that. So awesome stuff. I'm trying to see here if we have questions at the same time. Chris, you want to ask another one? That ransomware one was good.
Yeah. So, and like, this has been one of those tough things for people to actually figure out. So I'd love to get your take on this. How do you see that we can actually track CTI's impact on the emulations, and also how that's impacting, development of detection opportunities and things like that? So we actually have these metrics to give back to our CISO or our CIO about how CTI is actually having that impact.
A metrics question, everyone's favorite topic. Yeah. Seriously, I love thinking about good metrics. Good metrics are so hard, but what I look for any CTI metrics is, how can we track improved decisions? That's the goal of CTI or any intel. That's really, really hard. But when we're talking about purple teaming, one thing I'd look for is the outcomes of the testing, right? Afterwards, what improvements were the blue teamers, were the defenders able to make? Were they able to add some new analytics, some new security approach, maybe a control in response to what the purple team did that ideally was kind of had input from the intel team? And that chain is kind of tough to make, but as you use kind of techniques and procedures, you can start to kind of use that trace back, right? And this is something my team kind of looks at. One of our outputs is, right, how can we create new detection analytics that find threats that we don't detect today, right? And that's something that threat intel teams can and should be looking for. How can you drive better detections? So, right, I would kind of work backwards from, okay, what are the things that we've improved? And then figuring out, okay, was that something that the intel team gave input on? Because I think that thinking about meaningful metrics is always tough, but thinking about improved decisions, it's a much better metric than just counting things like, I don't know, number of procedures you threw at the wall or number of reports that you use for the emulation, right? It's really tough to get good qualitative metrics, but I think those are always more valuable, even if they're fewer than quantitative metrics.
Yeah, no, that's spot on. And that was a big thing as well, from like moving from what we used to look at right back in the vulnerability side, that we would, see a vulnerability, use CVE, use CVSS, right? That was a metric. But those were things that were open or closed, right? You can mitigate that particular vulnerability by, I don't know, putting an ACL in place or something, and then the risk would go down, but it'd still be open. And now that we're looking at TTPs, it's kind of shifted that. So someone actually has this question, I don't know if we have time for it. It's like, how can we kind of integrate with most organizations that have vulnerability management, right? They know that vulnerability is there. They know the risk of it. They want to prioritize it. How do you bring in TTPs, which aren't open and closed, right? Like, you can run these things in your environment. You need to figure out detection. You need to figure out time. And I don't know if there is a good answer for that. I don't know if you've done any work. And of course, saying there is no answer yet is completely fine as well.
It's a really hard one. And I know we're running short on time, but briefly, I would say, I think you can combine TTPs plus exploitation of vulnerabilities. It's hard though, right? When there's some new vulnerability that comes out, the thing from a threat intel perspective, I'm always looking for is who's exploiting it and what TTPs happen after that exploitation, right? Because yes, patching is important, prevention is important, but you're not going to be able to always prevent everything. So looking at the full chain, what happens right before, during exploitation of vulnerability, and after it really matters. So I think, right, vulnerabilities, TTPs can come together, but it's not an easy thing to do or to honestly emulate.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Katie. And thank you, Chris, that I totally messed up and threw you back as a attendee. Thank you for coming on, and thank you for that keynote. Really set the stage for the rest of the day. So we really appreciate that. Katie, as always, you are a rock star and we love you. Back over to you, Chris.
Thank you, George. Hey, Katie, absolutely amazing. Chris, George, thank you for the fireside chat and all the questions coming in. Appreciate it. Before I introduce Jordan, I have been alerted to a very important sub portion of the Scythe website. So I am holding, I hope you guys can see this special mug, which Bryson and team have done an amazing job. We all know what's going on the other side of the world. And Bryson and the team have done an amazing thing that are donating all of the profits to a number of items on the swag store and Scythe to the folks in Ukraine, specifically serving meals for them, which is incredible. So if you get a chance and you want to head over there, there's the mugs and some shirts, and it's really nice stuff. And I just want to say thank you, Bryson and team. It's a wonderful thing that you're doing. So with that, Katie, I agree, George, leading us off for the day. And I love the title, Jordan, of your talk that you're about to give. Don't tell me what to do. So one of the things, so first let me introduce Jordan. Jordan's the Red Team lead at Norton LifeLock, and he's also the creator of the Red Team Maturity Model. And one of the things that I really like that you're going to address is, or you pointed out in your sort of description, is how do you get the SOC more involved? I mean, I get a chance to spend a lot of time with CISOs, and while you'd think they would be integral to a lot of these discussions, sometimes they're sort of almost put in a corner. And specifically to make sure we've got the right kind of synergies for purple teaming, they, and of course, everyone else has to be, intimately involved. So Jordan, appreciate you being here. Look forward to the talk. The floor is yours.
Thanks, Chris, for the warm welcome. Let's see, cannot start my video because I'm not the host.
Hold on, Jordan. I'm going to make you super host. With this comes incredible responsibility. I can't even tell you. So if you could send it back to me when you're done, that'd be great. It's a limited membership card. Here you go.
Alrighty, let's see here. All right, let's get this shared. Of course. Alrighty, I hope you guys can see this.
Looks great.
All right, thanks for the warm introduction, Chris, and excellent keynote, Katie, and also thanks, George and Bryson and the rest of the group for putting this conference on. I think the topic, right, of the actual people side of everything is, it doesn't get the attention it deserves, or the attention it deserves, right? Like, this is at the core of everything we do is collaborating, right? Everything, we're not going to be successful if we don't collaborate with each other. And especially when you talk about purple teaming, that's all purple teaming is, right? Like George mentioned earlier, it's collaborating between red and blue. And so I put purple team, I don't care about your definition. This isn't because I don't care about your definition, because your definition is valuable for you and your organization. But purple teaming, to me, it's much broader, right? It's not like these 3 steps in the process from, some input from threat intel to an alert, right? It's just a collaboration between teams, and it's going to look different for everyone. And so necessary disclaimer, opinions of my own, but I'm not going to claim that they're original, of course. So back to the definition, right? If it moves the detection response capabilities forward, then really call it what you want. So if you're doing, atomic red teaming, you're running scripts you pulled off the atomic red team GitHub, is that called purple teaming? Or if you have a really transparent red team where real time they're sharing what they're doing with the blue team, is that a purple team? Or maybe the blue team is already testing TTPs in a lab. Maybe that's your version of purple teaming. That's fine, right? Who cares what exactly you're doing? If you're moving the detection response capabilities forward and you're using kind of a blend of the blue team side and the red team side, then sure, call it what you want. So about me, like Chris mentioned, red teaming at a software company. I also write articles and blogs. I have no supporting evidence, but I figure I fit in with most other major news outlets there, so not a big deal. Not sure where I fit. Like a lot of us, we're really passionate about security, and it might not be a specific thing you really love. You just kind of enjoy all of it. Spend a lot of time thinking how to improve things, which led me to putting together the materials for this talk. And also I created something called the Red Team Maturity Model that helps internal red teams develop. Not qualified to do most things I do. This is true for most things I do, and I love Reddit comments. I had to post this here. When I published the Red Team Maturity Model, this guy or a woman, I'm not sure, was very skeptical of me, and I had to reply that I'm also very skeptical. So you should always be skeptical of what you read on the internet. Okay, so back to the talk, right? So you might feel like you need a purple team based on a number of different scenarios, right? You might be at a point where the red team doesn't get detected. The red team walks all over the organization, never gets detected, and something's not working, right? The red team is supposed to be improving detection, but things don't seem to be improving. Or the blue team doesn't know what to prioritize. The MITRE attack model, there's hundreds of tactics. There's so much to do, right? There's like, what do you focus on? And then maybe the red team's recommendation to the blue team, maybe they just don't get fixed, right? It's like throwing things down into a black hole. Or on the flip side, maybe the blue team is improving really quickly and they want to improve faster than the red team can provide recommendations to them. Either way, at the end of the day, you have a gap between the red team and the blue team, and you want to bridge that gap so you can move things forward faster. So it's not really difficult to go online and find a purple team framework and just apply it to your organization. But maybe that's not the best approach. I think it's good to use those models and use mini models, but take what makes sense for your organization, because realistically, a generic model is not going to fit for every organization. Okay, so in this talk, there's really nothing definitive. So sorry to let everyone down. But really, at the end of the day, no two orgs are going to have the same program. So I can't come in and say, this is how your purple team should work, because that's not how it should work. Your purple team should work however it makes sense for your organization. And then lots and lots of questions. So that's kind of the key to things, right? Is asking questions. And I think it's the key to collaboration as well. And there's actually a funny story about this. We're not, like, the purple team industry or the security industry, like, we're not alone in the fact that we're not good at asking questions. There's industries that are worth billions of dollars that don't ask questions, and things go really poorly for them. So there's a story by a French NGO. They were doing work in Zambia. The guy's name was Ernesto Cirillo. And they went down to Zambia, and they were going to teach the locals how to grow produce, tomatoes, and cucumbers and whatnot. And so they brought all their seeds down there and all their agriculture equipment, and they found this beautiful river valley right along the Zambia River, and they planted all these crops, and it was absolutely phenomenal. Huge tomatoes. It was going really, really great. But for some reason, they were having to pay the locals to come out and help. The locals weren't interested in helping. And either way, so they paid the locals, they got them out there, they grew these crops, they were really, really proud of the work they were doing. And then one day, 200 hippos comes out of the water and destroys everything in one night. And this NGO group went to the locals there and were like, hello, why didn't you tell us? Like, this is a big deal. And the locals looked at them and said, well, you never asked us, right? And these are billion-dollar industries. And even they're having a difficult time asking the right questions or asking questions, right? We all want to be helpful. We're just going to go there and help. So we're either like paternalistic, like, oh, we love you so much, we're going to help improve things or make things so much better. This is what you got to do. Or we go in and we're patronizing, which is, I think, common for some red teams, right? We know what to do to make things better. We just compromise your whole organization. You got to do all these things. You guys have to learn how to focus. You have to learn how to basically write the right detections and alerts, and you need these log sources, and basically you can't detect an adversarial threat right now, right? And that's patronizing, and we're not going to be successful with that approach. So of course we need an Oprah Winfrey quote, and most security talks ask the right questions and the answers will always reveal themselves. But really, purple teaming fits somewhere in here. And of course, there's many other teams involved. You have threat intel informing decisions. You have obviously managers and bosses and community and whatnot informing decisions as well. But in the really traditional sense, this is how things happen. This is how you go from, we need to alert on this thing, to we've tested the alert, we know it works. And purple teaming really is, I guess, making these really traditional siloed actions, doing these things in a collaborative method, right? So bringing these people to the same table. Maybe your purple team is, all they do is they go execute the attack, and then they send a list of all the IOCs off to, security operations center or something. Or maybe it's everyone's at the table, right? And they get together and they use threat intel and they use input from various sources and say, this is what we need to detect. And then you go through the whole process in real time with each other, all the way down to determining if the alert that's in place is actually responded to, right? So it fits somewhere in here. It doesn't have to be all of them. It can be some of them. It could be, right, the middle three or the middle two or the last one and the first one, right? It doesn't necessarily matter. So there's actually no easy trick. Just do it. And this is a shout out to Art Williams, not Sheila Booth. If you've seen the Art Williams motivational speech, it's much more motivational than Sheila Booth's. But really, like, the technical stuff, that's the easy part. Like, most of us on red teams, we know how to do lateral movement. We know how to escalate our privileges. We know how to do all the things that threat actors are doing. We know how to go to GitHub and test out new tools and new methods. But translating that technical prowess to actual results, that's the hard part. And I think it's really easy to forget those things. So there's a lot of things that we need to know before we can actually build our purple team. We need to know who our stakeholders are. So maybe our stakeholders are our incident responders. Like this question in the last talk, are we going to be driving incident response process? Maybe we're driving improvement in our level 1 analysts, or maybe we're trying to convince stakeholders in the business like IT or your SRE teams to go to things like gold images with logging already on there, right? So we got to figure out who the stakeholders are, and maybe it's all of them. Maybe it's the whole blue team. Maybe it's a blue team and IT. Maybe it's the blue team and a couple of their business units that are running their own infrastructure. And then what are we driving? And this goes back to who the stakeholders are. Are we trying to drive down the mean time to detection? Are we trying to drive down how long it takes from, we've identified something that we need detection for, all the way to testing that detection works? Are we driving down mean time to eradication? Like, what are we actually trying to improve here? And maybe it's all the things, right? Maybe we have a big list of things we're trying to improve, and the purple team is going to bring everyone together to just move the needle forward. And then how will it be done? Are we going to do things in a siloed nature where, I'm part of the purple team program, I'm going to go run something on a random system out in the environment and wait and see? Or maybe I'm going to send you a spreadsheet with some indicators of compromise, an IP address, or some hash values. Or will it be done really in real time, right? Like with collaboration. Are we going to hop on a call, and are we going to do this, in real time? Hey, I just ran this command. What do you see? So we have to understand how we plan on doing it, setting those expectations with our partners. And then, of course, what parts of the process are being done in silos. And this goes back to the kind of the flow chart I showed earlier. People are already doing these things in your organization. Typically, you probably have some. If you're thinking about building a purple team, you probably maybe have some offensive security specialists. Maybe you have some blue team people, some analysts, some incident responders. These are the people you want at the table because they're already doing parts of these. And then, what is a deliverable? At the end of the day, when you're done with this purple team operation, what are you creating from that? Is it going to be a memo? Are you creating a report? Maybe it's just like a Jira ticket, or maybe you're just sending it like a Slack message saying, hey, this is what I did. Things are looking up. This was detected, right? So how are you actually delivering like something that somebody can see that improvements are being made? And then what should be measured? This goes back to what we're driving. If we're driving an improved time in our time to detection, that's what we need to measure. If we're trying to decrease the time it takes to eradicate a threat, that's what we need to measure, right? So we need to make sure we're measuring what we're driving, because that's how we're going to show our leadership that we're actually providing value to the organization. And then how will we track remediation? This is an easy one to kind of get missed, but in a perfect world, when you did a purple team operation, all the logs would be there. All the logs would be normalized. All the environments would have everything set up perfectly for you. But what you're going to realize is that there's going to be teams and there's going to be systems that don't have logs being sent, or the logs aren't normalized. So they're going to have to go normalize those logs so that they can actually write a rule for things, right? So there's going to be work that's being generated from these things. So how are we going to track those things? And when there's work generated, hey, I did this thing in the environment. Here's IOCs. Blue team comes back and says, yeah, we actually don't have logs for that. Okay, so now we need to open a ticket. We need to wait for this. It might take a month or 2 months before you guys get logs, and then we can build the alert for it. So we need to figure out how we're going to track those things. So this goes back to, this is a good fault from the last slide. We need to ask our stakeholders lots and lots of questions. And this is by no means all the questions. You're gonna, depending on your organization, you're gonna have to dive into these, right? Like, how do you track issues? You want to speak the same language as your stakeholders. You don't want to introduce a new way to track how you're doing, how you're tracking things, right? Nobody wants to have to write their work down in this place and go to this platform, log their work, right? Some obscure GRC thing, right? We don't want to do that. We want to use a common language. What's their current workload? If resources are tight, right? If they don't have if your partners or stakeholders don't have the resources, maybe now is not the right time, or maybe you need to augment with something. Maybe you need to bring in a third party. And what do you want to get out of this program? So we all can agree, right? Like we want to drive down the mean time to detect or whatever it is. But everyone's got to have their own take on what they want to get out of that program. And you want to make sure their goals are aligned with that so everyone can feel that they're getting the value that they need to get out of that program. And then how can you make this easier for them? If that means, make sure you're using the same tracking as them. If maybe it's a time zone issue, maybe all your incident responders are in Germany or something. Well, you might want to have to consider working weird hours when you want to work with them. So make it as easy as possible for your stakeholders. And this is now the right time to do this. A key component of this might be resources. It may be, we're migrating from Splunk to Elastic, or we're using some other SIM, some big changes are going on. Like maybe now is not the best time. So you have to make sure that there's no big obstacles or big things that are going to get in the way of this program. And then how do you measure improvements? This goes back to what you're trying to drive, and you want to make sure you're tracking those improvements in a common language. Okay, so this might be a trigger warning for some folks. How do we prioritize where we improve our security capabilities? Is MITRE qualified? Or maybe your internal threat intel team is qualified? Or is your boss qualified? Is your CEO qualified? Heck, is the board qualified? And I would argue that no one of these groups is singularly qualified to prioritize where security capabilities need improved or implemented. Like your CEO, you could say TTPs and they might look at you, blank stare. They have no idea what you're talking about. But your CEO might understand what systems in your environment, what applications, what data would be a career-ending event for that CEO, or would cause huge regulatory impact on your company, huge monetary impact. That's valuable input for determining where you're going to prioritize, right? And of course, threat intel. What are threat actors actually doing? And so you want to put all these things together to help you prioritize where you're going to focus. So you have to remember, get creative, crown jewels, right? Like your crown, and I have a slide with have a pictures worth 1,000 words, right? But your crown jewels are why you're employed. Like whatever your business uses to make money, that's why you're employed, and that's what you need to protect. And also, there probably aren't atomic red team scripts for the stuff that really, really matters. I'm not saying they're not valuable. They have immense value and they're an awesome resource. But the things that really, really matter, right? Like malicious database queries on a production database with all of our credit card numbers. That's important. There's probably not a script just to do that for you out of the box. So this is actually a network diagram from where I work. No, I'm just kidding. It's not. But but this is, typically how networks. You have SaaS things with connections into your network. You have bring your own device policies. You have all these enclaves, different networks or different teams, and then all of these things, right? Like they're all are here to support your crown jewels. That's what the hackers are after, right? Like that's what your business uses to make money. That's your PII. That's your PCI data, or that's your source code. Or right, like that's it. Like that's why you're in business. That's why we're profitable. And everything else is just here, right, to support it. So let's get creative and let's focus on those first. Okay, so that's a lot of work. All those questions, that takes a long time to work through. There's lots of people at the table. Now, once we've answered those things, we can start to look at the technical solutions, because now we know what we need in a technical solution. So maybe you need a full C2. Maybe you just need to run scripts, right? Maybe you don't want to do C2. Maybe you're just going to run completely custom scripts on random endpoints that do random TTPs, or not random, but threat-informed TTPs. And then do you want to run these on random production end user hosts? Well, guess what? We answered that question. We know how we're doing this. We know that either A, we're going to be doing it with full realism. We want to run these TTPs on a random system out in the environment and see how the incident responders handle that. Or we want to do this on, a sanctioned endpoint, and the blue team knows that this is purple team work, but let's, put ourselves in the mindset we're going to treat it like a real incident so we can practice, right? Those questions will be answered already. So you will know what makes sense. And if that's the case, like IT has scripts. IT has done this forever. Jamf, ServiceNow, Rundeck, Intune, all these things, as red teams know, they can run scripts and software and binaries on everything in the environment. You can use those, right? Deploy a script that runs some malicious things on endpoint and see what happens, right? So lots of different options there. And option or way I like to decide on what new product I'm using is analysis alternatives. So a key decision factor in this is, what are we driving? What metrics make this purple team program successful? And then using that as input, you can start to go through all your different options. IT tools like Jamf or something in spreadsheets. That'll probably work, right? Like that's a very simple approach, but hey, it might work. Or maybe you got to go use some commercial product. And as you mature, you might realize you need to go to some commercial product. Or maybe as you try to scale, right, you might need some assistance from a commercial product. Okay, so you've looked at everything and now you understand how to move forward. You know who's involved. You know what's going to be involved. You know what you're doing. You know why you're doing it. And you know how you're doing it. You know how many you're doing and you know what you're measuring. And everyone at the table knows this as well because you've asked them, so they know. So if we go back to like what didn't we do? We didn't start with the solution. We didn't start with some cool purple team tool or some model that we found that we want to just plug and play into the organization. We didn't start with any assumptions of how things worked. So we built a really strong foundation for our program. So also important, and this is not purple team specific, but we want to speak the same language as our stakeholders. If they're formal, be formal. If they have a military background, try to abide by that. Try to get in their language. If they use Jira, for example, use Jira, right? Like you want to make things as easy as possible for them. If they, want to keep things impromptu or something, keep it impromptu. If they don't like, they're scared of scheduled things, don't do scheduled things. And then this last bullet, like Chinese food, take them over for Chinese food. This isn't like a joke. This is like really, if you're in the same location, I know many of us are remote nowadays, take them out for lunch, right? And don't talk about work. Talk about them, talk about their family, make a relationship with them. The better your relationship is with your stakeholders, the more successful your program is going to be. Partner with those who want to partner. If there's groups that aren't interested in improving, don't help them. That's like the golden rule of charity, right? Like if a team or if an organization or a group of people don't want to be helped, simply don't help them. And part of this is like, for some reason, information security, we're really notorious for wielding sticks, right? If compliance, you have to abide by and all these different things you have to do now, non-negotiable things, right? That makes the bar for carrots really, really low, right? Call out good behavior, send people swag when they partner with you, or create a challenge coin thing for people that do really well with security. And then the last bullet here, which is very, very important, right? Understand the business. This is obviously more than, it deserves more than a bullet on a slide, but you should understand like how your business makes money, and you should understand the risk appetite of your business. These things will help set your program up for success as you help prioritize and send recommendations to various teams. And last but not least, avoid bias. For some reason, well, not for some reason, I think we all know why, there's a lot of cynicism in this industry, and cynicism leads to negative bias. We don't see things improving, so we're like, oh, that team doesn't care about security. But really, I would hazard to say that most teams understand their own business better than you understand their business. They have their own needs. They have their own set of priorities to the business that you probably don't understand. So this goes back to what we talked about earlier, right? Empathy. And with that, there's no one way to purple team. Keep asking questions and stay positive. And if you ask the right questions, you will have a very solid foundation for purple team program. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. I really appreciate it. If you could hand back the magical Frodo host ring, that would be great whenever you get a moment. And fantastic messages. It's interesting. Well, first, I loved your slide. You blew through it fast, but if someone caught your little annotation about Reddit, you should highlight that for everybody. I thought that was great. So it didn't escape me, that little nugget you had at the bottom of the slide. But it's interesting. your comment on ingratiating other groups or doing unique things is so critical. I think of security, I think of information management and governance. I'll have conversations sometimes, and you probably see this as well. I'll say, hey, have you involved the Cloud Center of Excellence? Have you involved General Counsel on a quarterly update? And sometimes you'll just get this kind of blank stare back, like, well, no, I haven't done that. And then you wonder why you have a consensus anomaly when things, go to task. So great words, and I appreciate it. And we'll take a look. There may be some questions. You can stick around. We'll make sure we can get those answered by Jordan. And thank you again.
You bet. Thank you.
All right. Well, continuing on that, Jamie, you also are going to get the magical ring here in a moment. So I'm going to hand that to you right now so you can get on video and get prepared. But let me introduce Jamie Williams. So he is a principal adversary at MITRE Corporation. And I think the cool thing about what you're going to talk about, Jamie, is the focus on data and just overall telemetry and how it feeds in and how you can improve purple teaming and maybe taking into account some data sources that we don't usually think about. And I think this is going to be incredibly interesting. And I probably got a couple questions for you at the end, but I don't want to steal anything. I know you got a lot to talk about in a relatively short window, but this is going to be exciting. Also want to make a mention that you lead development for MITRE ATT&CK for the enterprise. And so you have a very unique perspective on what the largest organizations are struggling with and how to sort of course correct them. So with that, thank you for being here, Jamie. Appreciate it. And the floor is yours.
Thank you for having me. And my screen share is looking good. Just want to make sure.
Looking good.
Awesome. Well, yeah, thanks for hosting me and thanks for your very kind words. I'm also a huge fan of my title. I don't know who came up with it, but happy to, wear the honor there. So without further ado, great introduction, Chris, and thanks again for hosting me, Scythe, and all the team and staff that really helps put this together. It really is amazing that we can come together and share some ideas, especially we're spread out. It's always good to feel like feel back around family and around close friends. So without further ado, let's dive in. And my talk today is exactly as you described. How do we, as a purple team, how do we really start to push the envelope? That's one of the things that MITRE we're really, almost obsessed with is let's keep doing good things, but let's just try to figure out, whether it's, is there more meat on the bone? There's things, a way that we can do this better are the things we haven't considered. And sometimes there's a failure there, but, obviously, as long as we're kind of pushing the right direction, it's a collective win. So particularly today, I wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about data sources. I know this is a really spicy topic that a lot of us in industry have been circling around. So hopefully this is as much fun for you as it is for me. Let me get back into slides and Flippy. Awesome. So a little bit about myself before I dive in. First thing up front is I am a huge fan of animation. So buckle in. There's going to be a lot of moving parts around this slide deck, but a couple key facts about myself. I know you already touched on this. I am the lead for ATT&CK for Enterprise. So easiest way to describe that is it's the matrix that's not ICS and mobile. So thinking about things like, Windows, Mac OS, Linux, cloud, network, those techniques. To be completely honest, we spend, almost every day, a good portion of the day writing new technique content, thinking of new technique ideas, taking contributions from the amazing community and baking all that into the framework. Fun fact here is, despite what you might have heard, and I know Katie highlighted this a little bit earlier in the keynote, attack techniques have more than names. There's a bunch of content there. There's there's descriptions, detections, mitigations, data sources. It really kind of captures the perspective of an adversary from a very purple background. So definitely check that out. And we'll do that during this talk as well, kind of exploring some of the good resources there. As you also said, Chris, I am one of the leads for attack evaluations, also known and tracked as UNC 1799. I've also been informed that's not the only threat group I am tracked as, so that's always a fun fact. I think my title at MITRE is accurate in terms of principal adversary, apparently. But as you said, in that process, we do evaluations of various different types of security, vendors, whether that's, EDR, XDR, and going forward, we have a couple of really interesting ideas around managed services and other types of security. So a lot of those lessons that I'm talking about today are going to be from that background of, really sitting down with a purple team perspective and, approach, and what really kind of worked and what, potential opportunities we can have to be better about the way we purple team. And, just final complete, personal fun fact about myself, live in DC. So if anyone, listening now or in the future, this is going to be recorded. If you're ever in the area, hit me up. Happy to hang out and, have a good time. So with that, I did wanted to do a little bit more of a talk that wasn't just, throwing attack at purple team and telling you should use attack. So I started, putting these slides together was, a lot of fun for me, and really a lot of introspection into, we're MITRE, we purple team, we use attack, but why? Like, it's not just because we're MITRE. There's a lot of, gain and a lot of reason that kind of happened. So it took a couple days and kind of just thought about, what is purple teaming? What is it? And, why is attack? And what are the big lessons that we can learn in terms of, attack and other resources that we can apply to being a better purple team? So shout out to the Scythe team. I know George, Sean, Tim, I think Bryson was also an author. The Purple Team Exercise Framework, great resource, really captured. Actually, one of the things I'm, really bad at is writing down ideas. Really captured a lot of the really great ideas that make a purple team a purple team, but also kind of walking you through all the considerations and process. So that really helped me conceptualize a lot of this. But really, looking at that and other resources, the word that I think comes up more than anything in purple team space is that collaboration. The idea that we're bringing in, as Katie and Jordan said earlier, bringing in multiple perspectives and saying, we're solving a hard problem. There's a lot of different takes on this. We need to bring them together. But really, getting back to the main point here was, that all sounds great. Purple teaming, collaboration. Yeah, let's, we can all rally around that and create a good idea. But really, as we start to figure out, are we doing this right? Or can we do it better? There's a couple questions we can ask, particularly, what is collaboration? What does purple teaming actually require? What should I prepare myself to have to do? And second question would be, what are going to be the roadblocks during the process? Once we have all these people in a room, once we have, we've got the buy-in, we have all the perspectives, and we close that door, ready to actually, kick this thing off. What kind of roadblocks, have we experienced or can we expect to experience, and how are we going to, bypass those, and using red team language? And then finally, two-part question is, what outputs can we expect? How do we sell this to our management? How do we actually, get people to buy in and say, hey, I need your time, and I need your resources, I need your attention to get into this, purple team. But also, how do we measure over time that we're doing it right? Last thing we want to do is be that, proverbial, self-licking ice cream cone. We're purple teaming, we're going through all the motions, but, are we actually, making, is this producing what we expect it to? Are we actually making the changes that we need? Are we getting better at this over time? So I actually use these questions to break down and kind of structure the rest of this talk. I did not want to make another framework. This was not an attempt to make another, another matrix or anything like that. So I apologize, but it did kind of shape up really interesting, inspired by a lot of really other awesome resources, starting with that question of what does this require? And this is another key thing that I think we'll see in anyone talking about purple teaming, is it starts with communication. And that's not, and I'll talk about this a little bit more in depth momentarily, but that's not just talking. That's not just, getting your red team and your blue team and your CTI and your stakeholders and your procurement and all those people, management, whoever it is. That's not just, words coming out of their mouth, but most importantly, and I think Jordan and Katie captured this excellently, getting them to listen. So we'll dive into a couple of considerations on, exactly what does that look like. And then second question, challenges. And as perfect as a plan may seem, as we've learned many times, it never really goes exactly like that. Especially, you may have a plan and kind of a course of action that kind of seems like, oh, this is going to work out the way exactly the way I think it is. But very often, just the realities of life change things. So, one of the biggest, in my experience, particularly the purple team, is, one of the biggest challenges that we'll face is just, as I said, close those doors and get all those perspectives, all of those different priorities and all those different, different considerations and all these ideas really necessarily don't merge gracefully together. And that's why an idea like a common language is going to be really powerful. And so I'll dive in a little bit into that as well. But this is really where, and I think Katie captured it really excellently in the keynote, this is where something like attack is really going to help you out in terms of, almost having a Rosetta Stone where we can point to the same thing. And, we're all pointing to the same point. And from there, we can pivot into our own spaces, but at least we know we're talking about and tracking the same thing. And finally, this shout out again to the purple team exercise framework, particularly in this case, the maturity model. I think Tim was the main author on that one. So really awesome work there. But, in terms of a purple team, I think the biggest question, and we even think about this from like a red team perspective, is why are we doing this? Are we here just to break things? Are we here just to shame, the defenders or, call out problems? Or are we here to actually create improvements? Are we here to tune? Are we here to learn? So I think, and I'll have a couple, obviously more depth there, but I think, that's a really important consideration in terms of answering that question of, the two-parted question I mentioned earlier. Why are we doing this? How do I get people to come in? And then most importantly, how do I, make sure that we're doing this right? We don't want to just purple team in a fishbowl, come up with a bunch of really good ideas and then it not go anywhere. But also, and I think this is really, kind of topical with, a lot of what's going on right now is, what's setting reasonable expectations in terms of creation, in terms of, are you ever going to solve a problem? Are you fully solve a problem? Are you ever going to fully, validate or have assurance that, this problem that we call cyber or infosec is actually, I'll air quote it, done. So a lot of fun, interesting thoughts that I'm looking forward to dive into there. So without further ado, let's dive in. So George, shout out to you for an excellent quote. I love this. And this is actually one of the philosophies that builds attack itself, is this threat informed mindset, and that, we can't defend something until we understand it. So, and I think Katie and Jordan did a really great job even highlighting this, is that, understanding is really itself a nebulous concept, in the sense that there are multiple sides of the story of these adversaries. When we look at, particular subset of techniques or TTPs or name actor, there's so many different sides and perspectives in terms of, looking at that, as well as what are we going to do about it? From a, someone writing a defensive analytic, or someone building a sensor, or someone building out content from a red team, or writing an intel report, or buying tools, or, training staff. There's so many different considerations when we try to, push all of that together into, that common goal of stopping these adversaries of doing something. So, in terms of a purple team, it's really important, we're not going to perfectly solve that in terms of, creating one kind of perfect, package solution that satisfies all those needs. But that said, during our purple team process, it's really important that we at least understand and respect and kind of appreciate and factor in those considerations. And I think this really gets back to, what George said earlier about kindness, starting with, hey, someone might come during a purple team exercise, someone might come in with, some type of perspective that maybe you don't disagree with, or you don't necessarily understand why they think that way. But that said, rather than, saying, ignoring it, or saying, oh, you're wrong, or, hey, that's not right. What we can do is really start to understand, why is it that you feel that way? Like, what really provoked you to kind of have that take on this problem? Is there a way that we can improve that? Or is that just the limitation of where you are in the situation? And, I just kind of have to deal with it as it is. So I think that was, one of the, at least in my experience, one of the big lessons of this purple team, journey is really what we're dealing with here is a very human problem. in the sense that, a great example in the slide is, if an alert fires and no one's here to triage it or respond to it, did it really matter? This is not, this cyberspace and this info security, this isn't a problem where we're just going to throw technology on it, edit and solve the problem. If there was a clear solution, from a technology perspective to solve these problems, we all wouldn't be here. I think we would hopefully collectively have already figured that out. So it really is important when you're going through this process to keep that in mind, so that you can factor that into the way that we collaborate and the way we actually create solutions. So getting back into now that we've kind of understood the communication problem, we can start to think about how can we be better. And one of the biggest lessons for me was learning how to speak someone else's language. Most importantly, as we said, when we close that door, we bring all these different perspectives in a room, they're all going to have, their own vested interest. They're all going to have their own priorities. They're all going to have different ways that they think about the problem. So what we can do from, a red perspective, a blue perspective is exactly, and I love the way Jordan highlighted it, is start to think about, what does the other side, what matters to them? How do they think about the problem, and how can I frame the way I communicate in a way that will resonate with them? Just an example, thinking about it from a red perspective, I don't necessarily need to know everything they do, but at the same time, I can be better about, meeting them in the middle and saying, I understand that you're coming at this from a, alert generation perspective. So everything, my outputs and the way I frame, the way we're doing this needs to really kind of meet there. And then, other important thing about getting back to the human element of this is, exactly as I said before, this isn't a space where we are going to just have, binary solutions of, I wrote this thing, it solved this problem, and I'm done. So as part of this communication, part of this, this bigger story, we really need to step in and start to understand, hey, you are where you are for a lot of reasons. Are these, exactly as the slide says, rather than coming in with the ego and saying, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? I was able to bypass this. I was able to find a flaw in that. Rather than just kind to, hit on that and saying, oh, well, you're not doing a good job, or you don't know this, you don't know that. Really take the time to understand, why are you there? Like, is it a reality of, you would love to do that, you just don't have the time and resources to, or there's some technical limitation. Because as a purple team, getting back to the bigger goal here, our goal is to not to shame or to find flaws and kind of, take the hill and celebrate as a red team. It's more to, meet them in the middle, understand, this is where you are, this is your reality, and let's drive forward together. Let's help tell the story about how we're improving together. So that togetherness is all going to center around this idea of, I hate to just steal and kind of ride the thunder of the previous two talks, but understanding your audience and their stakeholders. And I think this is where we, as purple teamers, we can learn and leverage a lot of the lessons from CTI in terms of how do you tell a good story. And telling a good story all starts with, seeing the problem and seeing the story from the eyes of your audience. So as, getting into purple team specifics, we can really dive into, when you're talking, depending on who your audience is, there's different metrics and different, everyone likes scores, everyone likes ranks and these, hard quantifiable values. We can start to think about, who am I talking to and how are they going to translate what I'm communicating into the way they think? So a good example would be, as a red teamer, I've never run a successful Splunk query. I've never done a threat hunt hands-on. I've only come from the intel, offensive perspective. But that said, there's no reason that I can't understand concepts such as visibility and coverage and mean time to detect and false positives, because all of that's going to really round out the way, not only I, but as a collective purple team, we deliver our message. So it really is important that you dive in and kind of make those considerations. And this is where attack is really going to play a big part. So, obligatory, like I said, for MITRE, obligatory attack slide. But this isn't just, fluff. This isn't just, oh, cool. Like, we're just talking about attack because that's what everyone uses. Really, in the context of a purple team, attack is really going to enable that purple team multiple perspective communication, in the sense of, we're looking at this as the enterprise matrix. Obviously, it breaks down the tactics, techniques, and procedures that we are tracking from your adversaries. But attack is more than that. It's going to be exactly as I said. It's not just these pretty names and these technique IDs that we can use and tag things, throw them over the fence, and hope that the purple team, or the blue team acts on it. What we can really start to do is use the common language of attack to decompose our own story. So as an example here, shout out to the Wover, or I guess the real Wover on Twitter. Something like donut. That's something a lot of adversaries, a lot of red teamers have used, and particularly to reflectively load code into memory. Particularly, I think it's exclusively .NET code. So I just said that. A lot of Intel analysts, a lot of blue teamers, that might not be the way they think about the problem. That might be a lot of words or jargon that they're not necessarily used to. And this is where attack can really start to play a big part in terms of not only defining a common language and something that we can point them to. In this case, there's a particular technique that we can say, to learn more about this, reference this. There's a really great write-up that really kind of explains what this, one aspect of donut is really all about. But also, like I said before, the perspective problem of really diving in and saying, hey, what actors are actually using that? Is this something that I actually care about testing? In this case, we can use procedure examples as, who's using this? And exactly as Katie said earlier, are there considerations in terms of, are these the type of threats that are in our model? Or are these the ones we care about? And we can really start to unpack, what does an emulation of this really look like in terms of, something I care about or something that maybe I don't care about. But also giving some shout out and love to our blue team partners. What does the other side of this look like? The adversary perspective, okay, donut, cool tool, reflective code loading. But as a defender, what am I going to do about it in terms of, we'll start with detections. So just kind of diving in a little further, a big thing I want to talk about here was data sources and components. So the big theme of the talk was, these particular terms, why should a red team, blue teamers live in the space, they think about the space, but why should a red teamer really invest the time speaking in this? So before I go any further, I want to explain this concept a little more. So attack, we recently updated our data source and data sources data component model to kind of be this two-part system. So, data source is going to be what type of data do I need to collect? Common examples of that would be, data about a file, data about a registry key, data about a network connection, whatever it is. And then data components are going to be, within that type of data, are there specific values or specific elements that I need to care about? Is it the, the creation of a process? Is it the, access of a process? The, the change to a file, the creation of the file, whatever it is. So some examples are there. There's a lot of really great content out there about kind of the scope and kind of prioritization of those. But, as a red teamer, even getting down to this level of detail is going to be powerful because, rather than coming at you with this, I'm using donut in your environment and here's a link to GitHub, we can start to, exactly in the spirit of purple team, start to translate this red tradecraft into blue operations. So, as you can see in the slide, we can use attack to take a concept like donut, translate that to a technique, and rather than just saying, okay, you need to start learning to detect donut, we can use data sources to really translate that into a more nuanced question, such as, how, now that I've looked at those data sources, particularly on that technique, maybe I can ask a really nuanced question of, how do I detect module loads into abnormal processes? And, from that question, we can start to, as the slide says, create, tangible impacts, such as, shout out to Sigma. They have a Sigma analytic for exactly this problem. They're looking for image loads into scripting processes, which, starts to beg a different question. Is, okay, no, we red teamed something, we translated it, we asked a good question, we found an analytic, are we done? Shout out to Matt Graber. I love this quote. And that really encapsulates a lot of, exactly what I'm saying is, now that we're creating things and we've kind of worked through this process, how do we know if we're doing a good job? How do we know if we're done? Is there even a done? So looking at, this example, no matter what, this is a really great analytic. That can be bypassed. We can very clearly see the limitations of what it's looking for, and start to use that red perspective to get around those. And that is honestly not a bad thing. That's great. That's fantastic, because that with the context and the realization that rather, we're never going to really find that done, but rather we should keep pushing and striving for, rather than done, let's aim for better. And I think this is better. So with that, I'm going to walk through a couple more quick examples just to drive home this point. Big point is, we're not going to ever find that mystical 100% attack coverage, especially, as we start to work our way down from tactics, techniques, into the infinite abyss of procedures. And, in reality, the limitations that, defense, just, the reality presents itself that we're not going to solve these problems perfectly. So cool example, shout out to the D4 report for breaking down Cobalt Strike. One of my things back in the day that I used to use commonly in Cobalt Strike was the spawn to. So basically what it's doing is process hollowing into a new process and setting up another beacon from a separate process. So now that we can communicate that, we can start to think about, how do I put that in the context of a common language? So looking at attack, we can identify there is a process injection technique specifically about process hollowing, and identifies 3 potential data sources and data components that we can use to defend that. Are we done there? Not necessarily. Now let's actually start to create content to actually defend that. Process API monitoring is a nightmare. Good luck scaling that. There's some use cases where it might be applicable, but in this case, it's realistically say not something we can do. So let's take a look at the other 2 data components, particularly starting with process access. Go to attack. Example there, sysmon event ID 10. Okay, great. That sounds like something I can do. Check it out. Shout out to Olaf. In the sysmon config, he has a rule for exactly this. We're going to particularly look at process access flags, particularly those associated with suspended processes. This might help us find, process hollowing from Cobalt Strike. But again, the question is this done? Can this be bypassed? Or more importantly, is this better than where we were before we had this? Another example, everyone's favorite, as Katie said earlier, dual use tool, Bloodhound. So very simple to execute from the red perspective. You just run sharphound, good, goes out and collects a bunch of really awesome Active Directory data. Sorry about that, double skipped. Slide, go to attack, search Bloodhound. You actually find that we track this as software mapped to many different techniques. Now we have to start to think about from purple team perspective, are we going to go through and kind of try to defend every one of those techniques? Or, is there a better approach here? And I think very often from, and this is a really important perspective from, kind of the assessment, structure is, very often you'll be asked, how do we defend Bloodhound? Are we going to decompose this into multiple techniques? Or are there lessons we can learn from a more collective, perspective? So in this case, shout out to Minasec, did a really great breakdown of what Bloodhound looks like from a client and server perspective. And, same thing before about translating this from, common language to actual tangible outputs. We can start to decompose these and say, network connections can be mapped to a certain data source, name pipes can map to others, and also a lot of Active Directory logging is going to be really relevant here. And from all that, we can start to actually look, is this something we can do in our environment? And again, like I said before, is it done or is it just better? And final example, everyone's favorite hacker group, Lapsus. One of the interesting things they did from a recent Microsoft report is trigger these multi-factor authentication prompts, basically just brute forcing, hey, if I ask the user enough, eventually they'll grant me access to a login. So taking that to attack, 2 techniques here, valid accounts, and I'm not going to say the name of the second one because it's not released yet, still under construction, but there's a technique ID. And we can find, like I said, from a red team perspective, find those data sources, find those data components, and start to ask, our blue team counterparts the right questions, particularly, how do we detect that? Is this something we can do? User account create authentication, those are basically going to be every authentication attempt. maybe not something that's realistic for us. That's just a reality of defense. But let's take a look at the second two components and say, well, logins, that seems like something we can do. Take a look at that data component and realize, there's different couple places depending on the system where this might be relevant. It could be a 4622, it could be, in some type of Unix log. But most importantly, thinking back to the big picture here is we can start to leverage all these resources and figure out what does this look like in our environment relative to this particular behavior. So shout out to Microsoft for this really great hunting tip, particularly basically what the search does is look for logins from known VPS networks that are using, basically tokens as an authentication, kind of what was the main credential provided. And again, not perfect, not done, but, again, better and a step in the right direction. So just wrapping up, I know we're coming on time here, but, big picture of, the lessons learned here is going to be stop asking for done. That's not going to be a reality. More important is, let's just try to improve. And that improvement is really going to only be enabled if we can understand, not just the other side, red versus blue, but exactly as Katie and Jordan said, understand the different perspectives that are going into this and learn to not only, tell them a story, but help tell their story, particularly, finding where they are, dropping egos and saying, this is where you are. This is, the realities of your situation. Let's tell a better story going forward. So I think I have maybe a time for one question, but just wanted to thank you all again for hosting. And here's some really great links that, I kind of go back to regularly in this beautiful journey that we call purple teaming. So with that, pending any questions, just wanted to thank you all again and have a happy almost National Unicorn Day.
Hey, Jamie, thank you. And Jamie, love it. Jamie Antisocial, best tag ever. I love it. Saw that up front. I hope everybody caught that. And great message. Thank you. If you don't mind passing the secret football back my way, host football, that would be great.
Hopefully that was a completed pass.
All right, thank you. And I'm going to get it over to you, Chris, here in just a second. So let's see. Oh, well, we'll get it in a minute. Wonderful. Well, Jamie, thank you again. And Chris, just like I just gave Jamie best social tag, you get the best photo both on your LinkedIn and here on the agenda of skepticism I have ever seen. The old, I dare you to whatever. It's a great photo. So if you haven't pulled it up, it's what I think about when people go, security, let me think about this a little. So first, let me introduce Chris. Chris is an engineer at Tanium. Quick comment, I'm sure everybody knows Tanium. They're a great partner of ours. We spent a lot of time with your extended team, Chris. I think of companies on white hot fire. I can't almost think of one that's higher on the totem pole than Tanium right now. Just doing so much good stuff, and the torrid pace in which you are hiring and bringing on new capabilities and addressing new verticals is just monstrous. So thank you for all that you're doing. And a topic that Chris is going to talk about near and dear to my heart, and I'm sure a lot of us who are non-Windows folks, he's going to talk about Mac OS. And given the fact that over, let's call it really a decade, right, Chris? The popularity of that platform is just skyrocketed. And given that that's happened, it's become an attack vector of increasing popularity. Some would probably say exponential popularity, given everything that's gone on. So to that end, Chris, the floor is yours. Tell us how we're trying to protect our fantastic Macs.
All right. Thank you for the intro. Let me share my screen out here. 1 second, making sure I got all these buttons pressed correctly. Hold on.
I got it. It's a delicate balance and sequence of keystrokes.
All right. Can you guys see this?
Oh, are you kidding? In all of its Apple II glory.
All right, let's do it. Okay. Intro to Mac OS analysis. So a little bit about me, really quick. I'm a father. Yeah, that's my son there on screen. Runner, gamer, that's all the stuff outside of work. There's, a lot where in this field, there's a lot of things that we do outside of, just the security realm. So I want to kind of highlight that. I'm a security analyst at Tanium. I've been a SOC analyst my entire InfoSec career. I love it. It's just something that really grabs me. Trying to understand how things work is one of the things that keeps me in this field. Okay, so since we have some superheroes in the background in this picture, and since this is something I've told my son in the past, if I were to say I had any superpower at all as a regular human being, I would say it's to never stop asking questions. That's what's led me to understand things better, and is what's led me to have the career that I have. I've been very fortunate in my career to have been able to lean on a lot of people and collaborate with a lot of people. That's the theme of this conference, in order to understand stuff better and be a better analyst. So always like to kick it off with that. Okay, what are we going to talk about? So we're going to talk a little bit about the threat landscape. Macs, even though they're not the largest footprint of OS in the industry, they have been climbing over time. A lot of companies do use Macs, so it's important to understand what threats are potentially targeting Macs. We're going to talk a little bit about the file system between Macs and what those that are not too familiar with Macs may be used to, which is more of like the Linux-based file system. So we're going to compare those two really quickly. Then we're going to dive into interesting directories and files. So places to look for interesting things when you're investigating a potential compromise on a Mac OS. We're going to dive into browser artifacts. These are really important things to understand throughout your analysis, because as we all know, everything's on the internet. People are downloading stuff, and it's good to understand how to look for that, how to understand where a file came from. So we're going to go into that. Then dive into some commands that are macOS specific. However, given the fact that there is some similarities with Linux a little bit, there may be some commands that are useful in both types of operating systems. So we'll talk a little bit about that. And here at the end, we'll discuss some protections in macOS that are built in. Of course, with anything else, things are bypassed, but it's okay to understand like how this stuff works a little bit, why they're there, and how useful they are. And we're going to have a demo at the end of this. It's going to be very terminal and text based. I hope the demo gods are on my side today. I think I had to refresh that snapshot like 10 times today just to make sure everything is working fine. So we'll see how that goes. All right, let's kick it off. Threat landscape. So this is from Sentinel-1, and this is just a really quick, I'm going to copy paste this on this slide and just talk about some interesting things that happened 2021. So macOS is something that there are malware authors creating, specific malware for. So it is something that is being targeted. So we have examples here of specific malware families and, where they were, the time they were found and the reporting, company. Shout out to Red Canary here with the Silver Sparrow thing, super interesting. But these are all a bunch of little things here, little things of malware that are available that happened in 2021. So there is a threat to macOS, and it's good to understand that this exists. It's not just Windows. Okay, the Unix file system. Now, those that use any type of Linux type endpoint, be it at work or personal, are probably super familiar with what the root directory looks like when you run an ls command on it. So this is an example of mine, just showing like all of the directories that are within root. And in macOS world or Mac land, things are a little bit different. I would say if there was anything I would say about Macs coming from trying to understand how they work and trying to investigate them or analyze specific files on Macs, is they're a little weird. So let's dive into that. Okay, there are some things that are similar. We have, for example, like bin, dev, etc. those things are similar, but a huge thing that caught me by surprise when I first started looking at Macs was user directories exist in a uppercase users folder there. And there's library directory that exists in, I don't know, like 6 different places in different directories within macOS, which was really complicated for me to understand initially. And that required a lot of Googling. Shout out to Katie early on talking about how we all start Googling. That's something that really helped me try to understand Macs. Then we have this interesting applications folder, which is anyone that's familiar with a Mac OS machine. Whenever you download, I don't know, for example, Google Chrome, a little pop-up will come up to your screen and say, hey, move this application to this folder. That's usually the applications folder, and applications are stored in there. So just something to keep in mind, things are different. So here are some interesting directories and some files. Now, there's a lot of text on the screen. I try not to do that too much, but I just wanted to talk through some of these a little bit. We're gonna dig into these files much more during the demo. But the first one right at the top is super interesting, and I love talking about that first. This is, there's a protection in macOS called Quarantine, alongside something called Gatekeeper. And essentially, when a user downloads a file off the internet, that is not something that's coming from the Apple Store, it receives an extended attribute, or a flag, a quarantine flag. And this is captured by the macOS system, and it's utilized to prompt the user of when these files are attempting to execute. So it's basically a system in place to make you aware of files that are coming out of the Apple Store or away from the Apple Store. So we'll dive into that a little bit more. Then we have things like bash history, which a lot of people that use Linux are probably super familiar with. We also have, I never know how to say it. I don't use it as my terminal. I always change it on a macOS system, but the ZSH history, just something interesting there to look at if for some reason they're using, whatever you're looking at, they're still using the default, I believe that's what's set by default on macOS now, that type of terminal. We have the system.log, which is in varlog, which is a common location for logs on Unix-based systems. And this is essentially the console app that you can look at, more of like a GUI type system on Mac, but this is that in text-based, and we can take a look at that as well. We have the install.log. This is installation files and logging around installs that have occurred. The var audit current has a lot of information around like logins for users and things like that. But something that we're going to really dive into and talk a lot about here are persistence-based locations. What's interesting is with these 2 locations, the launch agents and launch daemons, which we'll cover more in the next slide, is that they're used pretty frequently by malware. People that look into Macs and understand how Macs work and Mac malware, this is one of the first things that you look for to try to find evidence of either execution, because if there's persistence on the endpoint, you can assume pretty confidently that there has been some form of execution. So it's good to talk about these 2. So that's a perfect way to dive into that next slide. Okay, launch agents and launch daemons. The way I try to look at these 2 is in the Windows world. I guess they're similar in nature to run keys. So launch agents, which is on the column on the left, these are loaded upon user login, right? So you'll see these majority of the time nested within a user's directory, and we'll talk about that during the demo, and I'll show that. And look, there's several different locations for this. There's a library launch agents. Then there's a whole other, specific protected directories within macOS systems that are in the system directory in root. And those are for launch agents that are provided by Apple. And then the one I just talked a little bit about before, which is very commonly seen in malware execution for persistence, is those that are in the user library directory. Then we have daemons or launch daemons, and these are loaded upon system startup. And there's two specific locations which you should see these, and that's in the library, and then the ones that are system library, which are the ones provided by Apple. So we're going to talk a little bit about these. These are really important. The files that exist within these directories are called plist files or property list files, and we'll discuss some commands that you can use in order to analyze those, because there's two different types of property list type files. One is text-based and one is binary-based. Okay, browser artifacts. Now, there's a lot of directories here on this slide, but this is just really good information to have if you're trying to understand where something came from. So if you receive an alert, for example, that there's some malware that was installed on an endpoint, and you're trying to understand where this may have came from prior to the installation, and you have some form of evidence that it may have been in the downloads folder initially, so that's super interesting. That may have come from a browser, for example. So there are, I just put the four most common browsers here. Safari, of course, which comes with Mac OS, and Chrome, Firefox, and Edge. Now, what's something really interesting about the way that Mac OS stores data for certain things is it uses databases, and a lot of these are SQLite 3 databases. So Safari, the first directory all the way at the top, that history.db is a SQLite 3 database. So is the one for Chrome, Firefox, and Edge. So it's good to understand a couple commands to help with that. So we're going to talk about that. Analysis of these databases, which we'll go through in the demo. So a lot of artifacts, as stated, are stored in these databases. Very simple commands. If anyone is familiar with SQL at all, you've seen this before. I never was, so I had to Google a lot of this stuff when I connected to a database for the first time on a Mac OS machine. So you can just, from the terminal, type in SQLite 3 and then point it to the database name, the directory where that database is stored. And first thing that I like to do when I get in there is I do a .tables, and that will tell you all the tables that are available within this database. You can also find column names, which is really helpful if you want to target specific columns with information that you're searching for using the .schema command. And if you just are like me and you are in the terminal and you just want to view everything, you can just do a select star from the table name that you grab from the .tables command. And then luckily you can do a Control F on a Mac OS terminal and just find specific strings that you want. I do that all the time. Just to get a little bit more fancy, you could do, you can match on specific search strings using the where and like for wildcards, which is super interesting if you want to get a more targeted search within a database. But these are some examples that you can use. Now there's many more than these, but these are the ones that I've used the most to try to find where this came from, or try to understand, what download occurred at what time, which may have led to this file appearing on disk. Okay, so useful macOS commands. Now there's many more than these. These are just some that I use more frequently. I don't know how to say the first one, xadder, I'm not sure, -L, and you point it to a file name. This gives you extended attributes of that file. This is where you can find the quarantine flag that I talked about earlier, which we'll go over in the demo. Cron tab, believe it or not, still works. Cron still works on macOS. So if you're interested in that, you can do a cron tab -L and see any cron jobs that are available. Find still works really well. But I did want to do a shout out here to MD Find. I think it's fantastic. This is a built-in macOS find tool, and it leverages, I believe it's Spotlight, And it's really good at searching the file system for a specific string. It can be a little noisy, it throws a bunch of stuff at you in the terminal, and I'll try to give an example of that in the demo, but it is really good at finding specific strings in files. So next one after that, DSCL, this lists out users, which is important. Defaults read and plist util, which are the ones that are next to each other there towards the middle. These are similar. They show you, data related to plist files, which are those property list files that I mentioned earlier. Package util, expand full. There are file types on Macs that don't appear in other OSs. An example of that, I believe, is the .pkg, which is a package file. There's also the .app, which is essentially just a directory. But this expands out the contents of a package if you're interested in what's inside of a package in macOS. The command all the way towards the bottom on the left, launch CTL list. This lists out any running launch agents or daemons, and it's really important if you're trying to find on an endpoint that you're connected to or something like that, and you're trying to understand, what is running at this very moment. You can run that. It's really interesting. There's also syslog, which is the last one here. Syslog, many of us may have heard of that. You can actually run that command to look at .asl files, which are a specific type of Apple file. I ran into an issue and I couldn't understand how to read these files, and syslog was there. Just did a quick man pages and understood how to run this command against it. So that's super helpful. Okay, macOS protections. I talked a little bit about this, but we're going to dive in a little bit more. Gatekeeper. This is one of the tools that we have seen malware bypass in the past. So it's super interesting, but it is a way of attempting to protect macOS from malware. It looks at the signatures, developer IDs, and all that good stuff. We'll dive into that in a second. Quarantine, which is more of the flag-based, hey, this file was not downloaded from the Apple Store, and this attempts to prompt the user of that information. Xprotect, which is essentially like a scanning tool on Mac, and this uses signatures and even Yara and attempts to find malware and not let it run. And there's even a built-in malware removal tool. I'm not going to really cover that, but it is a protection that you can use on a machine, or you can guide a user to use on a machine that's not aware of how to remove that. They can use that tool to remove that malware. Okay, so for those that are familiar with Macs, you may have seen this prompt once or many times. If you're not downloading things from the Apple Store, this is how users are prompted that, hey, this file came from this thing. Are you sure you want to run it? Similar to, I believe Windows has a similar prompt when things are downloaded from the internet, it'll prompt you, hey, are you sure you want to run this? This is just one of those ways of trying to inform the user prior to executing something that it's not aware of and might be malicious. So as I mentioned earlier, quarantine leverages flags that are stored as extended attributes on a file. And if this flag exists, it prompts the user of, hey, are you sure you want to run this? And Gatekeeper checks for things that are unsigned, which is super interesting. It will even say, hey, this is not signed. Are you sure you want to run this? Or it won't allow you to, depending on the preferences that you set for Gatekeeper on the endpoint. Okay, Xprotect. So there's a lot of information out there for Windows endpoints that you can search on Google. Mac and Apple, there's not too much. I mean, I've tried to find and understand Macs better. They have some docs out there, but a lot of the stuff is not really talked about too much. Xprotect was a really interesting deep dive that I took one day, just trying to understand like what this thing is even doing. But there are some resources out there, and I'll share some pretty good resources for that. And this is Apple's built-in scanner. And upon execution, it checks against signatures. And this is an example of an that I have on the right in this picture of what this looks like within a plist file that's located in that location at the bottom, the last bullet point there. And this is looking for an OSX ad loader that has a specific signature match, and it will prevent this from running. So this is basically Apple's built-in attempting to stop some malware from running. But of course, just like anything else that's signature-based, I mean, this is dependent on what the latest and greatest signatures are available for XProtect to find any type of malware. All right, shout outs. Before we dive into the demo, let me see how much time. Oh, I got time. Before I dive into the demo, I just wanted to give some shout outs. You know, Macs are interesting, a little bit weird, and I wouldn't understand Macs at all if it wasn't for a lot that has come from these three that I put up here at the top: Patrick, Jaron, and Howard. Patrick with Objective-C, huge shout out. If anyone is interested in how Macs work, you can just look up YouTube videos. He's given a lot of talks at different conferences about Macs. He has his site. There's a blog that he has there that's fantastic. He has some tools. It's amazing. And then under that, Jaron, there is a OSX incident response scripting and analysis book that I love. And that has helped me dive a little bit deeper into Macs. And Howard has, I hope I say this right, Eclectic Light. It talks about a lot of stuff there with Macs if anyone is interested. And given the screenshot I gave earlier, you know, Sentinel One, I did want to do a quick shout out. If anyone is interested about different ways that Mac can establish persistence, or malware can establish persistence on a Mac, they have a pretty interesting blog that goes over some of these. Okay, so now we have arrived. We have the demo now. So what we're gonna do here, we're gonna try to keep it focused. I don't think we'll have time for more than just one specific malware, but we'll see what happens. We're gonna run that file, and we're gonna use the information that we have in this presentation to go over locations that are of interest while you're analyzing this specific type of malware, and hope you enjoy it. So I'm gonna stop sharing my screen for 1 second. I'm gonna pull up the VM, and I'm gonna hope that the terminal window is easy to see. So I'm gonna need some feedback on that in just a second, because I can increase the size. 1 moment, almost there. All right, sharing one more time. Okay, all right. Is this text good in size, or should I increase it?
It looks good. I think if people zoom in, they got it, no problem.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so we're gonna spend a lot of time here in a terminal. This is where I spend most of my time, which is awesome. Love being an analyst. And we're gonna go over running malware on a Mac OS. I'm gonna try my best not to have typos, but that may happen. So let's just dive in. There's gonna be a folder here that I have in the desktop for Mac analysis. So we're gonna go into that really quickly, and I'm gonna talk about 2 specific tools that exist here. So these 2 tools are, they were created by Patrick, which I mentioned in the presentation, and they are tools that can help an analysis on a Mac. So there are 2 apps. The file monitor and the process monitor apps. And we're gonna run these in the background while we execute the malware that we're looking at, which is gonna be in this folder. Okay, so there's a lot of malware on here. That's just part of being an analyst, which is fantastic. And we're gonna focus on Dazzle Spy. So cyber espionage type malware. I believe this was talked about for the first time around January. So this Mac OS VM is a little bit outdated, haven't updated it. So I don't think there's any XProtect signatures for this. So we should be able to dive into this, no problem. And let's talk about the app structure. So these files here, these .app files, which are observed as well in the applications folder. are all .app files. And essentially what a .app file is, so file, just a directory. And binaries for Macs are stored in the same type of location within each one of these app directories. So we're going to talk about that in a second. So if you go into this, because it is a directory, you'll see the contents folder. Within the contents folder, if I can use tab completion correctly, you'll see a folder called Mac OS. And in here is where the binary is stored. And in this case, it is file monitor. So we're going to file monitor, and this is executable that we're going to run. So there are two specific arguments that we're going to feed this binary to help us with the analysis. And we're going to try to throw this information somewhere. So let's talk a little bit about that. So we're going to do a sudo file monitor. That's what we are. And we're going to do a pretty and skip Apple. We're going to throw this in. We're going to do the desktop. Desktop, and then file m.text. I'm going to leave that there for a second. We're going to open up another terminal. And we're going to go into the desktop. Analysis. We're just preparing what we need in order to analyze this later. So we're going to go into this directory. Contents. Here is the process monitor that we want. Here is sudo process monitor. And we're going to create a file, process, or just program. Okay, so we're going to leave this there for now. And we may need to change the attributes for the software update. So we're going to open up one more terminal, and we're going to just take a quick look at this software update file. A little bit of static analysis on this before we run the sample. Okay, so let's go into this folder, and it is on the desktop in a malware folder, and it is Dazzle. We have the readme.txt, which is something that Patrick provides you with, like, I believe we can just look at it. It shows you the blog and virus total, link for this specific sample, which is great. Okay, so something that we're going to run is we're just going to take a look at what this is. Software. Okay, so we do know that it is an executable. In the picture, it does show that, but it's always good to run file against any type of file you're going to look at. And we can do strings. Why not? This is like the best tool in the world. And we are going to look at some of the contents within this file before we dive deeper. So we do see an IP address here, which is mentioned in the blog, which is super interesting. You can get a lot of information about a file just based on running strings on it. So there's a lot of stuff in here. We're going to try to see if we can find anything that mentions persistence locations. Oh, so here we go. So we see, and this is the first evidence here of a potential plist file that we talked about earlier in the presentation, which are propertyless files. And in certain locations, these are made to run, similar to run keys. And one of these locations is the library launch agents directory here. Okay, so we have some idea of what this may do. Okay, so we're gonna clear this up, try to make it look nice. Okay, now we're gonna actually move this over. And let's have a good time. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay. Okay, so now we're gonna look at some extended attributes. which is, information about this file. So xadder-l and software update, which is that file. And as we can see here, this is awesome information to have. This shows that this does have that quarantine flag, which means that if we attempt to run this, we're going to get a prompt and it may not allow us to run it. And we also can see here that this was potentially downloaded by a Safari application. So that's super interesting because we can take a look into that by going into the browser information for that. So within the home directory of the user, we have, what you would normally see, desktop downloads, documents, but then you also have the library folder. So we're going to go into the library folder. There's a lot of stuff in here. So we're going to go into the folder specific for Safari. Now, since this is built into macOS, it has its own folder, but a lot of applications store this type of information that we're looking for. So metadata or information about, what we're looking for, download type data, it will be stored in the application supports directory up here. But since this is built in, it has its own folder right in the library directory. So we're going to dive into that. Okay, let me clear that so it's more readable. So these are all of the files that are within this directory. And there's a few here that are super interesting, but we're going to focus on the history.db, which is this right here, and the downloads plist. So let's see what those are. So downloads plist, right? So this is a Apple binary property list. There are two different types of property lists. There's a text-based property list, which you can just use the command cat to look at, or there's the binary type, which you need to run a specific command to look at. So this one is going to show us our downloads. So the command for that is plist-util, or I don't know how to say that in another way, -p, and I just feed it the file that I'm looking for, .plist. Now, this is going to give me information about downloads that have occurred by Safari. So this is for SysJoker, which was another example that I downloaded recently, and it shows where it came from. It gives you information about when it actually occurred. This is excellent information for downloads, and this is the specific sample that we're looking at here. And this is all available to look at within this directory. So the downloads.plist. Okay, so now let's clear this up. And we're gonna go into the history.db. So SQLite 3, which is the command that we want to use to connect to it. Now, there's probably 1,000 ways of doing this. This is the way that I know how to do. So we'll see how this goes. Okay, so now we are inside of, or we're connected to the database. Just because I don't really understand a lot about this, first thing I do is I do a dot tables and just look at what tables are available for me to connect to and run some SQL commands against. So there are two that seem interesting here. There's the history items and the history visits. So you can just do, like I like to do, select star from history visits. Oh, if I can spell that right. Perfect. Oh, I always forget this. Okay, so we see evidence here of visits to the Objective-C blog. So that didn't really give me too much information. So let's go to items, which is this one right here that came up. And let me try to remember to actually close this. And we see different, so this provided, some awareness of what it was, and this actually gave me more information about the URL it is. So super interesting information to have. So this tells us that this file, which we know because I downloaded it, came from this website, the Objective-C website. Okay, so let me make sure I know how to exit this. Always forget. Okay. Clear. All right, so we now know, oh, let's go down. Make this smaller. We now know where this file came from. We do know that it has a quarantine flag. We have not run this file yet, so we're gonna try to run it for fun. And there goes our pop-up. Cannot be opened because it is from an unidentified developer. So this is quarantine, gatekeeper, I was gonna say guard duty. Always get confused between those two. This is basically trying to stop someone from running a file that is unknown, which is a great protection to have. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna remove that protection. So there's a way of doing that here. So just like we did the X adder, well, let me actually get into that directory before I forget. So desktop. Now, so if we just run Xadder against it without the arguments, we'll see that com.apple.quarantine. So we're going to bypass that. Sudo Xadder. This is just for research purposes and for some fun. So we're going to bypass that protection with the running this as sudo. Okay, so now when we run this, oh, actually say it right. Oh, I forgot one thing. This is the beauty of demos. I actually have to give it which flag it is that I'm trying to remove, and that is com.apple.quarantine. Okay, so now when I run this, it should not display anything. Okay, so it didn't. Before we run this, since we have this set up on the left, these two should work in order to capture information about this running, which we can use to analyze more of this file. Let's see how much time there is. We're going to run this. So as you can see, it created a file on the desktop. We're going to use, didn't find file monitor. So 1 second. Got to actually point it in the direction that it is. So we're going to go. I got to tell it that it's in this directory. It should create the other sample. Type in the password correctly. Okay, just make sure that those are running as they should. Ooh, where's the other one? 1 second. Oh, it's probably not there yet. Okay, so now we're going to run it. Okay, so that ran. Infected. Awesome. Let's have some fun. So when we viewed this file via a strings command, there's going to be a few terminals here. I'll do our best not to clog up the screen here. So we did see, so let's go into that folder. So So strings. We did see evidence of where it may have set up some kind of persistence, which was here. Now that we ran it, we could go and see if that actually occurred. Let's clear this up, and we're going to go into the users library folder here. And we should see a newly created folder for launch agents, which is there. We're going to go into that folder. And now we should see what we expected to see, which was it created this plist as persistent. So what does this do? So we're going to clear this up, and we're going to take a nice look at this plist file. So plist.util, and actually, I'm curious. This is this is the other example of a property list file where it's actually something you can cat if you want to, instead of running the other one. And this is going to show, this was designed to run at load, which is the key for this. And it's going to run this binary from this location. So it appears that this was created within the users directory, or my directory. And it set the binary to be in that location. So let's see if that actually worked. So we're going to go into home for the user. We're going to show even hidden directories, which are the ones that have the directories that begin with a dot, and we can see the dot local in there. So let's go in there, take a look. Oh, I'm in there. All right, so we see a file is in here. And what kind of file is this? So it is an executable file. So now we should be able to view some of this in here. And I'm curious, since we ran this in the terminal, the process-based information, we should be able to see how it set this via the process level information. Should be able to. Software update. Boom. Ah, here it is. So here goes the creation and setting that the binary to be in that location. Even provides you, I believe, the PID for this if you're looking more in depth. And this is exactly what we should expect to see. And I wonder what the file-based information has. So we can go into, and then we have cat file m, and I'm curious if they mention that local. And there we have file-based information related to how this led to the execution or the creation of that, which we should expect. And I wonder what this looks like. I'm going to open up here. This is probably going to be very noisy, since this is all file-based stuff. Oof, and that's going to cause some issues. We're not going to do that. We're not going to focus on that. Okay, so now we are at 44 after, and I wonder if we run this, we should expect here. We should expect to see that this has already been set to run. We should be able to do launch, if I can type it correctly, dash. Ooh, is it list? I don't remember. CTL dash. Launch CTL. I thought it was dash L. That's not going to work right now. I'm not going to dig too far into that. So I know we covered a lot there. I believe we're at 45. I did want to leave it open if there were any questions, but we were able to dig into a malware sample running, how that looks, an example of quarantine prompting a user, some tools that you can use to look for evidence of process execution, which are available in Objective-C. And yeah, we had some fun in the terminal, which is always great. And it looks like the demo went as well as anyone would expect. It was a lot of shooting from the hip there, but it ended up working out. All right, so
Hey,
I'll pass it back.
Yeah, Chris, fantastic. And the demo gods shine upon you on this magical Friday. It's very strong maneuver. Hey, could you do me a favor and pass the host ball back to me? It won't affect your video, but that'll get me going. Hey, static tear in the Discord beat me to it. Get ready, Chris, because this, I'm sure you're getting this a lot. With M1, and now in all its variants, they've changed the way the enclave works. They've changed the way the protected system modules can or can't be maneuvered, right? You can do some things in recovery mode to circumvent some of that, but you got to kind of know what you're doing. How have things changed? Have you seen improvements for the better? Same? What should we be on the lookout for with the transition to ARM almost complete?
Man, that's a great question. There are binaries that are packaged. I think this one was packaged, or one of these. I think the tool that we use, Process Monitor, when you run file against it, it's packaged for both ARM and Intel. So we are seeing evidence of certain types of malware already being written to run on M1. And also, I think there's a tool that exists, Rosetta or something like that, which allows for Intel-based applications to run to some degree on ARM. So as technology evolves, all I've learned is that threat actors evolve. So I expect that that's just going to continue down that road. But I do have a question. I don't know how to send it back to you. So where do I go?
Oh, yeah. There's if you highlight my photo, there's little 3 blue dots that'll appear in the upper right-hand corner. Then you can click that and make host.
Perfect. All right. Yeah, I was lost.
No. I didn't know where it was either. We've been bouncing the ball back and forth, so I appreciate it. Yeah, Chris, fantastic. So yeah, that was the one question we had. I'm sure there could be some others. It is interesting that, because of its popularity, there continues to be more anomalies. And I think there's fewer folks like yourself who truly understand the uniquenesses of Mac OS, right? That's one of the problems, at least that I see. There's a lot of CISOs and just operational folks within IT that are seeing this increasing population of Mac and really not equipped from a people perspective to handle the threats that you're espousing. So I guess in summary, if you're in that type of organization where there's been this sort of good creep of these new systems, what would you say the first couple of steps should be to start bolstering your support and making sure you're safe on that home front?
Asset management, number one. Understand how many there exist, and if there's any future plans to have more of them. And there's a lot of resources. I know I talked about Objective-C, but check to see what your detection coverage is around Macs. Does your organization even support tools that run on Macs? Like, that would be one of the first things that I would try to find out, because without those tools that we leverage in order to analyze samples for Macs, I mean, we're kind of not left with anything to do. So I would say that's the first place to start. And then Objective-C has some awesome blogs. Learn about how Macs work. There's a lot of resources out there. And that's just one. And that can help your team get more familiar with, the operating system.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. And, as you are looking for folks, right, while there's an enormous talent pool out there that exists for Windows, and I'm not saying any hire is easy right now. Look for folks coming out with just core Linux capabilities, because a lot of that, to your comments up front on your first few slides about just shell knowledge and intrinsics, if you get people coming out of school who have that baseline capability, there's not a huge stretch to get them familiar with Mac OS. So yeah, great point. All right. Well, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. And fantastic demo. All right, everybody, it's break time. You've been wondering, you've been asking yourself, my God, when can I go to the bathroom? When can that happen? That is now. This is when that happens. Make yourself maybe a small turkey. Okay, everybody can do that in 10 minutes and get some M&Ms. And then we're going to reload at the top of the hour and continue. So we'll see everybody in about, let's take a look, 9 minutes, T-9. All right, thanks. Hello, everybody. It's Chris. It's just giving you an update for those tuning in. We'll be back in about 3 minutes from the break, and then we'll be up with Dan DeCloss. So see you in a few. Hey, Dan, how are you?
Doing well, Chris. How are you?
Good. Thanks for joining. We'll get started here in just a second.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look, man, I like that background. You're going pro style. I
you
knew
know-
somebody today was going to bring the rain with overlaid graphics, and
Oh,
you
you
win.
know,
Okay.
Yeah, we went all out today.
This is it.
We are going to honor. Like, I'll have to tell the backstory of before you see the first slide of my deck. Our marketing team definitely had a lot of fun getting the template together for the slides.
Very, very nice. I can appreciate it. And for anybody who was thinking to tune in to ESPN, don't, because Dan took all their technology for this window. So they're off the air right now until you're done.
That's
Okay.
right. Yeah. Hopefully I'm not
back on about 11:30.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
When does Tiger Woods start his round for the Masters today?
Oh, did he say he's playing? I know he was game time decision.
Yeah, no,
there.
he is. He was I think he was 1 under yesterday too. So
God,
he's
I'm out of the loop. I was so focused on the Phil thread, I missed that one. So
yeah.
Well, with that, before I get into trouble diving into any more hot topic news, Dan. So welcome back, everybody. I guess we kind of crossed the chasm here for the second half, and I want to introduce Dan DeClaus. So first, beside the absolute winner of Cool Graphic Overlay Template Award, which you see in his video, Dan is the founder and CEO of PlexTrack. Dan, as I was looking at your company, I really like how you came up with the sort of the nexus, no pun intended there, of Plexus and Track, and how you kind of came up with that. Very good. If you haven't had a chance to look at what PlexTrack does, please head over there. Some very cool stuff, really trying to tie together, I think, pieces that haven't been done before, which is clearly why you started it. So congratulations on that. Also, we should be relatively scared because Dan spent a fair amount of his career at the DoD. So in addition to cool graphics, who knows what he's really doing under the keyboard. So that's scary, Dan, to all of us. Okay. But, and also is graduated from the Naval Postgraduate School, worked in the commercial sector and federal. I think you come with a very unique background, and especially to talk about this overall theme that we're focusing on collaboration and Purple Team. And so, Dan, the floor is yours. We're looking forward to it.
Thank you. Yeah. So before I actually start sharing my slides, I'm going to tell a little bit of the backstory. I came up with the title. I came up with this amazing, this is going to be perfect on the theme of collaboration. And I sent it over to the site team. I said, here's my title: Stop, Collaborate, and Listen. And then they're no. You know what? The esteemed Katie Nichols has already selected that as a title. So I'm like, oh, darn. Well, at least I'm not alone in coming up with somewhat of what I thought was a great idea. So then we were
great minds
on, with what other theme we could go with. And so we kind of came up with this 80s theme, and it started to flow. And so I apologize in advance, but I'm really excited about this. So here we go. Let's dive in. I'm going to share this and make sure everyone can see it.
All right.
Let's see. You guys, are you seeing this?
Yeah, holy smoke. Okay. Now you just took it to a whole new level.
All right. So
I'm incredibly impressed.
That's your entertainment for the post lunch hour here. So, or I guess you get 25 minutes of it with me, which is more than enough. So thank you. Thanks for joining, and thanks for having me, Bryson and Scythe, the Scythe team. Excited to kind of share with you some of the exciting things around purple teaming that we've learned, and then obviously that we see our customers working with, and we have such a great partnership with Scythe and the whole team there. So just can't be more excited to be able to have an opportunity to share what we're learning and what we're seeing in the industry. As you mentioned, brief background on me. I've been in the space a long time. Founded PlexTrack with the notion of trying to help people solve the right problems, right? I was a pen tester, hated coming back and rewriting the same reports, hated seeing people not making progress of some of the most significant risks that we're finding in their environments and in their industry, in their organizations. So that was really the impetus for starting PlexTrack, is let's find ways to get this information disseminated to the right people in the right ways so that we can solve the right problems. And so it just flows perfectly with the mission of Scythe as well, and really collaborating on all the right things in order to move in order to move the needle forward from an organizational security posture. So so brief agenda again. This is like, I didn't realize how closely I might have had looked like Rick Astley until our marketing team kind of put this together. But there's obviously a whole nother story around Rick Astley with Rick Rowland, but kind of went with the theme of like together forever, right? We're red and blue need to be joined at the hip from now on, right? So we'll kind of go through a theme of like why now, and what is the impact that red and blue have together. And then we're going to share some research that we joined with the Cyber Risk Alliance and did in the fall to kind of see, is purple teaming actually making an impact? Is purple teaming actually make a difference? And surprise, it is for organizations. And so then we'll share some resources. You've already heard some great talks on purple teaming and adversary emulation and simulation. So we'll just share a few resources of how to get started if you haven't if you're not a Scythe customer, or if you don't have a team to really feel like you're ready to do that. How do we get started? We'll show off a little bit of some of what we've got with PlexTrack. Like we really enjoy the partnership with Scythe and how we can use the two platforms together. And so then then we'll kind of have some takeaways and hopefully leave a little bit of room for questions if there's any. So let's take it away. I think this is actually going to start playing the video because I tested it. I'm gonna quickly move through this, but hopefully you're getting a little jazzed up for this talk. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. All right. So if you were to listen to all the lyrics of that song, the theme of these titles is of the slides is along the theme of the song. So why should we start this now, right? And there's no doubt there's tons of statistics out there. This is just another group of stats that we gathered that a lot of organizations still don't feel confident in their security posture. They're feeling the hits of ransomware specifically, and there's still a lot of misconfigured systems out there for this to continue to run rampant. Cybercrime is obviously going to continue to cost the world a lot of money as we grow, as the technology shifts and everything. So there's always, I'm probably preaching to the choir, but there's always this sense of urgency. And so how do we get better? How do we know we're making progress instead of always feeling behind the 8 ball or always being in this reactive mode? So the real answer is to let's define the relationship. Let's get on the same page between the red team and the blue team and collaborate to develop a winning culture. The offensive teams are going to be very focused on pen testing, emulation, threat intelligence, and hunting, and tabletop exercises. And these all translate to perfect skill sets that the defense team needs to be focused on. How can we identify the activities that are going on? And so how are our systems configured correctly, and are we managing the risks appropriate to the level of our business? You've heard some of that be discussed today, and Katie gave a great talk on how intelligence and threat intelligence really plays a huge factor moving forward. And I think that it's so vital that we continue to focus on bringing these two teams together in a purple mode to really move the needle forward. So we say that like this is really important. And so the biggest question I had is like, how do we measure this? How are we making a difference? And is purple teaming actually moving the needle forward the way that we think it is and the way that we perceive it to be? And then how do we continue to preach that message so that the world really knows? So we did actually join with the Cyber Risk Alliance to ask those questions. Is purple teaming working? Are people that do purple teaming seeing a difference? And would they continue to invest in this notion, whether that's through a platform like Scythe or breach and attack simulation activities, or just continue to actually do the exercises in some capacity, right? So we really set out to like, hey, can we identify if these activities and purple teaming is actually making a difference? So I'm going to share a few statistics that came out of it. I'll have links, resources to be able to get this later, but But the truth is that purple teaming actually does make a difference. And if red and blue teams continue to collaborate together, that they will continue to see more resources assigned to their team. Their management has better confidence that they're actually moving the needle forward in security, in their security posture, and overall the morale of the team and the security program improves. So we'll kind of dive in. One of the key things that we started out when we did this research is like, hey, do organizations actually understand the importance of understanding their adversarial behavior? And obviously most organizations do, right? They will say, hey, we understand that it's very important or somewhat important that we know our enemy. We know what kind of activities they could conduct in our environment. And you see we also got some great quotes out of this research, but I think it's important that most people do know that it's important to understand what an adversary can do in their environment, and how deep they could go, and what are the techniques that would actually be successful within their organization. The next notion was, have you ever tried purple teaming? And for those that have, we kind of say, don't knock it till you try it, right? So it's easy to dismiss purple teaming as something that, hey, we're not mature enough to be doing just yet. But of those that have started doing purple team exercises, whether that's in a limited capacity or with a very mature, continuous mindset, they've definitely recognized that it is very important to their overall posture moving forward and how they can detect the true gaps in their environment. And I think this really comes down to the fact that when you have a penetration test that's coming at a quarterly or an annual basis, you're still not able to have that translate fully to the defensive team that can go through the forensic logs and see the results and identify, hey, these are the actual remnants of those activities, because it's not as much as in real time. And so if you bring that in-house and you start doing these on a continuous basis, the organizations actually see an improvement in how valuable it is, and an improvement in their security posture and in a healthier culture, as you can see here. So don't knock it till you try it. Definitely, like, let's start focusing on how do we do this moving forward in a continuous basis, regardless of how we feel about our security maturity. Because once you're there, you tend to not look back, right? Of the people that had actually started doing purple team exercises, they saw the importance of it, and they were very likely to invest in purple teaming moving forward, whether that's through, retained engagements, or bringing that capability in-house, doing more automation around the purple team activities. They saw immense value in how it helped them move the needle forward in a much quicker pace than their traditional activities around pen testing and general security management. So this was definitely an interesting statistic that, hey, yes, not only do people see that it brought a lot of value, they're going to continue it as an important part of their program moving forward. And I think this is a really interesting statistic to me as well, that we identified out of this one made it into the paper. Some of these other ones didn't make it into the final research paper, but we're happy to share more results. But this one was really fascinating to me, because it's the breakdown of those that just do penetration testing versus those that have done penetration testing and purple teaming. And so obviously, everybody feels that when you do pen testing and purple teaming, you're going to get an improved security team performance, and that you're going to identify the right gaps in your environment. But I thought what was very fascinating out of the purple team use case is that it really helped build the use case and the ROI use business case for investing in more security technology solutions and more security resources. So from a team member perspective, they definitely saw that they could grow their team, and they saw the needs of what skill sets they were missing in their team environment by doing purple team exercises and doing this on a continuous basis. One other statistic that didn't make the slide deck is around how often people started doing purple teaming, and those that started doing it on at least a monthly basis saw demonstrable impact and results, right? And it drove to these results around more technology resources, bigger budgets, and and a more defined notion of what they should be investing in from those technologies and those team member perspectives. So I thought this was a fascinating statistic that came out of the research, and it just highlights why the purple teaming is actually moving the needle forward and helping build morale for the teams. So, when we talk about how can I get started in purple teaming, and I may not feel like I'm in this maturity scale. This is kind of a different look at how organizations might mature and grow into adversary emulation and purple teaming. But we kind of put purple teaming in this category of like, you can do purple team exercises all throughout this progression, and it helps you become more collaborative to know what you should be focused on today versus things that you might actually punt to tomorrow. Part of PlexTrack's mission is to help teams win the right security battles for this time in their maturity scale, right? So how can you know what that is if you haven't started to measure it? This is kind of our notion of the maturity scale. Most organizations are going to start with vulnerability scanning and move into pen testing and red teaming, and then adversary emulation, where you're emulating the TTPs that an adversary would conduct out of, say, an APT 29 or something like that. And then simulation, where we kind of branch that out to be just, you have an adversary is going to have full reign. What is the full scope of things they could do, and not a specific campaign, but you can piece together those pieces yourself and move throughout the environment based on what you're living off the land, so to speak. So really the notion of purple team collaboration is, let's start somewhere and let's start measuring and tracking against ourselves so we can continue to show progress as we work together. So how do I do that? How do we get started? Well, we're obviously huge fans of Scythe Community Threats, Atomic Red Team, the MITRE emulation plans. These are all freely available to you now. You don't have to have purchased anything from any of these organizations. Obviously, MITRE's a nonprofit, but you don't have to have a large amount of budget to at least go and download some of these things and start to identify what are some of the things that we want to get testing in our environment today, and how would we identify the gaps that we might have based on certain threats, right? So these are great resources to be able to start getting into your environment and collaborating with your defensive teams to execute these tests. So now, now is a little bit of a PlexTrack plug, because this is where we have a great partnership with Scythe and Atomic Red Team and MITRE, that you can bring these things in and start actually testing them and comparing the results, right? So you can bring the results in from your Scythe campaigns, have the blue team start to analyze, here's where we found evidence of this. We logged it, but we didn't block it. And this is an important piece of how you start small, is just being able to collaborate together and being able to show like, hey, this was what was executed. It was successful, but we did have forensic evidence around it. So the next time we want to be able to start showing progress. Did we get the outcomes we were expecting on the coverage that we were expecting? And then we can continue to improve over time. So we have ways to actually show like, hey, as we continue to execute these campaigns, we're seeing progress, right? And that's the whole goal, is that we're collaborating together to show progress over time, comparing against ourselves and not other people, right? So, some kind of sneak peek into some stuff that's coming within PlexTrack, because like I said, we can bring in the Scythe data. We're working on a more in-depth integration with Scythe. But the goal of PlexTrack is to be able to aggregate this data across your entire environment. So you can bring in MITRE emulation plans and test those as well. And then you can also bring in the Atomic Red Team atomics and create test plans out of those. The goal later this year is to actually be able to send those campaigns to a group like Scythe and be able to execute those automatically and have that data collected back for trending and being able to aggregate that across your other pen tests and things like that. So the goal is to, hey, you can start with existing test plans that would come from the Scythe community threats, from Atomic Red Team and MITRE emulation plans, and then be able to actually track progress across your environment over time, and then actually showing within an engagement, how are we making progress? How are we showing the coverage that we're having at any one given time? And then ultimately being able to collaborate deeper on these assessments and being able to identify what's working, what's not. And so the real goal is like, don't get caught up on how mature we are as an organization, because definitely in our research and in our data, it didn't have anything to do with the feeling of being mature. It was once we got started doing purple team exercises, we were able to show demonstrable progress over time for our environment. And so the notion of like, don't just do it, just do something, right? Let's get going and get started, start small, take in one threat Thursday campaign at a time, and just start executing it, and then see how we're doing as the blue team and the red team start to really learn how they work together as well. And then you can actually start to show, are we getting better? Do you have trends and analysis to show like, hey, over time, we're able to fix these things as they get reported, and being able to show that we're continuing to move the needle forward from a security perspective. So brief talk. I'll hopefully, we were able to at least show that there was definitely demonstrable evidence that those that do purple teaming and are collaborating on a consistent basis are making significant strides in improving their security posture much faster than they were with their traditional pen testing, quarterly or annual pen testing. That they know that understanding adversarial behavior in their environment is a top priority, and the best way to do that is through true purple teaming and collaboration. This results in better team morale, faster results, the ability to secure bigger budget and better resources, and particularly more headcount, which I think is a really important aspect, as well as deeper visibility into your security posture. And the biggest takeaway is like, let's do something now rather than nothing, or try to wait on some kind of magic maturity measurement that can be very organizational independent, right, or dependent. So use what you have available to you. Start somewhere, start small, and then continue to show how you're making progress over time, and that's how you'll continue to win the battle. So with that, I'll pause for a few minutes worth of questions.
All right, Dan, let's see if we got some Q&A. I'm taking a look. Oh, come on, nothing for Dan? Must have something for Dan.
They just want me to play the video.
You know what, Dan? You're right. At a minimum, I was thinking somebody's going to say, bring me some more Rick Astley, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
You can't get enough of that. I have a question for you. So, Dan, we've been exploring this all day today. Can we talk about size of organization where this is applicable? Because I think, we probably have folks on spreading the gamut. Some from organizations that are reasonable in size that say, hey, I'm learning a lot here, but I'm not even big enough yet to deploy, let's say, a full, red blue team. And here we are talking about all the great stuff around purple. I'd love to get there. And then we've got folks probably on the higher end of the scale at the enterprise level who are like, hey, look, yep, we're doing some of this. There's some great ideas. We're going to even augment those. So maybe we start on the left side that I've mentioned. If you're a smaller company and you're gathering ideas, and this is a future state, how do they kind of start so they don't get overwhelmed at kind of almost everything that they're hearing and go, my God, I'm missing the boat here. I'm not doing any of this today. What would that ramp look like, for you?
Yeah. And I think I can kind of just share some of my personal experience. Before I dove into Plextrack, I was a security director / CISO at a smaller company. We had 4 people on our security team at the time, so 5 including me, and we had a decent amount of budget. Now that's one plus for us, but we were able to invest in technologies that were able to continue to, that we felt help move our security posture forward. But we're like, how do we actually validate this, right? So we started small, where we took where we thought was maybe our biggest area of gap within the MITRE ATT&CK lifecycle. We started cherry picking a few techniques out of the lateral movement tactic within MITRE ATT&CK. We said, hey, we're just going to test these, right? And we're going to start on a biweekly cadence where we're going to have part of our team go out and actually do the tests. They were not red teamers by trade, but they were able to learn enough about how to do execute those exercises. And then the blue team was able to say, hey, yeah, we saw this in our environment, or we didn't, or it actually got blocked. So I think that the notion of kind of destroying the notion of, hey, there's nowhere to get started, just start small, right? And there's plenty of resources with just some similar small tactics and techniques to at least start getting your appetite wet for it. And if you're a really small organization where you don't have an internal security team, you're likely deploying the resources of an MSSP or something like that. And you can certainly start to talk to them like, hey, we want to start getting these activities into our service agreement, right? So that would be my advice.
Got it. Yeah, I appreciate that. I think starting small, and appreciate you sharing some of your personal, backdrop there, because I see the same thing. People get overwhelmed, not to sound cliche, but they get overwhelmed and then they almost shut down on that, particular venture and move on to what is a daunting list of priorities in operations or other areas that they just haven't gotten to. And you don't want to dismiss something as important as this. So just, I guess, one last thing. So let's go to the other side. Your big organization, you've got a pretty mature red-blue team. This is something that you've been sitting on a little bit. How would you say they should take the first step based on everything they've heard, and specifically, what you've seen work for the larger enterprises?
Yeah, I think it's not a dissimilar notion of like, I think it's really a more bigger organizations have kind of that sprawl in terms of the mentality of like, man, I've got so much to do and I'm a little overwhelmed. And they tend, from my experience and what we've seen is they tend to focus more on all of the legacy stuff that they're trying to shore up. And so it's getting out of that. It's really disciplining themselves to get out of the reactive mindset and into the proactive, right? Mm-hmm. Hey, we want to actually validate if what we're doing is making sense. And again, picking maybe a threat actor, using some of that threat intelligence that you're getting to say like, hey, in the healthcare sector, we're more susceptible to this type of ransomware or something like that. And let's go try to emulate that in a consistent basis, and just start with like using those resources that I shared before. It really at that point is a mentality shift, because it's not going to necessarily be a resource constraint, and it's more a mentality and how do we budget our time. So really having some internal champions to take the reins and say, hey, we're just going to start this. Like, we're going to start focusing 10% of our time on the proactive side of our security program, and then we're going to move to 20%, and then 25%, right? And then whatever that balance is, they will start to see significant progress, and then that is a motivator in and of itself to keep improving that and increasing that focus. Yeah,
that's a great point. In fact, you triggered something. We got one more minute here. I'll pick your brain on this. So, we have a lot of data protection conversations, and if the big organizations or even medium size usually have somebody dedicated to BCDR, or at a minimum data governance and information management. And I continue to see a significant conversational, if you'll permit the term, disconnect between the CISO organization and the data protection group or data protection individual or group that handles, that piece that they usually sit over in operations or in, advanced engineering or whatever you'd like to call it in a lot of organizations. Do you see that? Do you see a sort of a missing communication opportunity there to improve, or do you see good communication in the clients that you're involved with? I think largely you're probably correct. There's going to be some probably outliers, but I think there's always going to be a communication. And I think one of the things that I really, even more recently have been trying to kind of emphasize is like, use more data and less words to like help bridge that gap with communication. Like, maybe coming together and say, hey, what are the key metrics that both of us care about, right? That we should start focusing on, so that we can actually speak the same language.
whatever that may be, right? Because you also see this in the privacy sector, right, or the risk management sector versus the more technical security things. So I think that's an important aspect. But at the end of the day, everybody needs to recognize that the mission is to avoid or identify the breach as early as possible in that attack lifecycle. That's why I think the attack lifecycle, MITRE ATT&CK, is such a great conduit for how we can start talking about these activities that really move the needle forward.
Excellent. Thank you for letting me pepper a few questions there. And if there are some in the that end up in the Discord, Dan, we'll make sure we highlight them. And I think we're going to send out any that we don't get a chance to do now. We'll make sure we send out the post email after the event. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you for, as I mentioned, the questions, and congratulations on the success and the round that you just got, and excited to see where y'all go at PlexTrack.
Yeah, no, thank you. And thanks for having me. It was a pleasure. So.
Yeah, and kudos to the marketing design team. Let's not leave
yes, they get all incredible.
80s vibe. Give them some strong thumbs up over there at PlexTrack. So
absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
All right. Well, it's panel time. You can't have an event like this without a panel, table of roundness, rectangular. I don't care what size it is. And Natalie, you are leading this, so I want to introduce you, and then I think you're going to get an opportunity to introduce the entire panel. But Natalie is an adversary emulation engineer at Scythe, so thank you for hosting this. I know everybody said it, but you're on the inside track, and you've got an esteemed panel, and you're familiar, and you've given talks at SANS and WICAS, and also you've got a foundation, so congratulations. And I know you're doing a lot to help the community. So we're interested in hearing the panel, and I love the topic, theory to reality. I don't think you're going 80s theme here, but I like it nonetheless. Purple team collaboration in real time via Log4 Shell. And I know that this is, everybody's been waiting for this. So take it away. It's going to be interactive and fun. The floor is yours, Natalie.
Thank you so much, Chris. Well, welcome everyone to the UniCon 2021 discussion panel. Allow me to share the screen right now so we can get started. Okay, can everyone see?
Looks good.
Perfect. Well, like I was saying, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to everybody, depending on where you live in the world. And again, welcome to Scythe UniCon. And as Chris mentioned, my name is Natalie Canham. I'm one of the adversary emulation engineers here at Scythe, and I will be obviously the panel moderator. And the topic for today is actually Log4Shell lessons from the perfect purple team storm. Actually, let me say that again, because it's not that one. It's Log4Shell lessons from the perfect purple storm. And the panel name is From Theory to Reality, Purple Team Collaboration in Real Time via Log4Shell. What an amazing topic we're going to be exploring today. And I'm actually here joined by a super exciting panel. And I don't want to steal nobody's thunder, so let me just ask David, Cassandra, and Meryl to please introduce yourselves. Let's start with Cassandra, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Cassandra. Can you hear me okay? I'm good. I have like 2 different mute buttons, so I always like to check. So I'm primarily here representing Blue Team Village, which is one of the DEF CON villages, and quite obviously we cover Blue Team. I'm also a lead of the mentor program there. So I've seen a lot of people learn in the trenches, as it were. I'm here to share the lessons. I mostly work on the work side. I work mostly on cloud security projects. That's my area of interest. And I'm also finishing up a master's degree in computer science. So lots of different perspectives there.
Wow,
Thanks.
yes, I'm excited. Thank you so much, Cassandra. Now, Meryl.
Hi, I'm Meryl Vernon. I'm currently a senior security engineer at Acquia. Recently was a red team offensive security engineer for Zoom video communications. So currently I lead a dedicated purple team.
Awesome, thank you so much. And David.
Hi, I'm David Maynor. I've been in the industry for a while. I focus primarily on applying offensive techniques to defensive situations, almost exactly the purple team situation. While I work for Equinix, my statements are of my own. I don't represent Equinix's thoughts or interests or whatnot. And I'd like to finish out my introduction with some quotes I've gathered about me from random people. I have one here from Bryson Bort, who calls me the greatest mind that he has definitely encountered in this generation, and also the snappiest dresser. That was very polite. That's very great, Bryson. I also have one from Barack Obama. He said, "Who's that?" Very, very accurate. And Chris Rock has voted me least likely to slap him at the Purple Team Awards.
Exactly. Thank you for that, David. That's a great way to introduce yourself. Okay, so now that the introductions are out of the way, why don't we talk a little bit about what Log4Shell is? So as we all know, the official announcement was actually, it came, I believe it was in December 9. The Apache disclosed a critical severity vulnerability in its Log4Shell logging utility, which obviously records activity within the Java applications. So the US National Vulnerability Database rates this vulnerability, Log4Shell obviously, as a 10 out of 10 in the severity scale. The vulnerability is particularly complex, well, because Log4j, as we know, it's widely used and is easy to exploit. The vulnerability also can be remotely exploited by adversaries to gain unauthorized access to systems and so on. At the same time, its announcement back in December unleashed a frantic race. I'm pretty sure we all can agree with that, right? From one extreme, companies and administrators from all over the world rushed to secure their systems, while gangs of cyber criminals at the level of county rushed to get a slice before the situation was controlled. But of course, the race continues. This is why we're here. And as a final note on that, allow me to share what are some of the companies out there saying about these. So David Kennedy, as we know, CEO of Trusted Sec, he wrote, "It will take years to address this, while attackers will be looking on a daily basis to exploit it. This is a ticking bomb for companies." Now, Binary Defense says one of the most notable vulnerabilities of the last decade. And lastly, security firm Checkpoint reported over 800,000 exploitations attempts were detected in the first 72 hours after Log4j issue became public. That's pretty crazy stuff. Now, again, as we already know, this year's UniCon theme is collaboration. And naturally, we aim to emphasize the value of collaboration as an approach to unifying various information security skill sets. At the end of the day, this is what Purple Team is all about, right? Now, I don't want to keep talking. And as the title of this discussion suggests, Log4Shell vulnerability indeed created the perfect purple storm. And it is now the time to hear from our amazing panelists. Let's see what lessons they have learned, and why don't we start with the first question? Now, I'm gonna go with what I see here now I don't have any specific order, so please, feel free to, to just kind of like, let's just let it flow organically. I guess that's what I want to say. So the first question that I would like to ask is, prior to LogJ, had your company, red teams and blue teams, conducted joint training or tabletop exercises? Why don't we start with Cassandra again?
Thanks. So I've actually seen quite a wide range of responses to this question. I'm sourcing from the Blue Team Village community. We pretty much ran the gamut in terms of preparedness. And, definitely heard from a lot of the probably the less stressed people that they had actually done these exercises before. And that probably helped improve a lot of the process surrounding addressing Log4j. And there were definitely some people who came to a happy hour very stressed out and needing to vent because their organizations had not really, they probably expected this to happen at some point and didn't work enough towards actually going through the rounds to figure out how they were going to address it when it did pop up. So quite the range.
Wow.
My organization did, but I worked beyond just my organization. So when the vulnerability came, there was a couple of days between the vulnerability coming out and what I'm going to refer to as Log Friday. There was plenty of time where the vulnerability had been disclosed, but people weren't very interested in it because even though it had a high CVSS score, it didn't really seem like that big a deal. And it really didn't seem like that big a deal until people started popping Minecraft servers with it. And even then, I saw pushback, not particularly in my internal organization, but with people I was working with. They were like, well, we don't run Minecraft, so, we don't really have a problem with it. And that began, I think, probably the greatest fog of war of any incident I've ever worked, where people just didn't understand what was going on and how it was going on and why it was going on. And that led to a lot of problems. Like, most people thought of exploits as these long, elaborate scripts or whatnot that would require, shell code or something like that. And I would see emails or Slack messages go back and forth with live exploits in them, not defanged or anything, and people going, well, hey, I just got all these off of a blog. What should we do with them? Like, well, you shouldn't send them through your internal email system because those are the exploit. Like, no, they're just like some URL that starts with JNDI. No, those are the exploits. Don't send them. Don't message them. Those are bad. And I still have to tell people that. I'll randomly get somebody going, hey, can you help me with this? I got this bug. I'm like, that's a live JNDI exploit. So that fog of war was serious. And I don't think there were a lot of organizations, no matter how prepared they were prepared for the amount of confusion that came from what the actual vulnerability was, what was vulnerable, and what to actually do with it.
Yeah, I'll say it. The org I was with when this came out, we had run joint exercises before the Purple Team program was alive and well. They were usually, however,
hey, was that somebody?
I know. I was gonna say we could see your Slack up there.
Oh wow, were you gonna do a live demonstration of sending a coworker
a live bug?
Yeah, a live bug.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, we had been running collaborative exercises already, but they were usually individual objectives, or they were objectives inherited from Red Team operations. I don't know that we had run any tabletop exercises. If they had, we were not included. It was probably more of a BCP or the risk folks, because at my org it was very segregated. So they didn't loop us in on any tabletop exercises being done. But I will say that I really wish that we had used this as an opportunity for Giant Purple Team or for just to work collaboratively with them during Log Friday. They didn't want to loop us in at all. They were like, listen, Red Team, pipe down, simmer down over there, just sit down and be quiet. We have actual incidents that we're dealing with. We don't have time for your crap right now. And I'm like, we can help you, but that's okay. So that was kind of the history of collaborative testing over there.
I guess the theme that I'm hearing is, I guess collaboration could be something that it could have been implemented from early on, but we're here. I mean, we're all learning in a way, right? Now, allow me to ask the second question. How do you filter through the noise? I mean, obviously the noise found in the early days of an incident to identify what actions the data, the team actually needed to know. Meaning there was so much data, as David mentioned before, right? Like there was so much confusion is the word he used. How did you guys filter through that noise?
Well, I don't know about many other people, but IP-based IOCs are coming to an end in my mind is for their real usefulness, IP and domain-based IOCs, because you can just acquire IPs and domains trivially.
Yeah, another one.
Right.
Another one.
So that doesn't matter. So the majority of the conflict I saw was people collecting like, oh, I've got a honeypot and I saw this, right? And they dumped a bunch of information and you go, well, that's not contextualized. Most of and you look at it and you go, most of those are scanners. I don't want to give anyone huge shout outs, but Gray Noise was both helpful and a hindrance, because Gray Noise was scanning the internet for problems. And a lot of people were like, hey, we found this IP address that was looking for this. And you go, no, that's a scanner. That's not bad. But then execs also hear those stats like checkpoint dropped. Oh my God, 800,000 exploitation attempts, right? And suddenly nothing matters anymore. You've got your CISO's jobs on a line, so that they suddenly are like, stop everything. You can't patch, or you can't do anything. We gotta understand. So the problem I saw for a majority of organizations is that no one actually did filter through. Like there were, I know a lot of orgs would there were a lot of trust sharing groups I was in where they were passing around like long lists of IOCs, and months later now you look at them and go, nothing actually ever triggered.
So this is an interesting question. And I kind of put it into two different categories. So, I think for identifying what actions or data the team needs to know, it's both a process question and also a technical question. And in many cases, the process question is actually the more important one. You need some amount of process in place to determine how to make decisions about what data to act on before you can really do anything beyond that. Like, if you're filtering for data, then how do you determine what is going to be the best things? What are the best things to look for? What is the escalation priority of any particular result? And I think that there's a lot of process that needs to be in place to make that an efficient conversation, instead of individuals finding a lot of information and getting overwhelmed with what the results are and not knowing what to do about it. From a technical perspective, it really comes down to having robust inventory, and robust logging, the ability to quickly onboard new log sources that may have not been perceived as needed before. And then the other component of that is also like basically find information from your community. The whole community kind of came together and started passing around like, hey, here's a thing to look for. This is actually more useful. And, so being able to bring that in, I think definitely helps clarify what information is actually going to be useful.
Yeah, I wasn't really a part of the helping filter through the noise effort, because we on the red team aren't given access to a lot of the security management and threat hunting platforms at my old org. But I will say that like something red teams could have done, however, you'd have had to be prepared for this, is like if you did have a lab environment, like because we should all have sophisticated lab environments where we can, detonate certain IOCs or test certain payloads, and you can actually see like on the user end, like what kind of prompts you get or any kind of activity or any kind of logging that it generates. We could have all taken those live exploits that we can all find on the internet now, and we could have detonated them in lab environments and been like, this is what we're seeing. We can tell you that if you were to see this, it combined with this is adversarial actions. This is adversarial mindset. These are things we would look for to further one of our own objectives. And we could have taken that purple approach and started educating the blue team on helping them filter through their own noise. But again, we weren't asked. And I don't know that even if we had contributed that, how much we would have helped, because they were just having a lot of overwhelm at that time.
That sounds like an organizational process failure.
Yeah.
Or yes, maybe a more missed opportunity. Is that one of those?
No, maybe. We didn't have the lab ready to go. We didn't have the lab ready to go either. Like we were still on our to-do list, I think, to get a lab up and going. But if we'd had one, we could have done that.
Well, I did have a lab. In people, when you have a cultural environment where people are more used to reading vendor announcements than they are internal updates, right? So having to fight vendor announcements was also a bit of a rough spot for a lot of organizations, because even the vendors were publishing incorrect information.
Yeah.
and this all comes down to a very, very interesting question of metrics, right? Like, so if you were there, you were the red team, you could have helped, how would you have metrics captured for your participation, right? Like, no one cares about the number of IP addresses you ruled out, or at least that's what I observed, from a third party point of view on Log Friday.
Probably, I think the metrics that most stakeholders would have been concerned with are like mean dwell time, mean time to respond, mean time to investigate, things like that.
But the majority of what was passed around was not malicious. So there were very little actual dwell time metrics that were able to be gathered.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you looked at your stack of what's been compromised, from first party to third party, that's a huge problem. Because I can't tell you the number of people I talked to that started with, I don't run Minecraft, and then I don't run Apache, and then I don't run Java, and then, our app developers use this for the app that we build.
At some point somewhere it was used.
Yes, right. And the fastest way to determine that was, a red team control environment where you would send live exploits and have a honeypot and see what connected back in your org. But there was a lot of arguing about who would do that and why would it be done and whatnot.
Yeah, a lot of people were running these vulnerable platforms, vulnerable languages, and they didn't know it because just kind of goes back to that CIS first 5, like asset management, license management, software program management. No one really knows what's running at any given time. It's like, we don't mostly use Java, except for that one time that we did. Is that a problem?
That's where you need that asset inventory.
Yeah, if anyone has a complete asset inventory, my hat's off to you, because I haven't met an org yet.
Yeah, no, it's harder.
I'm still struggling.
I'm like, do you know you have a rogue switch in that guy's office over there? No, we don't. Yeah, you do. No, we don't.
There was an incident years back at a previous job where there was a vulnerability that came out that affected, I think it was on-prem Exchange servers. And I remember being like, I'm pretty sure we have one. And it took me like a good week or two of chasing people down to prove that we did in fact have one. And I mean, it wasn't like completely publicly exposed or anything, but then it took me another like 3 or 4 weeks to like actually get them to patch it. And it was like, you couldn't do like click one quick scan to figure out that you had this and it was vulnerable. You should have patched it.
And even if you know what's in your environment, my biggest takeaway from that was that people have no idea about the services they rely on.
Nope.
Yeah, or the software dependencies. Yeah, I mean, it's like they put that over to like the app development team. Third-party code or third-party dependency scanning is like something that's usually categorized as DevOps, and you're lucky if you get sec somewhere in there.
Yeah. Like I've run scans and found Windows 7. I've run scans and found Open Telnet. I've run scans and found things that you're like, we definitely don't have any of this, right? No, wrong. You've definitely got it.
Need for
it's rough.
Okay. Now let me ask, were there established communication channels for the blue teams to receive, for example, data, intel, patches in real time? And what are some of the effective ways to build those communication channels?
Well, we had communication channels. It's just people dropped a lot of live exploits in them. Which, this is a very unique problem. Like in general, you don't have a tweetable size, full exploit.
Well, tweetable is completely a metric of InfoSec.
It should, if it wasn't before, it has to be now.
Yeah.
Like that's a factor of spreadability right there. Because I mean, even weeks after, I would still find people that had it like in their Twitter name, and they were like, "Haha, this is funny." It's like, I don't think you understand the problems you're causing.
So, speaking of communication channels, I think there are 2 very important ones. One's the formal one. Great, you have established, trusted sources where you get information from, but you also have the informal network, which is a lot harder to sort through, but oftentimes reacts much faster. So, again, going back to everything that got posted on Twitter, quick links to, hey, we just discovered that, this additional IOC, and, and then you can if you bring that back to an organization, you kind of can vet it a little bit. But that information definitely came across as being more quick and accessible and actionable in a way that a lot of the more formal sources were not. So maybe a bit of a danger zone there, but I think that did play a very important role. And I think it also says a lot about the flexibility of an organization to be able to actually understand that that is a valid way to receive information. Because from what I've seen, a lot of the more siloed or bureaucracy heavy organizations, their reaction time is a lot slower because of the amount of red tape that you need to get through to make decisions to allow information to be disseminated and acted upon. So it's kind of an interesting reflection on organizations to see, how well they actually were receptive to that community sourced information.
And also, you shouldn't drop live exploits in your comms channel. So I'm just I can't get over that one enough.
I'm totally stuck in inventory, so I understand. We have to take a slice of the pie,
Right.
I can't tell you how many times during infrastructure or payload development, someone will drop our malicious domain in chat. I'm like, stop doing that. Use brackets around a period or something. They're going to find this so fast and burn us before our op is even off the ground. But same goes for live exploits, children. Don't share. Friends don't let friends share live exploits.
Friends don't let friends share live exploit. I need a t-shirt.
Yeah, if anyone needs a lesson on what JNDI is or why it's bad, just don't trust anything you see for about the next 3 years with that in the leading subdomain. Okay, just don't.
Well, so what's funny is the Log4j problem also caused a huge uproar with Spring4 shell, right? People were so shell shocked. They're like, oh, it's happening again. It's like, no, this is different. It takes a lot of weird stuff to trigger for you to. It's like no, somebody's already said there's 100 billion exploit attempts on Twitter. Well, okay.
Were they successful?
No, none of them were. The majority of the Log4j exploit attempts that they weren't successful.
Also,
nobody ever asked those things.
I get that we love our cool names, but the second you went from Log4j vulnerability to Log4 shell, everyone's, oh my God, it's shell shock. Oh my God, they can get shells everywhere. And it's well, eventually, yes. But maybe not that bad right off the bat. Takes a few steps to get there.
Well, there were a lot of InfoSec personalities that were like, oh, it's Log2 shell. Or no, I can't remember what the original one was going to be, but it's that's already been taken. So let's go with Log4 shell.
On that note, when one of these incidents happen like that, like a 0-day incident, how do you communicate the urgency to the leadership?
Well, I've found it's best to wait for CISOs to feel like their job is in danger, and then they'll. I
thought that was a prerequisite of being a CISO.
That is a prerequisite.
Your job is always in danger.
But nobody cares until they're like, oh, this is a bad thing. It's like, oh, wow, you read dark reading today. If only you'd read it yesterday.
Right. My first CISO ever used to walk around the most laid back, easygoing guy I knew. And I'm like, how are you not worried all the time? He's like, most CISOs only last 18 months in their role. And I've already been here 3 years. So I'm already killing it. At this point, anything else I get is gravy. I'm like, that's a good outlook to have, I guess. But I just think that, I think that people just need to avoid giving fear-induced updates, right? Don't give updates for the sake of saying, oh, we're aware of this thing is happening and it's bad. It's super bad. Take a beat and quantify the thing, validate the sources, validate the information, educate yourself on what it is or why it's bad. Because their first question, once you say, shit, we have a 10.0 crit vulnerability in the system, they're gonna be like, why? How bad is that? What does that mean? And if you don't know, you're like, we don't know. We're working on it.
Is it really a 10 out of 10 or is it
It depends on your environment, right? I mean, I don't know what kind of WAF you're running. I don't know what kind of libraries you have enabled and disabled. I don't know what kind of request validation you have for HTTP headers. I hope you have them. But if you don't have any of those things, I mean, it could be pretty bad. So I just think that it's super, super important when you're giving, especially updates when you do have a 0-day to C-levels and higher echelons of management to make sure that they're value added make sure that they're objectively driven. They're not like, you're not inserting any kind of subjective commentary into them at all. You can give them like the best and the worst, like, you know, at worst it could mean this, but at best we could be mitigated, like we are looking into it. But I just think that like it's really important to avoid communicating disinformation. And when things are new, you know, we're doing a lot of guessing, we're doing a lot of postulating, we're doing a lot of, does that mean this? Does that mean that? Does that mean this? And that's all good to do because it's driving discussion, but not all of those are necessarily updates for senior leadership, because they're the ones who are going to report to people like the board and people like your cyber and security insurance representatives who are going to want to know just how bad this potentially is. And if you have, you know, an event, an incident, or a breach potentially happening.
So this,
I'm a big fan of like duplicating, writing your own version or understand the exploit in the lab first before
communicating it to someone else.
Yeah, before communicating with somebody else, because you know that helped me understand how bad Log4j was and just how not an issue Spring4 shell was.
so yeah, there's also kind of this, again, two channels. So I absolutely agree with, you know, kind of boiling it down to facts, removing as much subjective opinion as possible. I think that's really the best way to kind of get the point across and have it be as clear as possible. I would still put a little bit of emphasis on like what could possibly go wrong, but I think psychologically it's people are more afraid of what they have to lose than they actually have to gain by something. So it's kind of a tactic that you can lean into a little bit. And you know, I think from a somewhat political perspective at an organization, you know, for anything, whether it's acknowledging a vulnerability or, you know, getting, you know, a new product or something like that, you know, you kind of have to build a case for it. And it's great if your senior leadership understands and trusts you and buys into it right away. But if you're not in that position, I think one of the other things that you can do is have already established good trust between different teams and actually socialize the information and kind of get buy-in from more than just your leadership. And then you might eventually get a groundswell of like, you know, okay, so we've got someone on the developer team, right? And like, you're basically saying like, hey, there's this vulnerability in this Java library and it's potentially going to cause issues, especially when things start having to get pulled or taken off the network just because of this dependency. And, you know, you're appealing to something that they're heavily invested in, even though they're not a security person. So I think that you can kind of use that to your advantage in a way to get further buy-in. And that's kind of an example of how you would do it.
Yeah, for sure.
I agree completely. I err on the more technical side because I write exploits and stuff like that. But that process is something I wish I was better at for that very reason. I mean, having to fight fights, especially the same fight over and over again because of a lack of buy-in, it is just soul shattering.
Yeah, everyone needs a little bit of social engineering in their lives.
Speaking of that, we should all watch Fletch.
I want to apologize for not being able to remove the screen share. I was having so many issues and I'm sorry. I guess
it's not a live event if there aren't AV issues. It's just a given. Are we get a demo later? We should totally demo live later. It'll be
live demos.
I know who had the proof of concept ready to go.
There's a reason I don't work at AV anymore.
David, did you have a question? I saw you raising your hand.
Oh no, I had the proof of concept ready to go.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We were,
Just
you know,
no.
if you don't exploit your fellow panelists, is it really even a panel?
I see this escalating.
I mean, demos never work live, right? So we're automatically safe. Our mitigation for this is that demos never fire in a live environment when you want them to, right? Pwn to own, no one.
So all you have to do then is not tell people you're doing it until afterwards.
Woo!
Then it's not a demo. Then it's just being a bad person.
You need to do me a favor and click this link. It's totally legit.
I have one more question. So based on everything we've been learning, and I highly appreciate it, I'm sure everybody here, we all appreciate how much knowledge you have, you've been sharing with us. So far, as of now, what are the lessons learned that you see in the early days as the information was still being gathered?
God, So many lessons learned. Okay, so I'm just gonna go first because from a purple standpoint, the things that purple teams really assess are not so much the technical controls, although like you can write new detections and things like that. But like really, I think a lot of what we've emphasized is just how many administrative and process failures there were. So, a lot of red teams come at an org as like people, processes, and technology. Because when you have a fall short in like your DFIR processes, we get to remain on persistence in your networks for way longer than we should. And I think one of the things that we consistently saw with Log4j and many 0 days like SolarWinds is that communication channels, those need to be set up ahead of time. Lab environments and sandboxes, those need to be set up ahead of time. Tabletops need to be conducted. You need to theorize, let your exploit developers write custom exploits and fire one off and see what your incident response people do. Don't warn them. See if they're notifying the right people, if they're communicating with each other, if they're investigating things all the way. Are they just shutting down one session that they see on a certain port or service, or are they investigating all the way to the IP and trying to shut down infrastructure as much as they can? Are you communicating effectively to upper and lower leadership? Are we socializing laterally as much as we're socializing when an incident's happening vertically? And are we using all the teams at our disposal? Because again, the red team wasn't used at all. We definitely could have helped. Certain DFIR teams had a really heavy hand and weren't using the other like SOC teams or the detection engineering teams like at all. I just think that from an overall lessons learned perspective, it's that if you can really nail down, again, those CIS first 5, if if something came out and you're like, I know what systems those are running on. I know how many we have. I know what versions they're running. I know why they haven't been upgraded. I know where they were in the patch cycle. I know where we are in the vulnerability management cycle. If you have all those things locked down, you are already so much better to at least identify and contain a 0 day than people who are like, are we running that? Are you sure? I don't know. You can immediately take yourself and put yourself in that next box of progression. Then you can focus on the nuanced things like, now are we working together effectively? Now do we have a great way to get a proof of concept and test for that thing and see what systems it's actually running on? So just please, from your process perspective, don't ignore these things. Don't just start like spinning up red teams and conducting operations and focusing on the critical findings when you haven't even done the very, very basics, because true security in depth is doing the basics very, very well. Don't make yourself low-hanging fruit that you don't need to be, especially when it comes to 0 days.
I totally, you basically took all the words right out of my mouth. I had like a list here and you just like checked off every single one.
That's because she owns you, right? During the time,
I totally got that.
Domain admin now.
I was like, what's this like? Let me just click that and see what happens.
For panelists only, hot, check now.
I actually did have a lot of the same points. And there's a couple other things I want to emphasize too. And like, I think a lot of the lower level stuff points out a need for visibility into your whole organization, both from a process perspective and also from a tools and technology perspective. Again, I will go with it. Having some amount of asset inventory that covers as much as possible, having logs collected, and if not ingested into a SIM, then at least at a point where they can easily start to flow into a SIM or other, service that you use for detection. But a lot of it's going to be that process and practice. And, coming from the blue team side, with others on the red team side, and obviously this is a purple team focused event, and Scythe is obviously very, a purple team tool. I think that going through that process and practicing and seeing where the gaps are, that's visibility in itself. So that's purple teams as a visibility exercise more than just a detection focused exercise. Yeah. Exactly.
I don't know if you're actually over here for anyone else, but for me, you're over here. So I'm pointing.
I figured it was just like jazz hands or something. It's fine. It's all good. So one other point I actually wanted to make about that, I saw from different people from Blue Team Village talking about their experiences. We saw, again, a wide range. We have siloed organizations, similar to what Meryl was talking about, where, there wasn't quite as much collaboration between that red team and blue team, and responsibilities are kind of dictated along those lines. I think that really I wouldn't even say that if you allowed that collaboration, you double your effectiveness, you'd probably like quadruple it, because you need that knowledge sharing. You can have all the tools in the world that detect all the different little things. But if you put more than one brain at it, you're going to get a lot more result, because you're going to have people collaborating, sharing perspectives, and when you see someone doing something else, or bringing in a fresh perspective on a problem, it may help you reframe the problem for yourself as well. So I think there's really exponential results that you can get by doing that. And then the last thing I saw as well is that it actually opened a lot of opportunity for people, especially kind of tier 1, tier 2 people in incident response, or even SOC analysts and whatnot, giving them the ability to actually embrace the community information and kind of run with it. And we're hackers. We like complicated problems. We like thinking outside the box, and to actually give your people the ability to run with something a little bit and get a feel for it and get excited by being able to see all the pieces fall together. I think that actually winds up empowering the team to be better overall. And any organization that is not trying to support that and capitalize on it is not going to progress in their red, blue, or purple team activities.
And you're wasting expensive experts. Just putting that out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the real bad sin, is the wasting of the expert information and time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then again, and to further that, not supporting those people, not cross training within your teams to allow those 12-hour people working 12-hour days to actually have some handoff. Well, that's also problematic.
Yeah. And to riff off what Cassandra said, do your damn baselining. Don't just say, oh, we've got Carbon Black or we've got CrowdStrike and we're good now. Oh, Cylance will pick that up for us. Don't just trust those things. Baseline your defenses. If everything is working as intended, it should be confirmed as working as intended. Not just we assume that this tool will save us from this thing. Confirm your baselines, figure out what's working and how well it's working, and then figure out what other solutions you need on top of your gaps, and then test those things to make sure they're addressing the gaps that they should be addressing.
Yeah,
if
you've tested all of your rules and okay, all my rules work, that's great, but are your rules actually covering the full potential of what they could? Or are you saying let's just turn these 10% on because they're going to work?
Well, they're not going to be very loud. They're going to be noisy. The other 90%, they generate too much work.
There's always a fine balance there.
I think that's why it's so important, the tabletop discussions and the purple team exercises, right? Just bring so much visibility into the cyber processes. What do we expect? It's so interesting to just actually also see sometimes what during those discussions, the teams might have an expectation, but then the reality is completely different. And this is where the visibility really comes into play, right?
Mm-hmm.
I saw a note in the chat mentioning SBOMs as well, software bill of materials. And yes, that is absolutely part of asset inventory.
1000%.
Indeed. The thing I took away from this the most is that I thought everybody was on the same page, that IP and domain-based IOCs, the general dwell time on these and recyclability of things from Amazon or what, it's so high that they're really low quality now for most exploits. And I thought everybody knew that.
I thought SolarWinds taught us that. Weird.
Yeah, I did too. But I was wrong. I don't know. The majority of the information, or the majority of the lessons learned from it, were all process based. The technology, changes, and if you can write your own exploits to verify it, I do, that's one thing. But if you can't communicate it or get people to listen to you, then everything else you're doing is just literally for fun, for lulz, right? So if you don't have the buy-in, if you don't have the trust and whatnot, then you're wasting your time anyway.
Yeah, and if your exercise objectives and your offensive testing objectives aren't coming from CTI, you're also doing it for lulz. You're just throwing a dart at the MITRE matrix and saying, guess we'll test against that today. You have no idea that's actually decreasing your attack surface or not.
I'd like to get everyone's thoughts on how awesome it would have been for MITRE to release everybody's 100% score and then Log4j happened. No, we're completely fine. Look, 100%.
100%. What does that even mean? What does that 100% even mean? I don't know. It
means HunDP. It means they're all in all the time.
All the things. We defend now against all the things. Come at us.
And if you
Focus,
don't have
focus,
a
yeah,
if you
smoke
don't have
us.
a tool, yeah. If you don't have a tool or knowledge to actually test it yourself. Because there were some names on that list. I went, wait, I literally have a bypass for you right now. I don't know how better to shrug.
You can't shrug hard enough. You can't shrug with enough emphasis.
And I think this is a unique situation because COVID has put us all in individual rooms and nobody can see me going.
This is why I don't turn my video on during conference calls. There's not my Picard facepalm is my spirit animal.
I usually get
Or
muted. I'm
facepalm.
like, I'm ready. I'm ready to have some discussions. Everyone's like, Meryl's muted, right? Meryl's on mute. You muted her? She's muted. Great. I'm like,
It's like server muted.
I have a bypass for that. Joke's on you.
So when are we going to see the next log, the next situation that's as bad as Log4j?
Oh God.
My
I don't
desk
think
is
we'll be
wood
done
and
with
I'm knocking
Log4j
on
by
it.
the time we see the next one. Probably not.
I'm guessing
Okay.
the week before Vegas, like Vegas summer camp.
Before that's what I was thinking. I was like, it's probably gonna happen right before summer camp. What do you want to bet?
What do you guys think is going to be the biggest problem that we're going to face this year with this?
With Log4j?
Yes.
Well, right now, the only, like we have micro patches, but the only true mitigations we have are to completely disable and isolate that library or to separate it on its own VLAN or to disable those JNDI calls at all, which breaks functionality. So unfortunately, it's going to be how the security teams can support the functional teams, like Cassandra was saying, the developers and the admins and the custodians and the people who need things to work. Whereas we need them to work as securely as possible. You know, they often say security is in opposition to ease of function, but like right now it was like, this is bad. We're just going to get rid of it for the time being and good. Now it's in a Faraday cage. What do? We need to bring it back eventually, but we don't know how to securely bring it back. So our biggest challenge this year is going to be how do we get a better mitigation on top of it? Like, what else can we do? What else can we pile on top of it? Because you can't remove a risk. You can only mitigate it as much as possible. And we don't really know what that looks like yet.
You're never going to make it to CISO with that kind of mindset.
I'm a big fan of
the risk does not exist. I don't accept that risk.
So I'm a huge fan. Like, I'm a huge fan of cloud security. That's like what I focus on. And my answer to all this is basically like, hey, how about you just run like microservices serverless for all of your applications and not have Java installed at all, because it's kind of terrible. Let's be real.
You could get rid of Java. Migrate off Java this year. That should be all of y'all's goal. Migrate off Java.
But on a serious note, my answer to that question is actually burnout, because I think that the the people that are working these incidents and also on the operations side. So I have a background in IT and systems administration, and repetitive work that is unsatisfying is incredibly mentally stressful. So I feel that, without significant technological protections and mitigations in place, we're going to be seeing a lot of people just burnt out from having to deal with the same thing at the same stress level over a long period of time. And that's where organizational support for all of the different teams is absolutely critical.
Yeah, if anyone was holding off a major migration to cloud or getting on serverless or something like that because of cost or resource constraint or something, I think this just kind of proves that now is the time. Like, or you're going to face another problem a year from now when a lot of people are resigning or no one loves their work or people are just over it. So it's like, at least a migration will give them something new to work on, new platforms to learn, new challenges, and change up their day-to-day and solve your problem at the same time. Not tomorrow, not next month. It's going to take like 6 months to 9, but eventually your problem will be solved and everyone will be happier as a result, because those folks had to pull all week, all day or all night or all weekenders right before Christmas, and they haven't recovered from that yet.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And I'm not usually one to say there's a one size fits all solution. Serverless microservices architectures don't work for everything, but I think one of the other overall lessons and things that needs to be emphasized going forward is, a lot of times a client or, a colleague or someone I know comes up with it, like they have a technical question, and the best thing to do is to walk it back to like, what is the problem that you're trying to solve? Mm-hmm. If that problem can be solved in a way that avoids having to expend a lot of extra effort for technology that may not be necessary, then you need to have that and keep that in mind.
That happened.
Don't go overboard.
That
But
happened exactly to me. The question was, hey, can we proxy GINDI requests through an API firewall? And I was like, wait, stop. What problem are you trying to solve? Or is this just like a mental exercise kind of thing?
yeah, Donald just dropped in the chat that the biggest challenge will be compliance expectations that all Log4j instances should be patched already.
That's a good one.
That's unfortunately,
Ooh.
that's going to go back to so many things. It's going to go back to, do you even know all the instances of Log4j you have running? Do you even know all the web servers you have that are vulnerable? Do you even know all the libraries and instances of it that would need to be isolated and need to be patched? Not to mention, again, we don't really have a patch for it yet. We kind of have some micro patches that will kind of help. You can get a WAF in there. You can do a double WAF and DMZ yourself, but like, there's not a ton we can do.
WAF.
Double WAFs. You get a WAF and you get a WAF and everybody gets a WAF. But really, like, unfortunately, from
it's over SSL.
Yeah.
Oh,
From
wow.
a GRC perspective, all they're going to want to see is that you're doing your due diligence. All they're going to want to see is that you are operating in a reasonably secure manner as much as possible. And like, honestly, we're all doing what we can at this point. This is the kind of thing where you can't just say, SolarWinds came out yesterday. Did you fix that yet? Like, it's not like that. So from a GRC perspective, if a breach happens because of Log4j, we're going to see it for a little bit. There's going to be more fallout, sadly. But that's an absolutely unrealistic expectation for GRC departments to have on the IT ops and cybersecurity departments. So we need to stop that mindset right now.
You should also have at least one person in your organization that has read the Log4j like patch history, because every time I get sad now, I just go look at that patch history and it just makes me smile so much that I don't work with them. But in a lot of orgs, I saw the instant GRC kind of, we got to send out letters to verify. You're like, there's like 3 guys. Now there's like 4, right? Like, what are you expecting? Like, this is free software. You're like, no, there's a team. There's going to be like 1,200 people on this. It's like, no, there's
a next KCD meme for that. And it's that little stick that supports this thing. And it's maintained by some guy in Minnesota or somewhere.
But management will always go, how do we get in this situation? You told people to docker up. They docker up. They don't know what's going on in there. Nobody has a software.
Everyone started using a thing that was well done until it was used everywhere. And then you bought that thing without knowing what was in it. You bought the car, but you didn't check the engine, did you?
Engines. Cars don't have engines. Elon Musk told me that.
You didn't check the battery, did you?
So one more thing before we
We're a very sarcastic bunch.
We're fun.
See that. I think you guys are pretty fun, in my opinion. So what is your hot take on the Spring for Shell?
Non-issue.
Not an issue?
Non-issue.
On the what? The frame for shell?
Spring for Shell.
Oh, Spring for Shell. Why is it not an issue?
So people were channeling Log4j and thought, oh my God, this is another version of it. But you had to have there has to be like weird non-standard scenarios in which it's exploited. And if you had, a great purple team testing tool, I don't know, who can I think of? Scythe makes one, right?
Oh, yeah. Weird.
But all joking aside, like if people had actually tested it before, they were like, oh no, spin up the patch police, they would have realized it was a non-issue. Like I sent out an internal alert. It was like, don't accelerate your patching cycle for this. Like there are times when you definitely need to. This is not it.
My hot take is I kind of hope it scares the blank insert word here out of higher ups in organizations into working on the process, cross-team collaboration, and full utilization of available resources and onboarding of new ones if necessary, in preparation for something that eventually does wind up being more catastrophic in a way that Log4Shell was.
Yeah. I think don't freak out, find it, kill it, find it, discuss it, mitigate it.
I'm a big fan of never letting a good crisis go to waste. But when people find out that they did all this and they go, wait, that wasn't actually an exploitable bug, they then reject it. They're like, oh, all this work is for nothing. We're never going to have dual communication channels because it's a waste of time. And then that guy will have an anecdote for the rest of his career about why he can't have good security processes. It's just a waste of time, man.
I don't think it's a waste of time. I think people.
Well, no, it's not. But that's like, if you put all this work into it and then somebody goes, hey, Spring for Shell isn't really exploitable.
Yeah, but if you socialize it well enough, you can mitigate that.
Yeah.
Well, that's
practice your social engineering.
My little risk heart wishes people would stop interpreting CVSS scores as risk scores, because they're not the same. They're not all the same. And one severity for someone else is not the same as a severity for a different org. Organizational context, people, is a thing.
Context is king. or queen, or ungendered.
Non-binary.
Context is really good. Context is good.
Of the land.
Yeah.
Context is supreme entity.
Yes, there we go.
There we go.
Supreme intelligence. We'll go with that one.
We are almost 5 minutes before we wrap up. I want to ask the audience if they have any questions, please just put it in the chat. And also for you guys, any last pearls of wisdom that you guys want to share with us?
Pearl is horrible.
Pearl is horrible.
My pearl of wisdom is Pearl is horrible. Larry Wall committed crime. You know what? I'm sorry. That was supposed to be a funny joke. But with everything going on in Ukraine right now, I can't really accuse Larry Wall of committing war crimes. Maybe regionalized police crimes, but definitely not war crimes. We should all support Ukraine.
We should do that.
Also,
I know some people that will fight
Larry
you
Wall.
on Pearl.
Yeah.
I know some people that will fight you on Pearl. I'll say Python.
I'll be out in the parking lot right after this.
I'm gonna stay over here in shelter.
No, my last pearl of wisdom is, for God's sake, have inventory. Inventory your hardware, your software, your VMs, everything in the cloud, everything on premise, all your network appliances, every piece of software you have running, and what it depends on, please, for the love of God.
Yeah, she took what would have been my first one. I hope she's still over here. But since she did, I'm going to reiterate what David said and just say, don't let a good crisis go to waste. We've seen several 0 days, very, very bad ones pop up recently. Take these, do after action reviews, and ask yourself what worked, what didn't work, why didn't it work, and how can we fix it next time? And then tabletop that thing, practice that thing, opt for that thing. I don't care if you have to deliver a note to someone that says, you just found a callback to C2 domain. What do you do now? And you literally watch him run to the person that he would talk to next. Like, you just need to test your processes, and you need to make sure that they're all working and everyone knows who the next person is that they escalate to or that they report to, what information they need to give, and then what their next action steps are. If you don't know those things, then even if you were to find the damn thing, you don't know what to do about it. And that's a bad place to be from a security perspective, but a sweet place to be from my perspective. And you don't want me to win. You really don't.
Told we couldn't curse. I had to stop myself several times. Was cursing okay?
Or I'm sorry, no one told me not to.
Oh,
I didn't get that.
They have much more faith in you.
That was in the speaker instructions. I didn't get it. Yet another opportunity for process improvement.
Have you guys noticed that Bryson's been holding that pose the entire time?
I'm impressed. He hasn't even breathed.
I know. The guy is like awesome.
Well, with that, I think it's safe to wrap up. Bryson, it is awesome. Everybody here said it's absolutely awesome. And we had an amazing panel today. We are so grateful. I am so grateful for everything you guys shared. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for saying yes to UniCon 2022. And well, with these, I think I go back to Chris.
You do.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much,
for
everyone.
having us.
Fantastic panel, great chemistry. Cassandra, well, I know everybody mentioned this. I'm going to throw my nickel in. The know what you have out there. If I had $1 for every meeting I have where somebody has spent an enormous amount of money, let's say on ServiceNow, right? Let's pick the king of the hill, and do not execute on its baseline functions, because clearly it's become a lot bigger than just a CMDB these days. But they don't even have that base functionality to do inventory assessments, let alone then to extract telemetry, to do the types of things you're talking about. I would be retired. It is unbelievable how that is a baseline function. And you always have to be careful how you tell a CIO or a CISO that, but when it comes down to it, 9 out of 10 times, somebody's like, well, we don't have the people. There's some fighting between the CISO and the CIO, if they're peers, on who owns that. So if you're going to take one thing away at a minimum from that panel, thank you for saying it multiple times. That's what you should focus on. It is the baseline for everything else. So great, exciting. I know nobody left their seats during that panel. That's the best sign of a fantastic chemistry. So thank you again. All right. We were going to take a break, but we're not. We're riding this train right into the final station, 2 stations, really. So Denny, I'm going to get you set up so you can get your slides done. So let me get that going, and then I will introduce you. Here we go. Hold on. Co-host status coming up, Denny.
Perfect.
The ultimate power.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, let's see where you are now. Great. Oh, it's happening. So, hey, let me introduce Denny. So Denny is head of assessments at HackerOne, and you can imagine he leads an entire team who gets to do pen testing challenges and sees every type of client possible and gets to poke in all the magical places. I can only imagine the stories you have, Denny, for what you do see, and hopefully you'll get to share a few of those with changing names to protect the innocent. But that background, you doing this for close to 20 years, and before doing pen testing, I know you have an enormous amount of experience in this. So you're trying to tackle a real basic topic. I don't know why you didn't search for something a little greater. You just want to build a safer internet. What a simple and easy thing to do. So, no brainer. You're going to tackle that here, and we're going to knock this out in 30 minutes. We've been waiting for this for 20 years. So the floor is yours. Make it happen.
Thanks so much, Chris. I really appreciate that. I'm not going to do it myself. I'm going to do it hopefully with the help of people on this call and the people that you work with on a daily basis. So Chris, Kaylee, Brandon, everyone, thanks so much for the warm welcome. At HackerOne, we're very excited about our partnership with Scythe, and I'm happy to be here to present today. So a little bit about myself. As Chris said, I'm head of assessments at HackerOne. I lead our HackerOne assessment program. I've been doing this for 20 years in some form or fashion. I started out as a software developer back in 1999. I made an unexpected turn into becoming a breaker instead of a builder. In 2005, I started out working at a large financial organization on their application security team. From there, I've led and participated in thousands of application network penetration tests. I've performed red team simulations, social engineering, physical assessments, you name it. And prior to coming to HackerOne back in October of last year, I led a very large consulting practice that focused on pen testing for customers as well. So most of my experience comes from the traditional consulting world. In parallel to that, I've also been responsible for helping stand up some SaaS-based products and managed services that are focused on information security. So topic very near and dear to my heart. I'm excited to be here today and talk about collaboration. At HackerOne, we do almost everything through collaboration. So this is something that's very natural for us to speak about. So I'm excited to be here. And also I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina, for any of those on the East Coast. So a little bit about HackerOne. So we are a facilitator of collaboration between companies and hackers. We help our customers accomplish their security objectives, reduce risk, and ideally prevent breaches. So how do we do that? Back in 2012, when we started, we were mainly a bug bounty program company, one of the first companies to facilitate bug bounty programs. We still do very much of that today. I'll give some examples later on and kind of how that leads to collaboration. But we help companies through either private or public bug bounty programs. We also have a very a good assessments program, which is what I lead. We do pen tests, we do challenges, which are basically time-bound bug bounties. A bug bounty is something that goes on over time. It's a subscription-based, it's continuous testing. What I lead is more point-in-time testing. It can also be focused on compliance and assurance. We also have a vulnerability disclosure program. We facilitate these for customers that are looking to have a way for third parties to responsibly share vulnerabilities and problems that they find in the wild with the company so they could be aware of them and ideally fix them. So we have about 2,300 customers. We have 830,000 registered hackers.
that are collaborating with our customers, helping them solve their problems. We have, over time, reported over 181,000 vulnerabilities, and that has led to over $140 million that have been paid out to hackers. So really amazing statistics, and a lot of great work has been done here at HackerOne prior to me joining, and even since then. Just to show you a growth in adoption, you'll see here on the screen, just with our 3 services. Bug bounty, last year we increased 34% in our program growth. Our vulnerability disclosure program, our year-over-year increase of bugs submitted has increased by 47%, and that's increased by 264% for pen tests. So the adoption of community-powered security testing is happening, and a lot of that is really collaborative and collaboration-based. So before we dive into that and give you an example, I want to talk a little bit about transparency and trust, and this is something that we care a lot about at HackerOne. One of our core company values is default to disclosure, which means that we always default to transparency unless there is a good reason not to. Of course, there are times when things do need to remain confidential, or we can't share with everyone, but we by default, as an entire company, we default to disclosure, and we believe that transparency leads to greater trust. So we actually went out and we talked to people outside of HackerOne, and we asked a lot of security professionals about their attitudes to security within their organizations. And here's what we found. 65% of organizations want to be seen as infallible. They don't want to be known as someone that can make a mistake. They want to be known as perfect for everyone on the outside. 38% of those companies aren't open about their cybersecurity practices. And 64% of these organizations say that they have a culture that is security through obscurity. So as I said, I've worked in InfoSec for about 16 years. And to be honest, I've always been pretty baffled that companies are not willing to publicly share what they do to improve their security posture and what they're doing to reduce risk over time. If you have an effort underway like that, you should be very proud of it. I would, as a customer, I think about this and I want to know, who do they partner with? What steps do they take on my behalf as a customer to protect my data? Also, what do their security programs look like, and how rigorous are they? What are they looking for? What are they doing with what they find? These are the common questions, and I've always been baffled. You think about other companies and other industries, they're happy to share logos of who they work with, and that has always been something that's really been frowned upon in security, and we're asking at HackerOne, can we change that? So if you think about a company or a persona of a company that has a very strong security posture, what are some of the things that they have in common? So here's a few things that I've come up with. First of all, they are all companies that collaborate outside of their own walls. They're comfortable looking outside, and they're looking to partner with someone else that might know better or can do it better. Also, they realize that security cannot be solved in a siloed world. They need collaboration. They need input from others. They need to work with others on their problems so they can reach better solutions. They also know that secrecy and obscurity don't increase attack resistance. And also, they know that transparency in the end breeds trust. So to see this in a different way, I want to compare 2 different approaches. One would be a style of security where we're commanding, and the other style of security is where we're collaborating. So just to go through these quickly here, the main principle for commanding would be a closed, confidential, and exclusive sort of method. In a collaborative world, we would be open, we would be transparent, we would be inclusive. The goal for commanding would be impenetrability and compliance. For collaboration, it would be the reduction of cyber risk. So who does the security? Who's responsible for it? In a commanding world, it would be certified experts. In a collaborative world, it would be everyone. The attitude in a commanding world would be a cynical guard, someone protecting someone from the bad guys from coming in. In a collaborative world, we would become business enablers. So our motto would be either danger, don't stay away, or maybe tell us what you see. We want to learn more. We want to know about that. Come collaborate with us. Come work with us. So when things go wrong in a commanding world, we default to blaming someone or pointing fingers. In a collaborative world, we take that as an opportunity to learn. And finally, the cost from a commanding situation would be it's been unchecked. Collaborative would be let's correlate that with our results. So 2 different ways to look at it. So you guys are all probably very familiar with Log4Shell. This is something that, a current event started back in December. I want to share an example because I was sort of thinking about this talk and my idea. I thought this would be a great example to show collaboration in the information security space and how working together shows a significant outcome increase. So quick sort of cover here on Log4Shell. It's a software vulnerability specific to Apache Log4j2. Came up in that panel in the panel talk a few minutes ago pretty heavily. It's popular Java library for logging error messages and applications. Many companies use it. Back in December, an exploit became available for a vulnerability in it, and attackers started leveraging it. So obviously, many security companies were trying to get their arms around it, seeing if they were vulnerable, seeing if they were if they were potentially even being exploited. So at HackerOne, it became a very hot topic within our bug bounty programs, within our assessment offerings, and so forth. And so we tracked a lot of this data, and we also got involved and helped collaborate with our customers and our hackers. And I want to share the story with you because it has a really great outcome. Before I do so, though, I just want to compare 2 models that you're probably familiar with and how these can have positive outcomes. So when we harness collaboration in software, when you make the source code open, you unleash collaboration and innovation otherwise would not be possible. In security, you can do the same. When we make vulnerabilities and their fixes open, we can unleash collaboration and furthermore reduce risk that would not otherwise be possible. So keep this in mind as I kind of walk through the next few slides and I share what we experienced at HackerOne during the Log4Shell initiation. So back in December of last year, I think it was December 9th, Log4Shell was released. We immediately saw a lot of that and the news broke. We saw immediate focus on that within our bug bounty programs. These are continuous programs that have thousands and thousands of hackers constantly testing against companies' assets and looking for vulnerabilities and problems like these. And when something like this hits, we often see quite a spike. So our hackers didn't sit still. In the first 11 days since the vulnerability was disclosed, over 1,700 Log4Shell reports were submitted. Now, keep in mind in a bug bounty program, just because it's submitted doesn't mean that it's valid, doesn't mean it's unique. So we have a triage team that spends a lot of time going through those, trying to identify what's a false positive, weeding those out, looking for what's actually exploitable and learning more about that, and then presenting that to the customer, and obviously taking care of our hackers and paying for rewards. So in the first 10 days, almost $250,000 was awarded just for Log4Shell vulnerabilities. Take that to current day, 398 reports have received a bounty. 635 valid vulnerabilities have been identified so far. And this has led to almost $1.3 million that has been paid out to our hacker community for finding these vulnerabilities for our customers. So let's talk a little bit about the collaborative effort of this. So take it back to the very first day. Payloads that were used between December 9th and 11th typically look like this on the screen. So they were very, very simple. Basically what this was doing was it was letting Log4j ping back to a server under the hacker's control. But there were some limitations. The hacker, our hacker community quickly noticed that the results were returning false positives because email clients, chat clients, sometimes they would expand to DNS and they would just cause a ping back from those. So there would be a lot of false positives through that. They oftentimes couldn't determine if the pingback came from a vulnerable Log4j package or maybe even something else. Another downside was that the hackers and the customers had a hard time nailing down the vulnerable component and if it was actually a vulnerable Log4j package. So a lot of confusion was happening. But within the first 14 hours after that initial submission, we started seeing hackers submit their payloads to our platform and starting to collaborate together because they were sharing, they were being transparent with each other, and they were evolving the actual payload. So we started to adjust the payload that was typical WAFs and exfiltrating data to reduce false positives and bypassing the initial patch, which was released. So you see in the second bullet, the payload is more complex, and this payload came directly from hacker collaboration. So a great example of how if you crowdsource something with a lot of different skills, you can actually achieve a greater good. We also started to identify that a certain segment of our hacker community were really, really good at identifying log4shell vulnerabilities. So we created a special cohort for this initiative, and we brought all those hackers together and we started assigning them to our customers. We did an analysis at first and discovered that only 30% of our customers were actually reporting on Log4j. So what we did is we did a campaign. We shared that cohort of hackers with the rest of our customers. And by that time, we actually increased to about 77% of our customers having coverage for Log4j over time. So a huge collaborative effort between our team, our customers, and our massive hacker community. So fast forward to December 20th, we basically moved forward with only about 10% of the initial, the simple payload that's at the top of the screen was still being used. 90% of all the payloads were actually the more sophisticated payloads, which was leading to greater value, fewer false positives, and a lot more value to our customers overall. I just want to highlight that this is something that's only possible through collaboration. So a little bit more on the depth. I talked some about the cohort already, but as part of this, over 600 unique hackers have submitted a Log4j vulnerability to a HackerOne customer, which is a pretty substantial number. And as I said earlier, close to 30% of those hackers only had submitted one to a certain segment of customers, and we expanded that further to 77%, which is a much larger containment of our customers themselves. So I hope you enjoyed that. So let's talk a little bit about how we can improve. What can we learn from this? So our prediction in the future is that in the not so distant future, being open to working with hackers not being open will amount to business management negligence. We also predict that cybersecurity is going to become collaborative, even more collaborative than it is today. We also predict that transparency will breed trust. Here's an example, and not to pick on Equifax, but this is from a recent Senate hearing where Equifax was basically asked if they had a way for hackers to contact Equifax if a vulnerability should be found in the wild. And unfortunately, the answer was technically no. And this is just one example of many that we are seeing where transparency is still not happening. And so we are looking to encourage companies to be more transparent, to breed that trust, and to be more collaborative and work together. And here are a few ideas around that. The good thing is that transparency is on the rise. Here's some examples of what we've seen. So I've seen customers that are shying away from using vendors and working with companies that have practices of security by secrecy. Also, governments and corporations are now requiring cybersecurity transparency from their suppliers, and that's in line with standards and frameworks such as NIST, which is great. Also, talented employees and employees that really care about what they do, they're basically deciding that they don't want to work for companies that don't practice transparency. Also, I'll get to more about this in a bit, but we have a corporate social responsibility, which requires transparency. Boards are now requiring insight into transparency about their security programs for those companies and what they actually focus on. And finally, cybersecurity leaders, we're finding that pooled defense is the best response to asymmetric threats. And the only way that pooled defense will work is if we collaborate and we're transparent with one another. In the end, transparency is a choice. So we have to make the decision, is this a choice that's worth making? A few things to think about, and I will say that transparency is not always easy. I work in an organization that is very transparent. It can lead to some very interesting conversations. It is an act of humility. It also may hurt someone's feelings. At first, it's going to be a rough start. We're going to face some challenges up front. We've never been transparent in the past. This is new to us. We've always defaulted to holding it in or not sharing when we don't know if it's right or not. You must be consistent when you're transparent. You have to always be transparent or you're not transparent. You can't be one or the other. And in the process, you're gonna put yourself up for scrutiny and questioning and feedback. I will tell you though, that that's actually how you get the best answers, when you put yourself out there, when you're transparent about what you're doing. And that leads to collaboration. So transparency in the end leads to digital trust. It cannot happen, collaboration cannot happen without transparency. Information security at its roots is probabilistic risk management, and risk management will benefit from transparency. It's also going to allow for specialization and more efficient use of resources. Without security, we can never be properly staffed or resourced. And I'd like to go back for the Log4j example of how we're much better off for having a collaborative group of hackers actually co-tackle this and come up with the right payload versus allowing everyone to go about it on their own. And also, trust does not ensue without transparency in place. So here at HackerOne, we have a corporate security responsibility. And the way I like to say it is, it's about committing to creating a safer digital world for everyone. As I said earlier, creating a safer internet. It's founded on 4 principles. So the first principle, which we've talked a lot about today, is encouraging industry-wide transparency, which will lead to trust and a shared intelligence. We also believe that we should be fostering a culture industry-wide that is collaborative. It gives everyone the tools to take control and reduce the cyber risk overall. We're also asking everyone to promote innovation by inspiring development teams to build with security in mind. So bring that secure product to life even faster, but do it securely. And then finally, we're holding ourselves and the people that we partner with, our suppliers, accountable for following best practices and developing security as an easy point of differentiation. So if this is appealing to you, you want to be part of the movement to shift from secrecy to transparency, this is something that we recently launched at HackerOne. I personally believe in it, and we already have a number of partners that have signed up, and they've basically taken the pledge, and they're now part of our network to move forward with transparency and collaboration and trust. Thank you so much for your time today. Looks like we have a few minutes left, so I'll open it up if anyone has any questions.
Yeah, let's see if anybody's got any questions for Danny.
Check the chat here too.
We check them. Checking the chat, Danny. We're checking it. So, hey, Danny, let me take a look. I don't know if we have any. We've got some memes, Danny.
I love it.
If that helps. Question for you. You know, one of the things I thought of while you were chatting was cost of everything, and I feel bad. You're going to get this question because it could have went to anybody today, but you know, you must have these conversations often. People say, well, this is all great. Tell me where I'm going to get the funding to get started with a lot of this, because you must have some magic bucket that I don't know about. And that's, you know, even though security has gotten significantly funded in the last few years compared to where we were probably even, you know, let's say a half a decade ago, it's still not necessarily enough to fund everything that everybody's espousing, you know, that we're chatting about today. So, you know, what's your take on that? Where should you start? What do you see at HackerOne, and what kind of advice are you and your peers giving?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I mean, I think, you know, any effort is better than no effort at all. And I think obviously everyone has a unique sort of budget or approach to security, and not just at HackerOne. Most security companies have, you know, different options that can help a company, you know, just make sure that they're more critical assets or maybe they're more sensitive data platforms are actually secure. And so I would say work with your partner. That's what we do at HackerOne. We actually sit down at the beginning of a program and we start to really prioritize what's important and, you know, what keeps you awake at night. What is your budget? What are you capable of? What do you want to accomplish? And what would be the sort of the most bang for the buck? We understand that everyone can't do it all, and not everyone has like an sort of an endless security budget. So I would say focus on priority, and, you know, maybe think about like a more long-term plan. The thing that I've seen in my career is that companies who don't have a strong focus on security posture, it's a little hard to get started, but start on something that's meaningful to you. And then over time, it will be easier to provide that justification to your leadership. Once they see that there is value and proof in actually performing this ongoing testing, and that it protects your customers and also your company, they'll start to see the value, and most likely it'll be much easier to justify that budget. In my pen testing days, many times we were brought in to just provide a proof of concept. It would maybe be a company that's never done a pen test before. There may be a small company. They don't have a security team, or if they do, it's just a few people. And we came in to provide a proof of concept, and sometimes we found some really, really bad stuff. But what it did is, internally in the company, is it opened a lot of eyes to realizing that security matters too, and we should probably invest in that. So that would be my recommendation, really more steered around prioritization.
Great points, and you bring up a super interesting one, especially those that have never done a pen test. There's all kinds of emotions. Oh my God, we're opening ourselves up to things. It's going to show that we're not as fortified as we should be. But that is the whole point in getting people comfortable with making that first move. It's to better the overall organization. But sometimes it's seen as a threat, and positioning it correctly so it's not looked at that way is key. I have a follow on to that. So you get a chance to see tons of different verticals. I think of like healthcare coming to mind. It's gotten severely attacked in the past couple of years, just because, you could make lots of comments, but one of the ones is they do not always have the funding. I mean, they're barely operating in the black, most major hospitals to begin with. So adding an enormous amount of money for security has definitely caught them behind the 8 ball. But curious, if you were to look over the last year or two and rank the most vulnerable verticals, what would your list look like?
I would say I would put retail at the top of that list. Obviously, in the last 10 years, there's been a lot of innovation, like how we buy things from a consumer perspective.
Sure.
The retail industry has been very, very heavily attacked. Everything from like point of sale systems to more PCI focused types of targets, cardholder data, even down to like physical attacks. I've performed a lot of red teams for retail companies over the years that are pretty soft overall. They have a lot of innovation that's happening, and a lot of those things don't have the real security rigor. And so they're coming around, but that's the softer target I've seen in my past, in the past few years.
Got it. Yeah. Well, thank you. I know that no one is protected, but it's always interesting to hear what you're seeing more of. And I think clearly we've got 200 plus folks on here. I'm sure their retail is well represented, but and I would probably, not only would I agree, I would add healthcare. If retail's in the 1A position, I'd put healthcare in the 1B position. Both of them highly vulnerable areas right now. And if there's somebody who needs to go after, probably more funding, more capability, and of course the toughest part, hiring the right people in this job market in the security space, which is already monstrously difficult. But you have to spend the time. You have to find the people.
It's very difficult. Absolutely. I saw that there's also a question in the chat, if you want, from Justin McAfee. I can take that if you'd like.
Yeah, fire away.
So the question was, how would you respond to executives who believe that bug bounties place operations at risk, and furthermore, or puts increased undue focus on your operations and infrastructure? It's a really good question. It's a question we get often. And so at HackerOne, we typically recommend that you start with a private bug bounty, which is a much, much smaller group of hackers, still very effective, but it allows you to sort of a training wheels approach, where you're just learning how a bug bounty works. You're starting to see some actual results, but at the same time, you're not opening it up to the public, where you're going to have a lot more frequency of attack, and you're also going to have a much higher set of results. That's more results to go through and triage. That's more results to action once they've actually been confirmed. So our recommendation there, Justin, would be to start very, very small and suggest that to your executive team, and then only ramp that up when you're ready. You can stay private for as long as you want. We actually make recommendations to our customer when we think it's good to go public based on our experience. So hopefully that was helpful to your question.
Good. Thank you. Discord coming in strong, Denny. Strong. All right. Anything else for Denny? Let's take a peek. Denny, Where are you? Are you on the East Coast? What
Yeah,
time
I'm
zone?
Charlotte, North Carolina. Yeah.
Oh, you got to get, I mean, come on, you got to be prepped. The bell's almost tolling 4 o'clock. You can almost smell the appetizers.
That's right. Absolutely.
Yeah, I forgot about that. All the East Coasters are hitting the snack trays right about now. So it's go time.
It's happy hour.
All right, Denny, thank you so much for taking the time. You bring an incredibly unique perspective, especially given how much you and HackerOne gets to see. And we appreciate everything you do. So thank you again for being here.
Thanks for having me, Chris.
Yeah, you bet. You're welcome. All right. Well, Ian, you're already a supreme co-host. So that's strong. And let me give you an introduction while you prep up, because this is going to be a great topic. First, you're coming to us, I think you're only one or a couple of end user clients today, and that's exciting for us. So first, I want to say thank you for being here, of course. Thank you for taking the time and bringing your unique perspective, because you actually have to live this every day. You have to deal with funding. You have to deal with hiring the people that we talk about. And most importantly, you have to make the prioritization on all of these topics that sometimes I'll put, me in this same camp. We make it sound easy. Come on, Ian, just focus on everything. It's easy, right? It shouldn't be that hard. And you're like, yeah, take a look at my Excel spreadsheet and the budget. So let me introduce you. Ian is with OGE Energy, and you're in Oklahoma City, town I get to visit 3 or 4 times a year. I like Oklahoma City a lot, so great place, but has a background in government, energy, financial, manufacturing over his career. And Ian, you're going to focus on operational technology and bring that perspective to what we've been talking about here today, from a purple team and a collaboration perspective, and how, the uniquenesses of OT have to be taken into account. So exciting topic, and the floor is yours. Let it rip.
All right, Chris. Well, thank you for the introduction. Can everyone hear me okay? I think you always have to do the obligatory mic check.
Yeah, everything looks great. You look,
okay.
We're
right on. We can see slides and all that good stuff. All right, awesome.
Oh, it's happening.
And it's really great to be here at UniCon 2022. I don't know what I did to have the pleasure to stand between you all and your weekend, but we're going to try and get through this together and talk a little bit about OT security, which is certainly a passion of mine, something that I love, and I've got this really wonderful team that I get to work with, and we take care of this our little section of the electric grid. So today we're going to be talking about adversary emulation in OT environments. And so for those of you that aren't aware, OT stands for operational technology. There's really 2 sides of the house as we see it. There's the IT side, which is your traditional information technology, the stuff that drives this information economy that many of us work and operate in. However, in terms of the processes that actually drive the information economy, that's where OT resides. So when you think about OT, you think electric plants, transmission distribution systems, water, wastewater facilities and distribution capabilities, manufacturing, oil and gas. Those are the kinds of things that we're talking about in OT. So you won't see a lot of OT in a data center. You have to go out into the field or go out to a power plant or go into a wastewater facility in order to actually experience and engage with OT systems. So real quick about me, my name is Ian Anderson. I have the pleasure of managing enterprise security operations at Oklahoma Gas and Electric, or OG Energy Corp. In my role, we're responsible for all cyber, physical, cloud, IP, OT, things that happen from a day-to-day perspective. And of course, we have this amazing team that helps us take care of our 900,000 plus customers all across the state of Oklahoma and into areas of Arkansas. We use the term enterprise very particularly because we are a cloud/IT/OT shop. So anyone working in our teams will have to be able to pivot from working in an Azure environment or an AWS environment to traditional IT stuff all the way down to OT. So it's a really exciting place to be. It's very challenging, but again, we're helping keep the lights on. So it feels pretty good to be a defender. Some takeaways I want everyone to walk out of this presentation with is why adversary emulation and OT matters. I think that's the number one thing that we're going to attempt to try and talk about today. And then through our discussions, we're going to attempt to kind of line out what a potential path to success of getting adversary emulation onboarded into your organization looks like if you have OT dreams. Here's some things this talk is not. It's not going to be very technical. So I'm a manager type. I forgot the technical side a long time ago, and I think I actually saw a member of my team on here somewhere who is certainly going to be holding me to task if I speak too far out of line. But it's really, this is going to be about how to have some conversations, why it may matter, why your organization may want to take this effort on, and it's not going to be a blueprint for you because every organization is going to be different. The path to adversary emulation in your OT environment is going to be different, and honestly, that's kind of one of the reasons OT is so awesome because everyone's journey is their own. So. High level, our agenda. Why adversary emulation OT? So we're going to talk a quick bit about the OT security space, reference the knowledge gap, which I think we've touched on throughout today's sessions. What does that path to getting emulation in OT look like? And then we're going to dip our toes into the pond of how far down do we go in the OT stack, or down the rabbit hole, if you will. All right. Why adversary emulation in OT? So we're all aware of things that are going on out in Eastern Europe. We're all aware of all the different things related to critical infrastructure and critical infrastructure protection. CISA, ICS CERT, there's all these organizations that are really dedicating their time to the OT and critical infrastructure problem. And just security in general has gotten so substantial anymore. And so pretty much every time I talk about what the security space in general, but specifically OT, I have to bring up an eye chart like this. So this is actually from a year ago when I presented at B-Sides Boston. But look at the number of options that are out there now for the defender. Look at all the different things that as a manager or as a asset owner or as an analyst, I have to be aware of all these different types of solutions, because somewhere in here, I'm going to pick my kickball team and put together the squad that is going to help me, prevent malicious activity from the adversary. And we are now seeing this tremendous growth in the ICS or /OT space. So it used to be, there's only really a couple of these companies that even knew what the heck OT meant. And so we isolate this to say, hey, like the OT security space in general is growing, but we also have to be aware of the IT space. And to just go back and reference that OT security space, there's, and I forget the citation here, but it's estimated there's going to be around $23.5 billion worth of value in the OT security space specifically by 2026. That's an incredible amount of growth, or an area of networks that most people don't even know exist, and certainly don't really understand or comprehend how they operate. So we've got this big, giant environment there. We got a whole lot of money. We've got tons and tons of different products and things like that. We've got an environment that not a lot of people understand. Wow, that seems like a challenge, right? Well, we're going to crank it up a notch by acknowledging the knowledge gap, right? And so, there's a quote from this thing called the Industrial Control Systems Cyber Kill Chain that we will reference here deeper a little bit later. But there's a quote in here by Asante and Lee that, I have formed part of my career around. By understanding the inherent advantages of a well-architected ICS network, and by understanding adversary attack campaigns against ICS, security personnel can see how defense is doable, right? The biggest part of that quote is defense is doable, and it tells you exactly what you need. You need to understand the inherent advantages. So we have we now know what we need out of our people, and we know the challenges of the vendor space. We know the challenges of the type of environment. Well, how do we get there? How do we fill that aspect of the knowledge gap? So in enterprise security or IT security, frankly, there's not a lot of us. The number's growing, but we see this referenced all the time, that there's this big talent gap. There's a talent shortage, right? There's going to be a million person deficit when it comes to the security personnel needed. Now, I'll push back on that. I don't know how truly factual that one is, but I think we are running short on security with people with security talent, right? Well, OT is even more rare, right? So, I try to use a little unicorn pun here because we're at SICE conference, but security people are rare. OT security people are even more rare. Like, they are the unicorns, because for effective OT security people, you need someone with a lot of the IT or enterprise security disciplines, and then you need the kind of the OT side. So you got to understand how these processes work, how the process control networks work. Physics majors actually make great OT security people, right? It's not typically just the traditional IT person that can come in and just become an OT security person. There's a lot of field work, a lot of experience. To fill the knowledge gap, right? We need to capitalize on, the uniqueness of the control environment. And what do we mean by that? Every OT environment is different. So at OG&E, we've got a handful of different power plants. Every single one is different, right? Every single OT environment is different. When I worked in water, every water treatment plant was different. And so they form their own kind of kingdoms, and their uniqueness actually becomes a defensible structure for you as a defender. Now, there's been a whole lot of write-ups. There's a lot of interest in OT security, but the reality is a lot of people don't understand what an OT attack actually looks like in their tools. You get an alert, you get an event. Like, how do you really ascertain? How do you know the difference between malicious and normal operations? Are you prepared to do things like do normal triage like you do in the IT environment? And so this is really one of the first areas where adversary emulation and OT starts to help you. Is adversary emulation gives you an opportunity to start to bridge this talent gap. Adversary emulation allows you to evaluate the vendor, help you understand your protocol, your operation stack, all the different tools and how they work together. Do you have gaps? Do you have are you overly redundant in areas? And it's also now providing your SOC analysts, your OT security people, just really, the folks that work for you that have an interest in protecting these environments, you give them real actionable information, and you are literally creating that home field advantage for the defenders. So OT environments, given their uniqueness, provides a competitive advantage for you in terms of, saving off the attacker. Why aren't we taking advantage of that? Why are we not creating that home field advantage? And then when you take the next step from there and you start to pair cyber threat intelligence with purple team exercises, which is now something that Scythe is really active in, you can start to build out these campaigns that help you evaluate tools, that help you understand what a actual OT attack looks like, and a realistic one, right? The thing that we like about pairing CTI with purple team exercises is we're not in the business of stunt house. We have way too much going on, just like the rest of you all do, to be worried about like these kind of weak one-offs. Like, yes, they exist, and yes, they're important to a point, but man, like, let's go hit the stuff that's actually out there. Let's go make sure that we're capable of taking care of the risk that we are literally detecting every single day, right? So to continue on with the knowledge gap and kind of move back into your OT, developing your OT security workforce, is talent development. And I'm gonna really try not to beat a dead horse here, but we have to seek to develop internal talent. So if you are an OT person, or if you're responsible at some level for OT security, like, you have to start going and recruiting internally. You have to start developing those INC techs and those operators and the people across your organization that know where the proverbial bodies are buried. Lift them up, create security contacts. Everyone can, people can be in security without being in security. It's just an empowerment thing. Some of our most effective security personnel are people that aren't even in our team. They're out there, literally on the frontier, taking care of systems and watching our back. And they're some of our best allies. And we're going to talk a little bit here in a moment about building relationships. So, like I said, train and develop that home field advantage, again, all through adversary emulation. By launching these attacks, you can see what an attack looks like. You can develop people. You can create that home field advantage. All right. I feel like we made the case for adversary emulation, and I know we're kind of light on time. So if I sprinted through that, I'm sorry. I'm available. If people have questions, you can go and fire them off. But let's talk a little bit about how to get to adversary emulation, because I think that's probably the more challenging piece of all of this. If you've ever heard me give a talk about OT security before, you probably got beat upside the head with talks about alignment and stakeholder engagement and partnership and things like that. And this talk is going to be no different, because this is really where the value happens. Because you're going to ask a plant manager, you're going to ask an INC tech, you're going to ask an operations person, hey, I'm going to launch fake malware on your network. And they're going to say, you want to do what? Remember, these are folks that have experiences of having their stuff knocked down for no real reason. Like an Nmap scan gone wrong could crater a PLC. So they have, they have experiences with IT causing problems. They also tie things like, I remember 7 years ago where email wasn't available for 3 hours, and I don't want that to happen to my network. And so the history, right? The longevity, the length of their memory is incredible, because these folks all operate on 5, 10, 20-year cycles with technology. And they remember everything that happened to them, because for them, outages are bad. And if IT is creating outages, that reduces trust. So anytime you're going to do anything touching their environment, it's going to be a trust challenge. So if you're interested in adversary emulation, the path to adversary emulation in OT should have started years ago. And really, any sort of OT security should have started years ago. So we were asked, with the things that are going on, with the war in Ukraine, there's a lot of questions about should we deploy anything? Where are we at? And I saw organizations attempt to try and spin up a rapid OT security program. And frankly, at this point, it's too late, because OT security is going to be far more than any sort of blinking box. It's truly that partnership, because there's just so much of the uniqueness of these environments that you cannot depend upon a tool to account for. So, and I bring up these puppy dog donuts because if you follow my Twitter account, I talk about donuts being the secret weapon of OT security. So if you ever go out to see your operators, your plant folks, bring them a couple of boxes of donuts and throw a couple of goofy ones in there. And so one of the things that we do is we'll have either a pink heart or a puppy dog donut, and the person that takes the puppy dog donut gets a prize. So we'll have like a Yeti cup or something. So, so when we go out there, you kind of watch who's taking these donuts, and it's always the last guy that begrudgingly takes the puppy dog donut. Little does he know he's about to win a cool prize. So in terms of, aligning stakeholders with our adversary emulation efforts, this is something we are using Scythe to help us do, right? So we use the Scythe Purple Team engagement, the reports, that process to help make sure that leaders understand the value that is being driven here, right? So it's not just like a launch a bunch of malware, pull logs out of our tools and see, what we can do, what we can improve. This is really about, how are we having this kind of guide, from, the edge of our network all the way down to our most critical crown jewels. And when you really get into going through that full purple team engagement, at your crown jewels, involving your OT, INC techs, your plant managers, those types of folks in these discussions, so they can see what happened after the boom. They can start to gain some experience around what an OT attack looks like in their environment. So earlier I mentioned the ICS kill chain. This is it here on the left side of your screen. Notice there's two stages. There's stage one, which is basically the Lockheed Martin cyber kill chain, and for that I think I owe Lockheed Martin $5. Then you have stage two. So stage two is the ICS specific, and you'll notice it's a little bit the same, but a little bit different, because what the adversary is looking to do is frankly different in an ICS environment, right? It is, anyone can kind of just turn off these, turn off a PLC, right? So there's denial of service capabilities, but the really effective, the really impactful ICS attacks require the development and implementation of code to affect the process itself. That's where that damage comes from. Yeah. Okay. So when we work down the ICS kill chain, let's pair it with this other thing on the right, which is called the Purdue model. So the Purdue model is a basic way to look at the different levels related to an OT environment. So it starts down at the bottom at level 0, and those are your sensors and gauges and transducers and things like that. And it just kind of moves its way all the way up, through the OT DMZ, which is, this kind of, the DMZ between your enterprise network and your OT network, and all the way to the cloud. So this is a very basic representation of what a lot of environments look like. And using like a tool like Scythe to do for adversary emulation, we can very easily go and try all sorts of interesting types of attacks that cross zones and do reconnaissance and do all sorts of really, really neat things. And we can do that as much as we want, and it's really great. So we can iteratively test and tune our security stack to make sure we're getting the most value and most capability out of our environment. But if we're going to try and do ICS level work, it's going to take a whole lot more interaction. So in this case, we're going to assume a compromise of our IT environment, and the C2 is communicating with a workstation, and the workstation ends up talking to some sort of like patch management or a web services item here in the OT DMZ, and maybe that thing talks to a domain controller in our level 3. And then it's going to talk to this engineering workstation, which then can talk to our PLC, or programmable logic controller. So this programmable logic controller, that's where the magic happens. And so that's where, if we are looking here on the left side to the stage 2, the delivering, install, and execution is going to happen at this level, right? Develop and test will typically happen off the network, but but the delivery, install, and execution will certainly happen here at level 1. There's really going to be two types of attacks here, right? There's a access, right? There's an access level attack where that kind of stops here at level 2, meaning the adversary is attempting to gain access to these points and moving through the Purdue model, working themselves closer towards the process or the control level. And then there's an impact attack. And so if you are impacting, that's what it sounds like. It is you're negatively impacting, or impacting at some level the environment. I've been thinking about this one a lot. I really don't know how a plant manager would let us run an attack designed to perform an impact in their OT environment, right? Which is just fine, because these are production networks, and we want to be conscious of it. So, but access attacks actually make a lot of sense, and I think that is probably something that you could do, given you have the right amount of relationship. So you want to do an impactful attack, though, right? We want to test some of these destructive capabilities, because we want to see what kind of information we can pull out, so we can build better defenses. Well, let's build a lab. So credit to Tom Van Norman, I know, and Bryson, the founders of the ICS Village. This is one of those things that I dream of having a lab like this just because it's so cool. And if you have never had a chance to go and interact and engage with the ICS Village, I could not recommend it highly enough. The people that, all the volunteers and stuff are fantastic, and it is a great way to see what OT is all about. But in this case, we have a lab environment now, and for the most part, it kind of resembles one of our OT environments. I mean, it certainly may use some of the same software, some of the same kind of infrastructure or servers and services. It may all just be bundled up in a virtual host or something like that. But we can then work through this and actually create those impactful alerts. And then we can try and gather that telemetry from the various tools that we have deployed throughout this Purdue model, pull that information out, and then see what of these experiences can we take and apply them to our different control system environments as they exist throughout our service territory. The reality is, though, most of us are not going to be able to afford something like an ICS Village for our own organization. And so, there are less expensive, I don't want to say cheap, but less expensive options for getting your hands on PLCs or, different trainers and things like that. So if you have an organization that has OT in your environment, there are like these kind of cool training kits that we have certainly used to go and beat up on and write some nasty stuff that does things like kind of shut things down. And it's also a great way to communicate the importance of OT security by going and blowing these things up every once in a while, which I guess is just another way of doing a stunt. Okay, but building a lab, there's a couple of things, a couple of big takeaways that you can get out of that. So it's going to have to be a multi-team project, and it's going to be fun, and you're going to make some friends, because this is in order to do it right, you're going to have to partner with your subject matter experts and your stakeholders. If you do, they're going to get into it because this is the kind of stuff they love. And if you're respectful and work with them, then it's really going to create some partnerships, and you're going to learn a whole lot about your network and stuff that you never knew about. And it's just going to make you better as a defender. So, and then lastly, you'll make friends, right? Who can use more friends? All right. So in closing, how far down the rabbit hole? So a few slides ago, we introduced this idea of the Purdue model. Again, starting at the very bottom with level 0, sensors and, actuators and all sorts of stuff, right? And then all the way up through a DMZ into your enterprise network, then kind of beyond in the cloud, however you want to kind of slice that top part up. But, how far should PTEs go? So we kind of talked a little bit about impact attacks. We talked a little bit about access attacks. There's probably room for both, but where should you start? Well, for most of us, it's going to be start at the obvious weak spots. And the obvious weak spots are going to be the stuff that's exposed to your OT environment or is exposed to the human element. So you'll notice there in level 2, there are some, workstations. There's an engineering workstation that has direct access to PLCs. Maybe that's a great place to start some sort of PPE where you can assume a compromise or just assume a contractor or a employee has brought in a bad USB stick. You also have to really focus on what the threat intel says. And so if the threat intel out there for ICS and OT malware says, hey, we're seeing abuse of HMIs happening. We're seeing PLCs talking to each other. We're, doing enumeration activity. We're seeing, people reading and writing to registers and coils via Modbus that they're not supposed to. Those are the things that you should begin with, right? So when you're talking with Scythe or, and planning a PPE, go make sure you hit up, your threat intel partner and specifically Scythe's and say, what are these OT level attacks that you all are seeing out there? Because that will help you drive a far more productive PTE for the OT space. And then lastly, is adversary emulation required at level 1 or lower, right? So remember, level 1 is where really the PLCs live, and level 0 we've talked about a couple of times. From my perspective, I think adversary emulation is absolutely required at level 1. There is risk though in that. So if it's an access level attack, or you're just doing proof of concept where if I can touch a PLC and read information off of it, then I know I can go do stuff. If you're writing to a PLC, I think that's important to be able to detect. But that one's going to be really difficult to get by your OT stakeholders. So I think level 1 is probably where it stops. Personally, I think there's so much fruit to harvest off that tree before you get to level 0 and really start hitting these sensors and actuators and things like that. However, that could change, because if the threat intel says no, that's where we're seeing attacks emanate from. So supply chain attacks, bad firmware, things like that. If it gets to that point, then yeah, I think level 0 is 100% in play. So in conclusion, that's pretty much what I got. But if you are interested in more, Mr. Bort and I are going to be presenting something along these lines at the SANS ICS Summit in June, which is another online conference. So if you want to come learn a little bit more and see some more stuff that SITE is doing in the OT space, come and check out our talk. So it's Friday afternoon. I've done a lot of talking, but are there any questions?
Ian, fantastic. And I didn't even pay you to highlight my alma mater so many times. So that in and of itself has made my Friday afternoon. And I looked it up. Professor Williams, who he was still there. He had retired a little bit after I graduated, and no one dared walk by his office. You better have had a good reason or be a PhD student to go past that sacred domain. So great stuff. There is one question, and I know we only got a minute, but well, we're right at hour, but I'm going to give it to you. If you got a quick answer, great. If not, we can answer it. Grayson says, hey, in your experience, what are the best ways to break down the IT and OT relationship struggles and silos? Often OT doesn't want to work with cyber and IT because they've been burned. You got a quick 60-second take on that?
Yeah. So I use the phrase embrace being a tourist, right? I think one of the hardest, I think the way cyber people approach problems sometimes is we like to be the smartest people in the room, and we like to tell people we're the smartest people in the room. And when you get out to these kind of OT spaces, really what you're going into are little kingdoms. And they take a lot of pride in the capability that they have. They have a lot of pride in their uptime and operations. And so when you show up, I mean, it's really just about being respectful and listening, and and doing things that show it's not about you, it's about being a partner. We joke about the donuts, but that kind of stuff matters. You show up with donuts. You show up, we bring swag. So we get stickers and all sorts of stuff from our vendors, and we take them out there with us. And so you'll just be out there, and guys out, mechanics will be rocking like all sorts of crazy cybersecurity vendor stickers on their helmets and stuff. And it's just kind of cool to see. It's one last thing. It's never a big thing. It's just little things. So like little things that we do is don't bring donuts to the control room because they don't like to get their hands sticky. Because if they eat a donut, then they got to go wash their hands and stuff. So we bring them candy. And you don't know how good you make someone feel when you remember the type of candy that they like. You bring that special candy just for them. So we had this experience at one of our facilities. We brought some candy out. That person was, just happy to see us. No one's ever happy to see cybersecurity, but these folks are happy to see us. And then when they see us, they start giving us all sorts of like interesting, like, hey, did you know about this? Did you know about that?
Right.
Can you look into this problem for me? And so like, oh my God, look, what is that intel? It's just fantastic. And then
in that moment, you've gotten intel that nobody's squeezed out because nobody's actually just made the effort, to go out there. That's what I see more often, especially with manufacturing clients, less so with utilities like yourself, because you're kind of at the more leading edge and you kind of have to be because of the regulations. But on manufacturing, when you ask a lot of IT execs, when's the last time one of their staff visited one of the manufacturing plants that they keep espousing has security anomalies, the quiet sets across the room like you can't imagine. Like, well, first you got to get out there. And then second, you have to do what you're saying, which is, hey, bring something, bring them some food, bring pizza in, ask them some questions, and don't come barging in like, well, I know you've been operating this machine for 25 years, but I've really got the answers. It's the basic stuff we know, but it's amazing how often it doesn't, to your point, get actually practiced when you go into those environments.
Yep. Yeah, Chris, I think you're probably one of the first people in history to say utilities are on the leading edge, but
I like to, you are compared to, I'm picturing one of the clients I call, which is a paper manufacturing plant. You are so far ahead of that. They're like, no, we don't go to that plant deep in Mississippi. I'm like, what do you mean you don't go to the plant? They're like, yeah, nobody's gone there except the workers. I'm like, well, maybe that's where we should start, right? So
now on a great opportunity, that's for sure.
Exactly. Ian, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Great perspective. Super cool stuff. Thank you. All right, Stephanie, I've your co-host. I'll make sure I mark you here as let's hold on. We got to mark. The next thing we got to do is spotlight for everyone. Look at that. Now everyone sees you in all the glory. So by introduction, we're very lucky to have Stephanie, who knows what's going on in product manufacturing while she's doing this pitch. I mean, this is it. So Stephanie runs all VP product development for Scythe. Thank you for being here. You're going to bring, I know, a fantastic perspective. You're going to talk kind of about the future of red and blue teams. And of course, given the fact that you're in control of how your product goes to market, how it actually comes to being, and you're soliciting feedback from both your team and most importantly, clients. We're going to talk about little automation and actionable insights. And I don't want to take any more time. I know we ran a minute or two over. Sorry about that. But fire away. The floor is yours, Stephanie.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, everyone. I'm Stephanie Simpson. As Chris said, VP of Product at Scythe. For those of you who may have joined a little later in the day, Scythe is an automated adversary emulation platform. Our philosophy is attack, detect, defend. Sorry, attack, detect, respond. We allow users to generate realistic payloads at scale to get insights into people, process, and technology across defensive phases of protection, detection, and response. A little bit about me. I've been in software for about 25 years and cybersecurity for a little over 5 years. In my personal life, I'm a mom of 2 grown children. And when I'm not working, I'm a digital nomad. I travel back and forth between New Hampshire and Texas and try to see people along the way. I'm in New Hampshire right now. And let's see, I like hiking, yoga, and karaoke if I have time. Today, I'm going to talk about how we can actually leverage best practices from the software testing industry so that we can automate and improve collaboration in cybersecurity testing. So the most powerful thing that happened to the software industry was automated testing. HP says that automated testing can reduce the cost of each test hour from $78 to $17.54. Earlier in my career, I was actually consulting for a client, GE, and I managed about 50 plus people or so. And we were their extended design and development team.
We owned everything from website to application development. We hosted their servers, really did everything for their technology. And back then, it was not uncommon for a customer to pay $10 million a year for a team of our skills. And out of the 50-person team, about half of them were testers. So approximately $5 million a year, GE was paying us to do quality assurance or, QA test everything from content to performance. I don't know a software company out there that doesn't invest in QA or know the importance of QA. Even though QA has become a necessity versus an afterthought, CISQ said that the cost of poor quality software was approximately 2.84 trillion in 2020. So we're still working on it in the software industry. To put things into perspective, the cost of fixing a bug earlier in development can be as little as $100 versus letting into production, it can cost upwards of $10,000. And that's if you include like attrition, customer attrition, brand reputation, and support costs. Let's talk about how this relates to cybersecurity. So as an industry, we are still very reactive. I'm sure most of you agree. We are just starting to be proactive and find bugs or holes before the adversaries find them. And the number of security breaches in the last 5 years increased by 67%. Also, the average cost of cybercrime in the last 5 years increased by 72% in the same time frame. There are approximately 560,000 new pieces of malware every day and a total of 1 billion malware programs out there. We cannot keep up. If it will be a breach, it's when there will be a breach. So strong proactive testing is critical to finding the bugs or holes before adversaries attack. Similar to software QA testing, it costs a lot to fix a vulnerability after breach versus before breach. We don't want, obviously people know here about how much it costs to be attacked by ransomware. But if you can try to get it beforehand, it's a lot cheaper, similar to QA. So let's talk a little bit about the evolution of software testing. So this was really interesting. I was trying to do a little bit of research before I did this presentation. And I don't know if y'all know, but Edison coined the term bug for a flaw in the system in 1870. It was about a flaw in his lighting invention work. And then the first software team or test team was for our government on Project Mercury, which was the first human spaceflight in history. And that was in 1958. So we started testing software all the way back since 1958. In the waterfall method, which was used a lot when we were doing a lot of manual testing, was in 1970. This was a way to do project management with well-defined linear methods and checkpoints from idea all the way to launch. And in around the 80s, we started actually having QA software companies. Rational Mercury were the biggest ones that were out there, and it really helped test the software. Obviously, things changed when in the 1990 World Wide Web came out, and the original manual testing waterfall methodology was way too slow. So we needed a way to speed things up. And also, the manual waterfall testing was really expensive. It cost a lot of money. I talked before about the $10 million that a year that GE was paying us. It was very tedious. So when the World Wide Web did launch, we had to get to market a lot faster. And for instance, with GE, at no time, there was no digital product management for dummies book or anything like that. So I had to actually look at software books that were for traditional software and try to figure out how to apply those methods to a faster turnaround time. And then the biggest problem that we had was that we needed to automate faster. It was way too expensive for our customers, and we needed to get to market much faster. So we also didn't have any automated or collaboration tools back then. I had my QA team I had half of the team, right? The $5 million team. We were all together. QA was not part of the engineering team. So anyone who was not part of the engineering team would pound on the sites. We had an assembly line. We had stored bugs in spreadsheets and Word docs. Every design had to be detailed down to exactly what the functionality was. And we had pages and pages and pages of requirements and detailed designs. And we communicated through AOL chat, email, spreadsheets, Word documents, and things were stored all over the place, but sometimes on a file server. So QA was not thought of back then as a good thing by development. There was a lot of animosity between the QA team and development team. And obviously, because the developers thought that it would actually elongate their release cycle. And there was no real thought of, oh, this is actually for the best of our customers or for protecting the company itself. And again, we did not have automated or collaboration tools back then. Fortunately, in 1993 or so, I'm starting to date myself now, Scrum for software was created. That was where we could actually collaborate together. We worked better together. We delivered faster and more nimbly. And right now it's primarily used in software, but it can actually be used everywhere, and was in fact got its name from a rugby team. In 1995, Mercury, one of the companies that started in 1980, actually released two major products. One was Windrunner and another was LoadRunner. Windrunner was an automated functional GUI testing tool, and it allowed us to record and play back the user interface and use them as test scripts. LoadRunner actually allowed us to simulate thousands of users concurrently to test the performance of applications. When Mercury came out with both Windrunner and LoadRunner, it actually changed our lives. We could write scripts, we could run them over and over and check for defects and performance issues. We were able to reduce the size of our team, which our customer was very happy about, reduce the costs of building, and also get to market quicker. While we were really excited about all of the new test automation tools, they were still kind of bulky, and we were still experimenting with different development approaches. And this was in the 1990s. So fast forward to 2002 and in around 2004 as well, Jira and Confluence were released. And that was a game changer because we were able to track issues, bugs, requirements, progress, enable collaboration and transparency in teams. And finally, we did not have to use spreadsheets anymore or Word docs. Well, I'm sure we still did, but as a primary form of communication. There was a central location for all of our team information, And we had more robust automation tools and agile approaches to speed up our release cycles. For the next decade or so, we started being able to concentrate on scaling up and improving our operations, reducing our time to market, increasing productivity, and reducing costs. And in about 2010 or so, CI/CD, which is continuous integration and continuous delivery, was introduced. It's a method to frequently deliver apps to customers, and it actually introduces automation into app development at all stages. Another really important thing that happened at that time is that quality assurance was actually moved into the Scrum development team. Prior to that, we would have development sprints. So we were doing Scrum, but then after the sprint, that's when we would do QA. And it was, again, the team was not together, right? So that caused some of that animosity. And once we moved the QA into the team or into the development team, that communication between QA and engineering became a ton better. It was not us versus them. It was a team effort. And also QA started to happen every single day. And that's when companies realized the benefit, because they really started to see that we could catch bugs beforehand and not after. So fast forward to now, I'm just making sure this is on the screen. Okay, fast forward to now, and we are experiencing a huge change in software testing. We're working on autonomous testing or scriptless, no code testing. Writing scripts is time consuming. We're looking to minimize that by using AI, artificial intelligence, and ML, machine learning, to process the data, identify schemes and patterns to test without human support. And it's really the age of smart testing. So let's layer on some key cybersecurity milestones onto this evolution timeline. All right, so in the 70s, I'm sure most of you know that the first virus was the Creeper and the first antivirus was the Reaper. And that was in the early 70s. In the 80s, the computer virus and Trojan horse, the terms were actually developed at that time. And then you flash forward, and it took all that time, right? So many years of defending and reacting, and 4,500 plus cybersecurity tools later, and MITRE ATT&CK framework was created. And probably most of you know on this call, but that's the knowledge base of adversary tactics and techniques based on real world observations. So instead of being on the defense, we started to be on the offense. Red teams, similar to the QA teams, started to poke holes into the defensive companies to find holes. And we did that before the adversaries got there. Breach attack simulation, what became a Gartner category right around the same time. And in terms of automation of manual red teaming, that's where they put us. So if we look at this, cybersecurity testing is really in its infancy compared to software testing. If I had to guess, we're probably around there, right? In terms of the whole gamut. Our automation tools are getting better, and we're still experimenting with different development approaches. However, it took us 30 years in software testing to get all the way to where we are now, and we can't wait that long in cybersecurity. So in order to get there faster, we really should start to leverage best practices from software testing. So let's talk a little bit about these best practices. So people. Being able to seamlessly automate the workflow between red and blue teams. That's a huge goal. Being able to dedicate adversary emulation teams to be standard in all companies or outsourced, but every company having them. And then have clear plans defined and automated scripts updated regularly or daily. If we want to apply practices from software around process, we should be utilizing the established software QA workflow in the world of cybersecurity testing. We should adopt universal adversary emulation CTI standards and practices. Right now, it's really hard. Everyone's got their own way of creating threats. And without that, we can't share. And we should make continuous daily adversary emulation and purple teams a standard protocol in all companies. We should run automated adversary emulation in a loop on all systems on a daily basis. We should leverage Agile and Scrum to fix the people, processes, and technology challenges very quickly, like we've been doing it in the software industry. And we should also start to measure. We are measuring, but we should start to really look at efficiencies and ratios. So how well we're doing compared to if it had happened before the breach or versus if it's happening after the breach. And then being transparent. I think that's another one of, we're talking about collaboration, but also transparency seems to come up a lot too. And really celebrate the vulnerabilities that were detected before the breach and make it much, the red and blue teams working together in a purple team so that they're all, there's not a bad thing that you found things beforehand. So from best practices from software in terms of product or technology, using, Scythe or other automated adversary emulation software to reduce detection and resolution times for vulnerabilities. Also integrating and using strong cross-functional productivity software like Jira or ServiceNow, and there's others out there as well. And creating tight integrations between all cybersecurity tools so that we have all that information at our hands. So in closing, if we leverage best practices from software testing, we can bring cybersecurity testing to maturity quicker. Any questions?
Thank you, Stephanie. Let me take a peek. I didn't see any on Zoom. Let me take a look at Discord. Nothing right now. We have just a couple of minutes. I've got a question for you. Mm-hmm. Without giving away any secret sauce, what would you say this year you're looking for your team to add in terms of priorities, at a high level based on client feedback that you've had? I think that'll be a nice, you'll give everybody a nice feel for where you're headed and hopefully give them some, glide slope to where they should be headed as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that I hinted to it a little bit. So being the collaboration between red and blue teams is really important. Mm-hmm. I can't give away the secret sauce, but that's one of our focuses. Also showing customers value. A lot of the discussions today were around, reporting and things like that. I think as an industry, we need to be able to show how important this is and why it needs to happen more regularly versus, once a quarter or a few times a year. Then the last thing, sorry, is
No.
around the integrations, right? Really making sure that we have very tight partnerships. And so we are, able to provide our customers what they want.
Yeah, I mean, that's great. Your point on continuous, if there's one thing everybody should take away, well, from today and specifically, what you've talked about is it's got to be continuous. Even once a quarter isn't enough, but it doesn't need to be heavyweight continuous. And I think that's where a lot of people get, how should we say, nervous or amped up going, my God, I can't do it daily. I've got all these other tasks. I don't think we're saying that, right? Just make sure it's appropriate, but lightweight enough for you to handle both strategically and operationally, but it's got to be in the run book day to day. And
that's a really good point, because actually the one more thing that we're really concentrating hard on this year as well is ease of use.
Yep.
Obviously there's an employee shortage out there. We want it to be very easy for someone to be able to get into this. Obviously we still are, they're still the advanced users, but the advanced users need to be able to hand this off to users who aren't as advanced once they've created the campaigns.
I agree. That's a great point. I mean, of course, you're going to have laser focused people with deep skills. Those could come internally, right? If you can make the hire, or those can happen via partnerships, in
absolutely
paying for that from a professional services perspective to get that started. But to your point, then making it operationally available to sort of that key level individual, because you cannot have all PhDs or data scientists or senior CISO level type folks or operational people handle all that. So it's a great point, and I know you'll get that done with the team, and that'll make things much more useful for everybody.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, great. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And if there are questions for Stephanie, please put them in the chat, and we'll make sure we get them answered and emailed out to everybody. Okay. Have a good weekend, Stephanie.
Thank you.
You bet. All right. Well, so it's not that often when I'm prepping for an event that I get to do a little Amazon book searching, Nicole. All right. So I did the homework. First off, I love the graphics. I love the fact that your book, which I'm getting ahead of myself, but I was so excited when I was looking at it, because my wife and I always talk about the importance of STEM in general, and especially with STEM and in women and young females growing up and getting involved. So I know you're going to do some reading for your book. I'm not even going to try to steal any thunder, but let me at least introduce you, and then you can't wait to hear some from the book. So Nicole comes to us from Digital Shadows. By the way, best named company ever. Okay, Nicole, you win that award today. I love it. And you're an intelligence analyst there, and somehow finding time to write a children's book or children's books on the side aimed at Intel and STEM, and using a dragon theme, which I know is not a unicorn, but we're going to put it in the same relative category for today, if that's okay. Is that fair?
Well, you'll see in a couple minutes that there is actually a unicorn in the book.
Oh, well, I'm going to tell you something. You just came on video, and not only are you wearing the unicorn, but check out the cool headphone. You're going full power today. That's all I got to say. And we'd expect nothing less when people get a look. If they haven't looked at the front of your book, they're going to see the graphics and everything. And I don't know who did graphic design for you as well, but it's absolutely fantastic. I also want to say, this is a good time to mention it, that Scythe is giving away 10 copies of your book. And I hope I'm going out, not on a limb here. Are those going to be signed by you, Nicole? We get a little signature on those?
I don't know. Maybe I'd be willing to.
Sounds like I may have just committed that. Well, listen, we'll figure out a way. But very generous. Scythe has given out 10. So make sure, well, we're going to pick from everybody that's logged on. Thank you for that. I know that will be an amazing addition to anybody who gets it, but I highly encourage you to go out, look at it on Amazon. You're getting a third-party review here, but everybody should take a look at this. This is wonderful. So Nicole, without further ado, a little book reading to take us prior to the weekend. Who doesn't want this? Floor is yours.
Thank you. So before I get into the book, I wanted just to go over kind of what inspired me to write a children's book. Initially, it was not that I, just woke up one day and decided, hey, I want to write a threat intelligence children's book. What happened was my son went to a scholastic fair at his school, and he came home with a book by Adam Rex, and it's called The Legend of Rock, Paper, Scissors. And it's this really cute illustrated book, and there's like a rock character, a scissors character, and and they go to battle with each other. And I kept thinking to myself while I was reading it to my kids, this would be amazing if it was like a cybersecurity themed. And then I just couldn't stop focusing on it and thinking about it. And so the next day I just wrote it all out. And I mean, the rest was history. But initially it was just on a whim. I thought it would be really cool. I thought it would be cool to read it to my kids, because my kids really enjoy learning about what I do. But when I actually decided, okay, like this is a finished manuscript, like I want to get an illustrator, I want to publish it, I started doing all this research and saw that there was this huge gap in the field specifically for children's books for technology and introducing kids into technology. There are a couple, but there's not a whole lot, and there's not a lot of diversity. And so that just motivated me to publish it even faster. However, I found it was very difficult to try to get a publisher, and there were so many things that I had to go through. So I ended up just starting my own. I formed my own business, my own publishing company, so that I could quickly publish it on my own. I hired an illustrator who is amazing. Her name is Taranya Kalamegam, and she has some of her own books as well that she has authored. And I published the book. And initially it was more, like I said, for me and my family. It wasn't so much for the community, although, I mean, obviously I want to share it with everyone. But after I published it, I didn't expect the feedback that I got. It was just really, really wonderful feedback from everyone in the community, and people saying, people who are not even in threat intelligence, people who are just in cybersecurity, can relate to the book. And they've told me, like, I've been trying to explain to my family what I do and how I do it in a digestible manner. And this is perfect. And it helps me do that. So it's really nice that other people outside of threat intelligence can actually relate to the book and get a lot from the book. So that's a little bit about the book. It is going to be a series, so there are going to be more. And now that I have my own publishing company, I can actually publish other series as well. I can publish other authors in STEM. I want to specifically stay in STEM education for children. But I'm excited that not only can I have a say in, or I can have a voice, I guess I should say, for not only women, but also for the technology field in STEM education, because there is a huge gap. So I'm going to read some of my book. I'm not going to read all of it, because I do want you guys to be able to pick it up. And I'll let you know after where to find it and where to find other resources. So the book is called The Mighty Threat Intelligence Warrior, and I'll let you take a peek at the cover. So I'm going to do my best to let you guys see the pictures. Deep in the cyber forest on top of Security Hill, there is a big castle. This was the home of the mighty warrior. Her office has lots of neon lights, screens, cords, and so many buttons to push. And she says, more buttons, because you can never have enough buttons in your office. Every morning, she prepares for battle by putting on her armor and grabbing her sword. Before she marches off, she reads the news and watches for new threats lurking in the kingdom. Some days, she needs to go on secret missions to faraway lands. To hide her identity, she wears a special cloak when she visits scary places. So let me see. That's her reading the news. And there's her with her sidekick wearing her special cloak. Inside her castle, the mighty warrior has an enormous library where she keeps lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of books about different dragons and enemies in the kingdom. After every battle, the mighty warrior looks for clues the enemies leave behind. This helps her figure out how to prevent a similar attack from happening again in the kingdom. Sometimes people in the kingdom ask the mighty warrior for help when something bad or suspicious happens. Once a farm village was attacked by a big blue dragon from the north. And the cutest little dragon. The dragon broke the fence at the edge of the village and stole the tools from all the farmers. Without their tools, the farmers could not continue working in their fields. If they stopped working, they would not have enough food for winter. This was a big problem. Mighty Warrior quickly traveled to the village to see how she could help. But if you want to know what happened, you're going to have to pick up the book because it's a really great story. But I did want to share, seeing as we are at UniCon, there is a character in the book that is inspired by Bryson Bort and Liz, from lawyer Liz, and I'm forgetting her last name. Sorry, Liz. I always know you as lawyer Liz. I will let you guys see that page. So just for context, the mighty warrior reaches out to a young villager and asks her to look out for anything suspicious in the village. And the little girl says, like a purple unicorn eating cupcakes while riding a bicycle. And it turns out the unicorn is just a baker and she just loves cupcakes. But there is a character specifically inspired by Bryson and Liz, because they did have a big part of my life in 2020 and 2021 with GrimCon and just all of the kindness that they've shown me and others in the community. So I wanted to represent that in my book. So if you would like to pick up a copy of the book, it is available on Amazon. I do have free coloring pages that you can print out with characters from the book on my blog at threathuntergirl.com. And then I also have a sticker store on Redbubble that has different characters from the book. If you go to my Twitter page, which is Threat Hunter Girl without the I, you could see I have it pinned in a tweet, all of the links. And then also if you go to my blog, I have everything, all the links available as well if you just go to children's book. So that is my book. And look out for the sequel that should be coming out probably next year. And the amazing illustrator, once again, her name is Charanya Kalamagam, is amazing. She actually signed on to do the sequel as well.
Fantastic. All right, I've got a couple quick comments, Nicole. First off, who doesn't like cupcakes? Everyone. So you want it there. You have stickers. What kid doesn't want stickers? And I have the book in my Amazon cart already, and I know our nieces will be but we'll be printing off those coloring pages. And now you forced me to go buy stickers as well. Okay. So, I mean, I feel like a lot of money's flowing out today, and I hope everybody out there is doing the same. I mean this sincerely, we need more of this. Congratulations on first, just an amazing idea. But the real hard part, especially coming from somebody like myself who doesn't like to write anything, I just like, talking, is literally putting that idea and making it happen and creating what you did and getting it out, let alone doing it with your own publishing company to just cut through the proverbial red tape of an industry that we could get into a whole thing there is its own deal in and of itself, right? So the fact that you can do that, you can get it out on a platform like Amazon and literally start selling globally is great. And I mean, I'll just finally say there's a couple hundred people on here. Word of mouth is the best tool ever. This is something that we need, especially for our kids. And so thank you for sharing it with us. Thank you for reading it. And thank you for being here.
Well, thank you so much for having me. It's an honor.
Yeah, you bet. You're welcome. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
All right. So, Jake, I'm going to introduce you here. Jake, it's a tough one, even for malware, Jake, to follow a children's cupcake ending book. Okay, Jake, so that's a tough bar. You know that, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, she had cupcakes, she had unicorns, and a children's book.
Yeah,
there's no way.
That's a tough deck. Luckily, it's you. That's all I can say, because of the, right? I mean, you may have to excise some of that trade craft that you can't really talk about, but you've got buried deep. It's time to bring it out right now. So I want to get an opportunity to introduce. Well, first off, Jake probably doesn't need any introduction for everybody on here, and the fact that you're in the fourth batting position, if you will, in the baseball parlance is for no magical reason. That everybody's going to stay tuned for your kind of cap off for us today. So thank you for taking the slot. I always say, put the heavy hitters last, and we got cupcake books and you. So you're the new executive director for cyber threat intelligence for Scythe. I know, very recent. Congratulations. Probably one of the most distinguished careers in security that I'm sure everybody knows, but worked for the government. The two-time winner of the DC3 Digital Forensics Challenge alone should scare everybody. And want to make sure I got this right, the recipient of the DoD Exceptional Civilian Service Award. It's a huge honor. Your reputation precedes itself. Jake, thank you for being here and appreciate you bringing us home. And without further ado, the floor is yours.
Appreciate it, Chris. Thanks so much. First off, I want to say I'm excited to be here. And as Chris mentioned, very recent addition to the team. Just started this week, but wow, what a team of heavy hitters. And I'll be honest and say I didn't realize even prior to starting how heavy hitting the team itself is. I'm going to wrap up here today with some of what you're going to. It's actually a really interesting kind of way this played out because some of what you're going to hear, and this is purely, well, either by coincidence or because great minds think alike, actually aligns well with Katie Nichols and her keynote. And so I've known Katie for a long time, really respect her work, and just fantastic. But wanted to talk a little bit about what I'm here to do generally, at Scythe and some of our goals and where we're hoping to take the industry in very short order. I'd be remiss, not to mention Chris Peacock, who's on the Scythe team as well. He actually put this TTP pyramid together. Everybody's familiar with the pyramid of pain. And I think David Bianco gets a nickel every time somebody says the word pyramid of pain. So I won't say it anymore here. But everybody's familiar with that. But I think what's less well understood or less well known is really how TTPs, which are the top of Bianco's pyramid, A, what does that really stand for? And B, what are the difference between tactics, techniques, and procedures? And this is something that Chris Peacock really did a good job breaking out. There's a blog post on the Scythe webpage about this. But here we show that breakout between tactics, techniques, and procedures. And everybody's familiar with MITRE ATT&CK. I absolutely love MITRE ATT&CK. I won't be attacking MITRE ATT&CK, pun definitely intended. But MITRE ATT&CK really works at the technique level. And it's great for what it is. I absolutely love it. Unfortunately, when techniques represent that tactical goal of what is the procedure trying to accomplish, right? I often think about this as looking at the forest as the technique level versus the trees, the individual trees at the procedure level, and even sometimes not just the trees, but the twigs and the leaves, and so really understanding how that procedure individually works. So I won't belabor that a little or any more there, but really techniques that they lack that required granularity for what we need to do for adversary emulation. Now, I want to be perfectly clear again here. This is not a critique on MITRE ATT&CK. MITRE ATT&CK is a fantastic resource. It's a fantastic taxonomy at a technique level, and it has changed the industry foundationally in that we have a common way to describe the high level of what a threat actor is trying to accomplish, not their intent, but actually how they're doing it at a kind of operational level. From an emulation standpoint, we fall a bit short in being able to emulate. And the problem there, of course, is that when our threat intelligence reporting is, largely found, we underpin that foundationally, at a technique level, we don't emulate techniques, we emulate procedures. And so this is really important to understand, right? And that's why I have the bolded words here, technique versus procedures. Again, taxonomy for techniques, outstanding. But again, we need the specific information about the procedures used by the threat actors. If we don't have that procedure level information, I've seen throughout my consulting career that organizations will pick the easiest to emulate procedure, emulate, whether that's via red team, whether that's through control validation software, whatever that happens to be, they'll pick the easiest thing for them to emulate that falls under that technique. Now that's a problem for us, right? Now a lot of folks look at that as the easy button. Some of them don't even realize they're even pressing the easy button, and this leads to a very false sense of security. The analogy that I love to use here is, when we think about control validation, it's, for me at least, it's trying to think about, well, how do I protect myself and make sure that I'm protected either from a detection or a prevention standpoint? And I think about, somebody saying you need protection, and so you put on a ballistic vest and unfortunately get slide tackled at a soccer game, right? Well, if I knew I was going into a soccer game, if I knew that the adversary didn't have firearms, right, but instead was likely to slide tackle, I put on shin guards instead of a ballistic vest. And so this is, granted, a very abstract example here, but it does really highlight our problem. Let's get a little bit more concrete instead of abstract. And I'm going to pick here technique T1080, right? So this is tainting shared content. MITRE lists multiple procedures that they've seen used by threat actors. Now, this is by far not a complete list, right? By far, not a complete list. And so when we look at the, basically when we look at this, there are multiple procedures, malicious files of the same name as legitimate documents. I absolutely love this one because most people don't have, or I shouldn't say don't have, they don't show the extensions because they have the box checked for hide file type for known extensions. And so if I have in my shared folder, I have, important document .docx, right? The threat actor can put an executable name, important document .exe, right? Well, now in that particular case, if they go ahead and change the icon, it looks just like important doc. Now, of course, the ordering is going to show up as important docx instead of .exe, right? What if it's a PowerPoint though? Which one shows up first, right? Okay, well now you see the problem, right? Because now it's .ppt and good old alphabetical ordering, right? So same thing for Excel files as well. Same thing for PDFs. you can see where this is going, right? And so, I won't run through all of these here. I do like the infect database views with malicious code. This is a throwback to Stuxnet, at least on the MITRE, the MITRE homepage there, and talking about the technique. But the technique versus the procedure, right? So the database views being the procedure for technique 1080, T1080. And so just want to throw out here that there are myriad ways to do this. And again, this isn't even a complete list by far, right? Now, what's the problem here though? Well, if I pick one of these and I pick any of these to emulate, by the way, is better than emulating and testing nothing. But if I pick the wrong one, right? Or maybe I don't pick enough of the ones used by the threat actors that are targeting my organization, right? Then unfortunately, I'm validating controls that may or may not, or validating controls against procedures that may or may not be used by a threat actor. And of course, then I may be lulled into a false sense of security. And so as I think more about this, right, again, the controls for these are wildly different. And again, I mentioned this is not a complete list by any stretch of the imagination. But I want to introduce a couple of other concepts to really drive this point home. Emulation often requires tracking state between procedures. What do I mean by state? Right? Bryson, I think, probably has the best easy to grok example of this, and I'm going to go ahead and steal it from him here. But that really comes down to credential dumping and then using those credentials. First off, the credential dump itself, right, or the stealing of the credentials itself, is a procedure. And by the way, credential dumping, right? If you're kind of kicking around here, right, that's a technique. Which procedure specifically are we validating against, right, for credential dumping? Well, there are myriad different procedures for credential dumping. And so, of course, we want to know a specific procedure, right? So once we execute that procedure and dump those credentials, we then want to use those credentials, right? This is the way a real attack chain works. And I saw in Katie's presentation earlier today, she walked through several attack chains. One of the points that I thought that she drove home that was fantastic was noting that real intrusions are often low and slow and take place over weeks to months, whereas your red team may have 1 week or a couple of days in scope to go and try and do that entire or replicate that entire attack chain. If they're replicating it at all, oftentimes, again, these are being done at a very threat emulation standpoint versus an adversary emulation, where the red team is using any procedure, right, to replicate the technique, to represent the technique, not necessarily the specific procedures being used by the threat actors that are targeting you. Again, not necessarily a bad test, but again, often leaves us with a false sense of security, and definitely is not maximizing the efficacy of our control validation. So we need to be able to track state between procedures. Once we dump the credentials, we want to use the credentials. Unfortunately, right, when we step forward from this and think about this, sometimes folks think, oh, well, that's just like piping data from one command to another, or in this case, from one procedure to another. But I need to be able to track state across multiple different pieces. You need to be able to actually inject logic into that and logic validation into that. So if credential dumping is not successful, then maybe we try another procedure, right? Maybe procedure 2, 3, 4, what have you, looping through those. Maybe if I never get credentials, then I zig left versus zag right. We want to be able to emulate that entire attack chain and track that across, possibly multiple disparate procedures. Our CTI taxonomies, they're just not there yet. I wish they were. As it turns out, that's what we're here to do, right? So how do we fix it? We're working to develop a standard taxonomy and sharing language so analysts can share procedure level data that details entire attack chains. We hope that this is going to allow us to capture and transfer state throughout, right? Instead of limiting us to throughout the entire attack chain versus limiting us to the emulation of specific atomic procedures. Again, I want to be super clear here, right? I'm not knocking any control validation. Any control validation is better than no control validation. But we really want to move towards emulating threat actors' activities completely and more realistically. And so we feel like the way to do that is, well, ultimately to build a standard here. Now, if it were me, listening to this, I'd probably be groaning right now going, yet another standard? Why? Hopefully I've laid out the case for this because our existing standards, again, are just lacking that level of that level of detail at the procedure level to ultimately replicate those attack chains. We are going to open source the standards so the entire community can benefit. That's going to be true whether you're a Scythe customer or not. But obviously, we're building this first and foremost because we do great control validation. And so we want to be able to most easily replicate these entire attack chains. And of course, we do that today, but it's a very manual process. We want to build this where we can share that data and start sharing in a more industry standard format. So if you're interested in this, if you're thinking, wow, this sounds like something I'd love to be a part of, or I'd love to contribute to, or I'd love to talk about, or have ideas about, even if that's a horrible idea, right? Certainly we'll be soliciting requirements and feedback from customers. Certainly I'm a pretty easy guy to reach on Twitter. I'm Malware Jake on Twitter, or in my new role here, it's jake.williams@scythe.io. And happy to get feedback from folks. And anyway, I really appreciate everybody coming out today. This has been a fantastic conference. I missed a couple of the presentations because I had existing commitments, but saw several as well. And again, just everybody that I saw today, unsurprisingly, of course, knocked it way out of the park. Chris, thank you so much for emceeing today. You've been fantastic in getting the transitions done between speakers. And I guess I'll hand it off to you to close us out for the day.
Sounds good. You're welcome, and thank you. Fantastic. I'm just going to hand it to George. It's been a long day. I appreciate everybody sticking around. Attendance has been amazing. And George, floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Chris. I can't turn on my video, so people can only see.
Hold
me.
on, I got you.
It?
I got you.
Got it. You
There
did
you
an
go.
awesome job today, wasn't Chris? Awesome. Thank you so much, Chris. You were funny, engaging, amazing, great MC. And thank you to everyone that came and has stuck around all day. Wow, there was a ton of content, lots and lots of great sharing of the community. We got a book, we learned about OT, we learned about CI/CD pipelines, we learned about everything today. And thank you, Jake, for wrapping that up there. To Katie for our keynote. And yeah, just very happy that today was such an awesome day. Really the beginning of a great weekend for everyone, of course. And of course, enjoy the National Unicorn Day tomorrow. So thank you all. Thank you for everyone in the background as well. Those running the show from our marketing team. Thank you all. It's just awesome. So there will be recordings and slides available for everyone to see. We will send those out next week once they're all processed and all that. So with that, 5:30 p.m. Eastern time on a Friday. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Enjoy National Unicorn Day tomorrow and keep in touch. You have all our contact info. We're on Twitter, tweet out right on LinkedIn, etc. And have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day and weekend. Bye, everyone.